the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All right, it is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we thank you for being with us. A lot to discuss, a lot of action this past weekend, and we'll break it all down. No, that's me. It was in there. We are running around like little like little ants, getting everything going. Over to my left, it's Mr. Michael Helms. What's up, big guy? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Great.
Welcome in America.
Yeah. A little chaotic here to get things going, but we appreciate all of you, and as always, we know there's lots of choices and a lot of things you can be doing right now, but the fact you chose this show, we do appreciate. All right, well, let's just kind of run the table and give some updates. Of course, Rick and Bubba join us. Adler joins us at the top of the hour. Greg Burgess still out today, and we'll explain. Everything okay, but we'll explain. And Michael Helms, as I mentioned, right here to my left. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good.
Right.
It has been chaotic. It's been chaotic the whole, since I left on Thursday.
It
but
sure
all
has.
good.
Yeah.
And back in the saddle this morning.
Yeah.
Excited
Right.
to be here.
Exactly.
So many things going on, and I just don't know where to start.
Well, could actually be breaking news to the staff because the rest of the staff is Greg came in extremely early today. And when we say traffic, we don't mean like, zoom, cars going down the road.
Right.
That's more of traffic as far as commercials go into the system. They call that traffic. Yeah. And Greg does our traffic. He does our loading of commercials into the network spots. Not like local affiliates, but like to the network, what is fed down the line.
Yeah.
And he needed to load this week, and so he came in extremely early when nobody was here because he tested positive late last night. For COVID.
I should not be laughing.
And because Lisa's had it for a week.
Right.
And he's been fine all week long and still feels fine, he says.
That's why I'm laughing.
And ran 2 miles yesterday afternoon.
Sure.
Is trying to do a little bit better. And it was so late in the game, he didn't want to call me. He knew I was off in Georgia, but that doesn't matter. I could still have come in and done it. But he's like, you know what? It's better. I don't feel bad. Let me get in here when nobody's here, do what I got to do, wipe it down, I'm out. And that's what he did.
Yep.
So we're good for the week, but he is not here. And he said that he took an at-home COVID test that was –
He's regretting that decision.
Yeah, I know. That expired in June of last year, I think.
Oh, yeah. I bet it's accurate.
So he said it could be that it's just a false report, or it could be he's had it and just hadn't had any symptoms and he's coming out of it.
Yeah.
Or what, I don't know. So he's going to, but out of precaution, he just said, hey, I'll come in, do this, I'm out. And then I'll get a better test this afternoon because I feel fine.
Yeah.
And then we'll know officially how to play it.
Normally, when you take the time to run two miles or more,
are y'all hearing this breaking news? All right, can I tell? I want to tell Rick and Bubba who's on the logo of this. All right, so Greg tested positive for COVID late last night. So he came in overnight early when nobody was here and loaded commercials for the week and left. He took the test at home that expired last June, so he doesn't know if it's a bad test, if he's coming out of it. Did he just get it? He feels fine. Doesn't even have the sniffles.
Ran 2 miles yesterday.
Ran 2 miles yesterday. Yeah. So he's out. He's gone, and he's going to get a better test today, but out of precaution, he left. Anyway, hey, good morning. How are y'all doing? No, I've wiped down. I've wiped down everything. And so did
I smelled Clorox when I walked in the door.
Yeah. So all is good. How about I love telling Rick and Bubba things they don't know? Huh? And this is breaking news. I wish I still had the breaking news. You remember the little thing we used to play? This just in, breaking news. And we would play that when we had breaking news.
When I hit the door this morning, I was like, what is that smell?
Yeah.
It smells clean and fresh.
Oh, yeah.
And then I noticed that the door looked a little different color because it had been a little wet. And then I was like,
well, you know what I did?
What is he doing?
Well, you know, sometimes we'll grab the knob and then we'll grab the side of the door and go ahead and pull it open.
It's smart.
I went ahead and grabbed the side too.
No
I don't know what he did.
Unturned.
I think I acted like he actually licked the door or something. He probably didn't. Just probably touched one little spot of the door. But he is out, and so. But he feels great. He feels fine. I wouldn't say great. Nobody feels great at 3:30 a.m.
I was going to say I don't feel good.
Yeah. But I will just tell you that he doesn't have like, oh my gosh, I'm bad sick. Now he says Lisa is down and is in rough shape. Yeah. But the doctor told her, you know, she never had the alpha. She's never caught COVID.
I was afraid of that.
So the doctor said that this might be why she's having such a tough time. It's because it's the first time she ever caught it. So anyway,
we're off and running.
We are off and running, and so we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. You can always holler at us, and there'll be unscreened phone calls, of course, but we'll try to get you on if possible. Been doing that more here recently. Got a lot of updates. We'll start with Helmsy. I'll give you some updates, too, from my past weekend. But the last time that Helmsy was with us, he was bringing a dilemma that he had to the show and needed your help, and we'll talk to him about how that went and get an update from him. I had a very busy weekend this past weekend, so I have a lot there too. And the guys, as you just heard, they are here. Adler will join us shortly, and Greg out today. So there you go. The table is set, and we're off and running. Oh, and by the way, didn't see one game, but understand there was some heck of NFL games.
I didn't see it either.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you gotta go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. If you missed the first segment, boy, you missed a lot of updates there. Greg not here today. We'll see if he'll be back tomorrow or not. But he thinks he might have COVID, but we'll see. Lisa has had it, and she's had a rough time of it. He feels fine, but tested positive from an at-home test that was expired last summer. So he doesn't know what the deal is. But he just out of precaution, he's going to wait and get an official test today. So he's out. Rick, Bubba are here. I'm Speedy. There's Helmsy, and Adler will join us shortly. So when we were talking to you, Helmsy, Thursday morning really early, you were trying to decide, do I go to Eastern Kentucky and take the Lady Gamecocks up there and play? There was a lot of snow forecasted for that area. The northeast part of the state of Alabama and through Chattanooga and Tennessee, southern Kentucky, all had been hammered with wintry mix and Arctic blast and stuff. So the conditions were already a little icy, no pun intended there. But so you had to make a decision, and you ended up going. Yeah. So how did all that go?
Well, it went well. We little dicey on the way home, but not dicey because of the conditions, but dicey because I had to make some more decisions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we, as you, and I sent you guys video, we woke up Friday morning to just a ton of snow. Mm-hmm. But they handle it so much better up there than we do. I mean,
well, they get it a lot more, don't they?
You wake up to, you go to the restroom at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you open your window and look out, and there's already snowplows working and getting after it. And so you knew the main roads and to get to the university and the facility was not going to be an issue. We were eating breakfast there at the hotel. So the biggest decision was because we talked on Friday, we did an update, and the biggest decision was, what do we do after the match?
Right.
Do we try to come back home? Do we stay another night? And so we got finished with the match, and we had our little team meeting, and I told the ladies, I said, listen, here's what's next. I really don't know at this point. We're going to get y'all. They wanted to all shower because they didn't. Because I said, if you're wanting to shower for the ride home, we need to do it now.
Right.
Now you may shower and us just go back to the hotel. I don't know what that looks like right now, but we got to figure out. I need some time to figure out road conditions between here. I think if we get past Knoxville, we're good.
Okay.
But I got to figure out what it looks like between here, because it was still snowing when I'm having this conversation. And I said, I'm pretty sure the interstates are fine, but I said, we got to go over that mountain. There was even talk of going through Nashville, even though it'd be an hour and a half more, and coming back around that way because you didn't have to deal with the mountain.
Mountain.
And so they all got ready, and I'd kind of looked, and I'd reached out to a few people, and our audience is so kind, by the way. I mean, I had people 5 minutes from the campus emailing me, giving me the information, saying, listen, if you have any questions, concerns, whatever, please don't hesitate. I had people in Knoxville saying, hey, letting me know the information there. Of course, there's all kinds of apps and stuff, and every app I got on was saying, it's fine. And I was still nervous about it because it was still snowing, and I knew the temps were falling. They were going to have a night like we had where the temps were going to – so anything that landed was going to freeze at some point.
Yeah.
So we had dinner, and I just told them, I said, listen, here's what's going to happen. We're gonna rush through this Panera Bread dinner, late lunch deal we got going. We're going to get in the van, and we're going to drive. And the minute I don't feel like it's safe, we'll get over and get a hotel room. And there was even talks of us staying the night and practicing there because I was like, well, we could take advantage of this, stay the night here, practice in the morning, then when everything's – but my concern was all this stuff that's falling is going to freeze, and it's not going to let up till later on. So we got on the road, and I just hammered down. There were times going over that mountain. I don't know what it's – Mount Julie something, I don't know. But everybody knows in that area knows what I'm talking about. It is not – I feel like it's not safe when everything's perfect, much less when it's snowing. But everybody was moving at a nice pace. The interstates were dry, which was a good sign. And on the edges, you had your –
a beautiful drive, though.
Yeah, well, it had gotten dark, so it was kind of that was another thing. It was kind of tough. But on the edges of the interstate, you could tell there was ice and snow. And but we – got through it, no issues. Got to Knoxville, and between Knoxville and Jacksonville, it was perfectly fine. No problems
see a lot
at all.
Of barns and farmland?
I did. I thought about you. There was
Eastern. Did you want to pull over and go talk to them about what they do?
That and something about the snow. Guys, when I say they had snow, don't think it's a little dusting. They had 4 to 6 inches of snow.
Wow,
it was crazy.
Wow.
And there's something about snow in a red barn that just makes the picture look even better.
Isn't it nice?
And
frame it.
Yeah, if a deer would have walked out, it'd have been just the perfect little deal.
I might have teared up.
But listen, thank everyone for the guidance and thoughts and prayers and all those things that play into that. Don't think I take that stuff lightly.
Yeah.
When you take the time to email me,
they're the best.
Yeah, they are. So, but got through it and got back home, and then it was one of those things where it was late.
Yeah.
I had to turn in our rental van. I got the rental van. I tried something this time because both of our vans that we normally use were taken this weekend.
Okay.
And so I thought, you know what? I have more access to more different types of vehicles in Birmingham than I do in Anniston or Oxford.
True.
So I thought I'm going to attempt to leave my vehicle at the airport, get a van from there, go. That way, when I get to Jacksonville and just drop them off, I live 10 minutes from the airport, so it's not a big deal for me. Well, the problem is I had to have it back if I didn't have it back by 11:30 at night, it was the next time was 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Price did not change. It's just they were going to close up shop, and so it was like 11:18, and I had 15 minutes to the airport, and I'm like, you're not going to make it. So just go home and get up in the morning.
Accept it.
So I did. I went home and pulled up. First of all, I wanted to see if this van could get up and down my driveway. So you should have seen it.
Did you try that? You didn't park it up top?
No, I did not. Because it was dry. I mean, there was no storms here or anything like that.
No, I'm just talking about I
know. I wanted to see if it would. Amanda was, and I felt like based off what I had done with it before, that it'd be fine. So it was funny to see a 15-passenger van sitting in my driveway Saturday morning if you drove by. And so I got up at 6:15 the next day, and Amanda was up, and she said, hey, what are you doing? I said, I got to take this van back. And she goes, I'm going with you. And I'm like,
Okay.
yes, good. We'll make a morning out of this.
Yeah.
I get halfway to the airport and I realize I have left my key to my truck. So we had to turn around, grab my key, and and it was only 5 or 6 minute difference. It wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I realized it before I pulled into the airport parking lot. And so pulled in there, got it, and it was it was cold Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And so
I can tell you about that.
We had about a 100-yard, 150-yard walk from where we left the van off to get the truck. And so then we got the truck, and then we went to O. Henry's.
I thought I knew exactly where you were when I saw that picture.
Amanda's like, I want some coffee. And I said, have you ever been to O. Henry's? And she said, no. And I said, let me introduce you to it. She had never been there. As much as she's worked at Brookwood and been around, she's never even been in there.
Really?
So we went in there and had, an hour of coffee and hanging out and catch up time.
My boys
it was
love
nice.
that.
Yeah,
Matter
it's a
of
good
fact,
place.
they got we gave them a gift card. Well, that's one of their Christmas things is that they love that place.
It's a good little spot. And so we did that and hung out, and then Saturday, nothing but rest. And then we were back at it yesterday. We practiced yesterday and just did prep for what's next to come.
Yeah,
So,
well, good deal. Well, I'm glad you got back, and
Yeah.
thank you to the audience for helping kind of reassure
big.
you were doing the right
Yeah.
thing and what things look like. And it's always just such a blessing to talk to y'all when we need help, and y'all respond the way you do. We thank you for that. Unless it's a medical issue, then y'all scare us to death.
they do,
Right.
normally.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Find the link under sponsors. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no.
All right, we're rolling back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This portion of the show is brought to you by cbdistillery.com. cbdistillery.com. If maybe still not sleeping well, maybe you're hurting, you're stressed out, you can make a change. cbdistillery.com. Use promo code Bubba. Their targeted formulas, they are made for the highest quality, clean ingredients. No fluff, no fillers, I guess ingredients that should make you go, oh no, everything's clean. Just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. You can go to cbdistillery.com. That's cbdistillery.com. They have a 2 million customers and solid 100% money back guarantee. It's a source that you can trust when it comes to cbdistillery.com. You know that it's a good product. You can save 20% with promo code Bubba. You can find them at rickandbubba.com as well under the sponsors button if you'd rather go that route. But cbdistillery.com, 20% off. Use promo code Bubba. All right, so we're rolling through it. Greg not here today. We'll see how that plays out. If you missed any of that, he tested positive for COVID late last night, came in early this morning before most of the staff was here, knocked out some of his responsibilities. It was just too late in the process for him to notify any of us because of some things that needed to be done. So he came on in because he feels fine, he said, and he thinks it might have been a false positive, but he's going to go back and dissect that today, and just out of precaution went ahead and left. So good thing that you got back safely with the team. I've got a quick update there. This past weekend it was a lot of fun, but you experienced it Thursday, and we do it all the time whenever we finish the live show. I mean, we're extremely blessed to where we can have flexible hours outside of the live show. Yeah. But when you have flexible hours, you kind of always need to be available too, and we are. So, I flew out of here Friday after the show and after wrapping up a lot of the stuff that we have to do, and headed to go meet Tommy Lenore because we were going down to the Morgan Academy deer hunt we've been talking about. Yeah, I had to take one for the team and go hunt in the Black Belt country of Alabama, where they just have deer walking So you just, I mean, record-sized deer and great people. And so I go grab him. We throw all our hunting stuff in there. Now, if you don't know anything about Tommy, we have a little thing. It's called Speedy and Tommy Go to the Farm.
Okay.
Anytime we're together, then things will break down and we will lose stuff if you don't watch us. We'll have flat tires on the side-by-side, and we'll be miles from the farmhouse. We'll drop something and not know where it's at. We'll lose keys. We'll bump our heads. We'll cut our fingers. It's Speedy and Tommy Go to the Farm. That's kind of – so I knew – now it was Speedy and Tommy go on a hunting trip. And so I knew that something was going to happen. But I was just anticipating it because, well, you can't have nothing. So we take off, and, man, I pick him up, and it's just – you talking about farmland and barns, and I'm lefting and righting, and it's just a beautiful drive. Pick him up. We go through beautiful Isabella, Alabama, and just keep on heading south towards Selma, where we're on at Alex FM. Got to meet Paul Alexander and the crew with Alex FM. We thank him. Got to meet his son and wife, and just had a great time. And we thank him for all that they do for the show. We've been with them for quite some time now, and we appreciate that. So we get there, and, man, it's cold. Now, understand, for the forecast, we were talking about the fact it was going to be around 30.
Yeah.
With 25-mile-per-hour winds and higher gusts throughout the day. But the 20 to 25-mile-per-hour winds were pretty steady, probably 15 maybe to be pretty accurate, and then you'd get a gust. So we pull up to Morgan Academy, to the school, and there's just trucks everywhere.
I bet.
Which, that means everybody means business.
Yeah.
There's trucks everywhere. They got a nice big white tent with sides on it and heaters inside. Of course, that tent, if it could talk, it would scream, "Help me." Because it was struggling. But it was right outside the football stadium there at Morgan Academy. Had a nice open area. Go in and meet the folks there. They're so sweet. They're so nice. I think they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. And I'm thinking, I think I'm nice. And after leaving, I realized I got a lot to do. I'm not near that nice. But we met them and got the instructions. Okay, here's where you're going. First of all, they have food. They have lunch for you. So we dig in. Being careful, though, because if you're a hunter, you know this. Be careful eating too much before you go out, because you never know when you're out what might hit.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
But we meet everybody, and we met what I call the host family, and that is the local farmland owner that says you can hunt my property. And there was a number of those, because that's how it all works. Local landowners that either have a connection with Morgan Academy, or they're just nice people. They offer up their land to help Morgan Academy, because this is a big fundraiser. They have guys from all over the country come in, and I learned some back for the fifth or sixth time that pay to hunt and spend a long weekend with them. So I got to meet them yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday before we go out. The host family, Jamie, Wendy, Casey, and Lil Yeager. That was the host. That was the family that was going to allow us, the Yeagers, that was going to allow us to hunt. And at the time, it was Wendy and Casey, her daughter, that were there. And we start striking up the conversation. And she's like, well, if y'all are ready to go. Let's go. Let's get back to the house. There's already hunters there. They've been there for a couple of days from Florida. And if you're ready, well, let's go. So we're like, well, heck yeah, let's go. So understand how cold it is and how windy it is. Yeah. So we go and we pull up. Man, it is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the fields, the fields are so big that you can't hardly see the wood line on the other side of the field. You know what I mean? It's that kind of pretty. And we go and we get out, and it's just like, okay, this is it. This is it here. If Terry Wilburn was here, and the barn, they got barns, they got chicken. They got so many chickens, you don't know what to do with them. They got horses running places. It's gorgeous, man. And so we get out, we meet the other hunters. She said, y'all ready to go? We're like, yeah. So we do the quick change. And I felt like I put about 10 layers of clothes on.
Sure, you better have.
Can hardly bend my arms.
Yeah.
And so we make it out, and where they put us, Helmsy, where they put us, I thought that they were I thought that they were pranking us. They said, now look, you're going to be right up against the highway, but trust me, we've put a ground blind down, and there are tons of deer coming out on this field. I think it's G1 if you want to know, maybe G2. But it is right on Highway 22. And I thought, okay, yeah, it's all right. No, we pull up, and she pulls over to the shoulder, Highway 22, and go, okay, jump out, and the ground blind's like right there. And we're like,
honestly, are you thinking Garhole?
I'm thinking, okay, are y'all kidding me? Of course, we weren't looking at the highway.
Sure.
We were looking the other way. And the way the field is, it's got a hump. So if you're riding by in a car, you can't really see the field. So we're right on the top of that little hump, and it is just gorgeous. I mean, it is a field as long as – I think I glassed it. It's about 500-yard field. So you're hoping something comes down a little bit. So we sit down, freezing cold again. Understand how cold it is. The wind's blowing, the tent, the ground blind's hanging in there. We go, and Tommy and I were going to sit together on the first day.
Okay.
We were going to sit together and just have a good time.
Y'all cuddled, keep each other warm?
Well, it's funny you say that. Don't get ahead of me. We sit down. They gave him a little chair to sit down in. And I thought it was a cute little flowery chair.
Okay.
But we sit down, and he goes, "Oh no!" I'm like, "What do you mean? Oh no? Oh no! I forgot my jacket in the truck. You forgot your jacket in the drop-off truck? This is Speedy.
Tommy.
See, this is Speedy and Tommy go to the farm.
Gracious.
Now it's Speedy and Tommy go to the hunting blind." And I said, "What do you mean you forgot I forgot my jacket. Oh my gosh! Do you see my jacket? I don't see my jacket. Do you see my jacket?" Now we're loud. I'm like, "Tommy, we are hunting. We're not like."
How do you look?
Tommy, settle down, because we'd already unzipped a couple of the windows. He says, "I don't have my hunting jacket. I have left my hunting jacket." Text the group. "Do y'all have the hunting jacket in the very nice truck you dropped us off in?" Reply, "Yep, it's right here."
I bet they were happy about that.
Yeah. "Do you want us to bring it back?"
I would have said yes, I think, so early in the night.
But then we start seeing deer coming out. And I'm like, "So what are we going to do, jump out of the blind and run to the truck? And is that what we're doing, Tommy?" And I said, "I think you got to teach Tommy a lesson. Tommy's going to have to be called. Do you want me to hold Tommy?
Oh, my,
what do you want me
Tommy.
to do, Tommy?" And
they could have dropped it off on Highway 22, and y'all could have went up there and picked it up when the deer left.
Well, literally, they could have slowed down and thrown it out. You are correct. And we could have just run there. To be very accurate, I would say it's about a football field away from the highway, and that's pretty close. When you go by the highway, you would see the blind, but you just couldn't see the field that we were hunting. He froze. He was so cold.
That's miserable.
The wind was howling, but we saw so many deer. We saw a ton of does. We saw some small bucks, and right at dark, right when it's too late to shoot, and you can't quite figure out what it is, at about 300 and something yards, a whopper came out. You can just tell, big old dark body, big thick neck, and you could just tell, man, this is a good deer. This is a really good deer. But it was just too late and too far. We'd have ground checked it, and that's not the thing to do. And so, of course, he was freezing and shaking, and somebody, can we please leave, that kind of thing. But I cut some video too of him and I talking about him forgetting his jacket.
I can't wait to see that,
because we can't go anywhere. We can't go anywhere without something happening.
What a rookie mistake.
But it was an absolutely great hunt. And then we go back, and we know, okay, now on the backside of this, we got us a fish fry back at the high school.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a few words, get up with Tommy. And then we've got Matt and Karam Oaks, who own a cabin. And she's the assistant principal there at Morgan Academy. They've offered up their cabin in the middle of their beautiful property for us to stay the night, and then we wake up, come back, and hunt the Jaegers. That was the plan. And it was a great we go back, they've got catfish. They've got talking about a fish fry. They've got everything you could imagine, Helmsy. We go back and have the time of our life. I'll give you some more updates coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 42424. That's BREAK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, we're back. It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, wrapping up the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us. Greg not here today at the top of the hour for the main show. Just kind of recapping a little bit. We talked about the Morgan Academy Deer Hunt. It's their annual fundraiser for the school. And we talked about a lot of that last week, and that is what we're kind of recapping right now. But it was kind of cool because before we went out on the hunt and we met at the school, I was able to kind of tour the school a little bit and go see good friend David Moore, who is his classroom's right beside Tommy Lenore. But seeing them as teacher when I never do is precious, because all the students coming up to him and talking to him, and Mr. Moore, Mr. Lenore, and that was fun just seeing him in that capacity. But Brian Oliver is the headmaster, and Beth Pierce, the chairperson of the board, got to meet them as well, and just the kindest people ever. I thought, hey, one cool thing, you remember the Jaegers I talked about, Jamie, Wendy, Casey, and Lil? So we have drawings that night. They gave away all kinds of stuff. One of the things was a year of tuition for the school, and the Jaegers won.
Did they really?
Yes, and clearly we took responsibility for them winning. We did not draw, just so you know that, but we did tell them we brought them good luck. But just the greatest, coolest folks ever. So Saturday morning we get up and we have a great time. And, oh, my goodness. Okay, get ready for this.
Is this Lenore?
I think it is.
I hope he's got his jacket on.
Yeah. Tommy, do you have your jacket?
I have my jacket.
Okay. Just want to know. You're going to have to turn that down, Tommy. You know that.
I do.
Okay.
That was a little embarrassing, by the way, Rick. It really was. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So anyway, all right. So you leave your jacket. Hey, could you turn the radio down, Tommy? There we go.
It's down.
Okay, good. So anyway, we're recap. This is Speedy, and now Speedy and Tommy are on the air. This is kind of what we do. So we were just recapping everything. I was just about to get to the when we go back to Matt and Karam's cabin where you wanted to hold me because you were so cold.
Look, it was cold.
Yeah, it was. It was very cold. When we went out Saturday morning, Helmsy, I know you said you were running around returning vans and y'all had a walk or whatever. We checked, it was, I think, 19 or 20, and it said, feels like 11.
Yeah.
10 or 11. I can't remember what it was, which, again, why don't they just say it's 11?
That. If it feels like 11, it's 11.
Yeah, Tommy did not.
It's 11.
Tommy did not forget his jacket that day. Because he knew.
Go ahead, tell him you tried to take my man card because I would have carried with me.
Yeah, right. That's true. I was on him pretty hard Friday afternoon about forgetting his jacket. And he didn't call Uncle though. He didn't cry it. He said, "I'm gonna stay here and teach Tommy a lesson."
Yeah.
But
cuddled up next to Speedy.
You just had to be a man at some point in time.
Yeah, you had to. And we just had a blast,
Cold,
Tommy.
man.
And thank y'all so much for having me there. It's funny because, and I know you talked to the school about, they thought when you and David came down to teach that, you were going to give them the blessing, but it was the other way around. And really, I know that y'all having me there, they thought, oh, Speedy's coming. I can't wait. I was really the one that was blessed and had a great time. Just the people I met and the folks that we kind of encountered and the food that we ate and the hospitality that we were given. I was blessed. What a great weekend.
Yeah, our story from 2 years ago when Suzanne was so sick, and I had cancer, and there are not words to express how kind and generous and gracious, and I've told them before, whether they realize it or not, they were the hands and feet of Jesus to me and my family, and we received a blessing by being down there. That is one of the nicest places that I've ever had the privilege of being able to work. It is really and truly a family. It is, and so to be able to have you come down and just to get just a little glimpse of what it is that David and Trish and I get to experience every day was very exciting for us, because they are some of the kindest people that have ever walked the face of this earth.
Yeah,
it's a great school, and thank you so much, buddy, for just being willing to take time out from your weekend. I know y'all had a difficult weekend, and for you to be there was just it just meant the world to us.
Well, like I said, it was a lot of fun. I just love spending time with you and David, and then adding everything else to it. It was I was the one that had a blast. So hey, thank you, and I know y'all are going back in, and you're going to go right back to where I was. Can't believe y'all make that drive every day, but I'm sure it's a lot of fun, and about a 50-minute drive.
Right now on Highway 22, apparently it's a race with Dodge Chargers this morning because we've just been passed by two.
Okay.
And apparently they need to get to Selma before we do.
Right. And we can't believe how close that hunting blind was to 22, and we still were covered up with deer. They knew what they were doing, but at first we thought, okay, serious, Wendy, this is where you're putting us out. Yeah. We thought we were getting pranked. We thought we were going to get like 20 yards from the ground blind, and somebody was going to open the door and go, gotcha, but we sat down and we're covered up.
I know, we were. I told Suzanne last night, I think that in 3 hunts in that field, I saw 18 or 19 bucks.
Crazy.
It really is.
It was unbelievable, man. Yeah. Beautiful place. Yeah, and they are just, my gosh, what sweet.
Listen, they're going to let y'all come back. Calm down.
Well, the
Jaegers will be back.
Yeah, clearly we're in now. Hey,
so.
Y'all be safe, man. We got to go to break.
We will, buddy.
See you, Tommy.
All right, man. Yeah, we're clearly going back, but it was one of those things. It's just a our life. It's just a comedy routine. You can't make it up. Lil, which is both of those kids are students of Tommy's, and Lil, the youngest one, said, "Mr. Speedy, you don't understand. I help Mr. Tommy find his stuff all the time, every day. Like he won't know where his phone is. Hey, have y'all seen my wallet?" So this is kind of.
I think I would have liked Tommy as a teacher.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I didn't like too many teachers.
Right.
I think I would have liked Tommy.
I really wanted to go in there and write on David's chalkboard because apparently that's a no-no. I was wanting to. I couldn't find his chalk. He hid the chalk.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! With white trash Christmas.
Well, it is the season, isn't it?
Boy, it is. Merry Christmas, Bubba.
Hey, back to you, Rick, and everybody else.
Merry
Glad
Christmas.
to be back with you. A lot has gone on.
Merry
since we
Christmas,
left the
Speedy.
show.
Merry Christmas, Rick.
Merry
Bubba.
Christmas, Greg.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Hams. Merry Christmas, Adler. Merry Christmas, Tom.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas, Osama Big Noggin. So that's
there he is.
That's it. We're ready to go. All right, so you heard me lay it out. We will start Christmas today. I know we've got the 12 working days of Christmas. That starts Thursday, right? Is that right?
Friday, Thursday.
Right.
What's the 5th? When's the 5th?
It's Thursday.
Thursday. Today's the 2nd, right? Yep, that's right. December 2nd. So we're in December. It's official. Can you
believe it? I mean, it just seems like we did this deal. You know what I mean? And here it is again.
Well, losing the 6 days because of the Thanksgiving Thursday being so late this year, it's really thrown Sherry and I for a loop. We have not got Christmas decoration 1 up yet.
We've been there. Betty saw that on the calendar and went ahead and got the jump on it. Now, I had to tell some people at Thanksgiving that is actually a Thanksgiving tree.
Right.
But, Betty's part elf anyway. I don't know how she does it. I'm kind of afraid to watch.
Well, the Sherry was like, first of all, she was like, I don't want anything up until after Thanksgiving, but we forgot Thanksgiving was so late.
Yeah.
Because we were the host house for Thanksgiving as well, and we didn't have anything up, and then all of a sudden, she's standing outside last night, and I said, "You realize it's December 1, and there's not a lot on this house." and she was like, and I said, "There's no tree in this house, nothing." I mean, but it'll all come together this week, so we'll get it all done. The tree may be a little bit later. I don't know when the tree.
Well, we had a great Thanksgiving. I hope y'all did too.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was good.
Man, there was so much going on.
Yeah,
it's been a whirlwind. I'm kind of glad to get back here and rest a little bit.
Yeah, tremendous weekend. Sherry and I had a plan on how to get all the calories off from Thanksgiving, and we ended up out. We have I'm talking about a
little workout there.
A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful state park 10 minutes from our house. You know, I told you I love my location of my house.
Hold that picture right there, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
That is such a great picture, Sherry. I mean, it just looks so, you know, Americana there in the kitchen and all that. And if you were scrolling through Instagram, Betty had a picture on my phone that came up right after that. I don't know if you saw that one. But it just was a great transition in the way that we were celebrating Thanksgiving.
Yeah, which one was that?
The one with the turkey thing on her head.
Yeah, what was that? Was that a turkey? Is that what that was? I don't know. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. So we in that one right there.
But if you
see, I couldn't tell what was on her head.
I think that's actually a Snapchat thing you do. I'm not sure, but I was scrolling. What was funny on my phone?
Yeah, right.
I see Sherry's picture, and then Betty's comes up right after it. And I thought, well, we're kind of approaching it two different ways here on Thanksgiving.
I love her response to you. Good grief. Like, you doing this really?
Right. Yeah, see, I couldn't see the head. I didn't know what. I thought it was an alien hat or something.
I don't know what it is.
It has to be a turkey, certainly.
That's just Betty in action.
That's funny. Well, we had, it was funny also, I think, right out of the gate in our state, and, of course, in college football, one of the biggest rivals. I know a lot of people say Michigan, Ohio State, that there's nothing like it, but the Iron Bowl has spawned so many weird things in our state. But I think Bubba and I have to clarify right out of the gate, no, that was not Sherry and Betty.
In the bushes.
In the hedges.
Oh, my gosh.
At all, that I got so
my phone started blowing up.
Everybody was like, "Is that Betty and Sherry?"
I was sent that picture 100 times. Is that Betty?
We'll talk about
that Sherry?
We'll talk about the blondes who got caught in the hedges. The funniest line I saw over it was, "This is what happens when somebody said they saw a bottle of Chardonnay in that hedge somewhere."
That is funny.
That's good.
Yeah. So we'll. There's a lot to.
Man, I don't know where to start.
A lot to recap over the weekend. What I was saying is, when we were talking about those pictures, that is not Betty and Sherry.
Look, sticking your foot out, help me out of this.
That is not Betty and Sherry.
That's why they plant them, to keep you out of there.
Right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. Greg and I do not watch it. Speedy is all in on it. He loves the parade.
I watch it.
Bubba watched it. Did you watch it this time?
Mm-hmm.
You did not.
I do.
Huh?
Off and on. I don't just sit.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
So,
I don't like sit down. It's just in the background.
But you don't have to be ashamed of enjoying the parade.
No, it's just it's
all
Thanksgiving
about
morning to me. As you're running and you're hustling, it's just in the background.
Right.
It's just on, and every now and then you look over at it.
Yeah. So, well,
we had the story about the high winds, and are they going to do the balloons?
Right.
Speedy told me. I mean, probably one of the last conversations we had before the break, you're like, "There's some wind issues."
Yeah.
With Macy's, and they tried anyway and had some problems.
Yeah. They did. Over 3 million people were on the roads to watch it. And actually, we have a good friend that was there. Their family actually took a picture with Naked Cowboy Times Square, which was funny.
I had some people talking about that at Thanksgiving.
Yes, but the parade marchers were getting knocked down by a crazy nutcracker balloon that got caught in the wind.
So big time.
And, of course, y'all love stuff.
How about it? 6 minutes past the hour. Let's go. Another hour on another day, on another week. National Anthem gets us started. Seven and a half minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us from the Big Boy Studio. Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world on all sorts of technology, featuring but not limited to the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, radio stations across America bold enough to carry the Rick and Bubba Show, and you need to thank them for that. If you do not have a Rick and Bubba station, there's the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. There's another live option for you. Streaming for you on a free app, just go to the Rick and Bubba channel. Live show and archive shows there. Another live option is to watch us on YouTube. Hello, Tubers. Eddie Van Adler has that handled for you. He produces that. You also have an archive on the YouTube channel every day. You have an archive on the podcast channel every day. And then you also have an hour, best of hour, if you are a Blaze TV subscriber. That's an archive as part of your Blaze TV subscription. Just email back and forth with one of those subscribers that's the place where they found the show, and they were following up, asking more about it. So hello to Blaze TV subscribers as well. We do have Speedy and Helmsy. They've given you a kickoff hour. We had Greg for a very brief moment. We'll speak about that and continue that narrative. But first, we must bring in the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to another week of your buddies, Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing it together.
I'm nationwide.
Everybody, come on. ZZ Top. Bubba, we do have a lot to discuss. I actually talked to my brother yesterday, and, yesterday was a big day. If those of you who don't know what it's like to have a brother, just watch the Kelsey family last night. And you can see that sometimes your brother can steal the limelight. Your brother can be a handful. And apparently last night what we saw is your brother could be at a very important playoff game around your family and your new girlfriend, knocking back the cold ones shirtless. So that was that was quite the scene last night.
And watch your brother make heart signs up to his girlfriend.
Well, at one point, I guess I did notice that his older brother began to drink harder after that. But anyway, so that's the impression you want for somebody you're wooing, isn't it? That your brother was shirtless the whole game and chugging them back there behind you. And but anyway, the Kelsey family, I just can't quite get enough of them. Can you? So we had Greg here at the studio. He actually arrived. But he has been taking care of his wife, who was tested positive for COVID. She's never had COVID before, and she had a tough time with it, just from a sick standpoint, and nothing life-threatening, just feeling terrible. And so Greg has kept his distance and has felt fine. Even let us all know that he ran 2 miles yesterday when we were all doing like we do over the weekend, the hand check to see who all's coming back for another week. And especially during the cold and flu season, you don't know who's going to make it back over any weekend. But anyway, he decided, because he told us a minute ago, that he did get chills for a brief moment. Now, he left that part out on the list of I don't have any symptoms. And
he cornered
chills
us,
is
Rick.
a symptom.
Chills.
We were cornered. We couldn't get away.
Chills. That is a symptom.
Yes.
But anyway, so he said, but I hadn't had any since, and I feel fine. But I took a test. It was an old test. And so it tested positive. So we had to send Greg back. And we thought he was gone, to Bubba's second thing he's talking about.
Yeah, I didn't know what y'all were talking about when y'all kept texting going, he's still here.
And all of a sudden, Bubba and I are talking in our office, covering very important topics like a supper club. And so we look, and Greg is standing amongst us. And he's like, man, I don't know what happened. I just, and we're like, what are you doing here? And we start screaming, away, unclean.
Yeah.
And even Fauci's admitted 6 foot was a guess. and so.
Maybe more like 20.
You're right.
Yeah.
And so we. But he's so frustrated because he says, I don't feel bad at all.
We've been compromised.
Yeah. And we're like, well, please leave. And so.
Anybody got any vitamin C?
Yeah. So the plan will be. And it's all we can do now, guys. It's just put COVID on the list if somebody's got the flu, somebody's got, whatever. And so, he's going to go get a test at a doctor's office, that, maybe doesn't have a date that shows it expired, and get another test. And then if he has it, he'll stay till he feels better, like you do when you're sick, and he'll come back.
Yeah.
And if it tests negative, he'll come back tomorrow. So we'll see. Yeah, it is just... it's just crazy. There's a theory that he and Lisa had it at the same time, and Greg just didn't have as harsh as symptoms, and he's toward the end of it. Is it just starting? Who knows?
Yeah, because the doctor
Nobody
had
knows.
told Lisa, since she had never had it, and this is the first time she's ever had it, that's just probably why she's having such a tough time. But yet Greg's had it a few times probably, so he might not, be that bothered by it. But I knew something was wrong when I got here, and the first thing I hear from him is, look.
Yeah.
And I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, when he does that look.
Well, see, when you told us, Speedy, I thought he came in like overnight and left.
Well, he was here at 3:30 a.m.
Well,
and so he was trying to
but
knock.
the way you were saying, I thought he had already left.
He was hidden in the building.
Well, you want to know why? Because he had said goodbye to us, and I thought he left. But apparently he swung back through.
Well, he went to the bathroom because he was about to get back on the road.
Well, he said he was going out that way.
So he left COVID
and
for somebody else.
I guess he knew we had arrived.
So he come back.
So then he came back. I guess he wanted to do.
He wanted to see Big Brother.
He wanted to do a look to us. But yeah,
a look to us.
Yeah, look. But that is just it is what it is. I mean, right now, if you're in the world, you're dealing with and COVID will always be here to some degree. You're dealing with the flu, and of course, then you got RSV. All these things, but it's life. I mean, it's just part of it. Yeah. And so we can't all refuse to live. This is part of living. Yeah. And hopefully you get sick, you get better, and you get back to what you're doing. So we'll see. We'll come back. We got a lot to unpack on the program today. Stories from the weekend, big headlines, NFL playoff action. We now have the NFC and the AFC championship matchups ready to go. We'll cover that. Ron DeSantis has stepped out of the race. We'll talk about that. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yes. You better believe I do.
Look, so right now they're trying to control it.
It's bowed over.
And you got people trying to pull on it and tug on it. And you can hear the wind in the microphone of this video here.
It's crushing somebody. Get out from under
here
there.
It comes. This worker's going to come in here. He's going to run in to try to help. Look at them. They're pulling like it's tug of war.
Oh,
now watch this. Watch this. Right.
Oh! Wow, a knockdown.
Y'all not
and
love
the fact
that?
It's a nut
Y'all not
makes
love
it
that? Hold on.
Look,
listen to the crowd. Listen.
Now, keep in mind, the Nutcracker normally would be vertical. I mean, he's like laying down. He's just
Superman.
floating above the street.
Yeah.
Can I tell you what I loved about that is that the Nutcracker had pretty good form. He got him with the shoulder. He got his head outside. It wasn't targeting.
I'm looking at the people up front here. Look at them. It's like they're in tug of war here.
Yeah, look how many people are pulling on that. Let me help you out.
Oh, that's good. Hit their head, too.
Yeah, it went down pretty good.
That'll leave a mark.
Now, what about, you told me also Ronald McDonald had some issues?
Well, they had to retire Ronald McDonald towards the end.
Oh, man.
Unfortunately for old Ronald there, he had to leave the party early after being deflated along the route at 42nd Street because the wind tore him.
Oh, I thought Hoyt might have been there.
Yeah, no, that's good.
They kept me all week.
Let's see here. Here is what was left of Ronald McDonald. I've got a picture here for you.
Oh.
And so they had to go ahead and retire.
Where was the hamburger?
Looks like maybe is that his left leg? It looks like
it's gashed up pretty good.
Yeah, he had a big old cut or slit in his left leg and ended up losing the air, and they had to retire.
Same thing happened to him in Anderson one time.
Because of the
anybody seen Stovall?
Oh, that's good.
Because
Eric?
of the wind, we knew they were going to have trouble. And like I said, when we left, they didn't even know if they were going to be able to fly the balloons. But I tuned in just to see how the wind was affecting it. The ones I saw, they all had them very, usually they let them get way up.
Yeah, that's what
they
makes
had
it
them
great.
pulled very close to the ground, and it was jerking those people around. Like then, I mean, you see it looked like that was a team of people trying to pull that thing through the street.
I want you to talk about the fact we just saw, but now make it somebody you know. What if somebody you knew that you look on the footage
and they got KO'd
if somebody
by
said,
the
"Man,
Nutcracker?"
I think that's Helmsy," and also you look in the Nutcracker's throwing the shoulder into him and knocking him down.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, it slammed him to the ground.
Yeah,
too.
It did.
That's a big old balloon.
But how about
that wind?
I was telling the boys because we actually made it up to Huntsville, and that's when we saw the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. My parents had it on, so we're all getting in and gathering up. And when I told the boys there were over 3 million people on the streets, they were like, "Okay, whatever, Dad." But
that's a big number.
Over 3 million people.
That's a big
number. Who counted them?
That's a big number.
Oh, they can tell by how deep it is and how many blocks.
Yeah,
Hey, look, y'all must have got that number. Y'all must have got that
2.7.
Y'all must have got that number from Scott Dawson.
Rick, look at you. It's in your article.
That's a you, brother.
That's good.
Bubba knows that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Well,
according to the
that has
Daily
crown.
Mail, it said 3 million people were on the streets.
Let me give you this, Speedy. You put out the greatest Thanksgiving picture in the history of Thanksgiving pictures
Yes.
on Instagram. That picture of your family was I laughed so hard at that. Matter of fact, the thing I had fun with it was sitting around trying to guess what all the faces represented.
Right.
And like look at this picture that Speedy's put out.
Not since they showed the Supreme Court justices. Have we seen the picture?
Yeah, I know.
So I'm
getting you looking down.
Yeah. Well, this was in the slew of like 10 different pictures. I put this out on Instagram. What's Rick saying? And you got Winston the dog. That's Reg bottom right, and then Johnette on the other side of that black dog, Winston. Then you got Reese. I'm going right to left here. Then Tyler and JC, who are always cutting up.
Sure.
And then my mom, who was about 48 hours removed from major surgery, is sitting there. Can't believe that she's even out there.
Right.
And by the way, misjudged the forecast. It was a little cooler than I thought. Had some wind up in Huntsville. Then you have me and Terry, and then on the other side in the blue shirt there on the rocker is my dad, who's the only visually impaired one, and he's looking right at the camera.
Which makes it even better.
Yeah, and then you have my sister and brother-in-law, Mark. And
so with Johnette, I take it the dog had just done something?
Yeah, the dog had just broke in between her and Reg, and she was reacting, and then I guess everybody on that side was doing that. My mom was just sitting off, I don't know, I think she was just looking off into space because she was just
miserable
there, and like you said, miserable. I don't know what I was doing.
What kind
but
of dog
nobody.
is that?
I don't know. They told me, and I can't remember.
Its hair looks like it could play defensive back in the NFL.
Yeah,
they got that. It looks like.
And the look on Terry's face, maybe I know what you were.
Stories that we have to sort of lift the bonnet, as it were, and in a way that newspapers, aren't used to doing, and explain to people.
We're back. Everybody here today, but Greg, and we had him for just a brief moment. So we set Greg free. If he comes back to us, he's ours. If he doesn't, he never was. Okay, all right.
Rick, we were cornered. Good to get out.
Look. All right, so stories from the weekend. I have to laugh at this one, and we'll get to the playoffs and all that too. But this Ron DeSantis thing, can I tell you something? Donald Trump owns me. His way of the way he carries himself. It's just, at times it can be, frustrating, but there's also just the sheer joy of the hilarity of him.
Yeah.
Okay. And how, and just the way he acts.
That he'll go from somebody being wonderful to the scourge of the earth, or vice versa.
When I see that Ron DeSantis, which, I give DeSantis credit, I think he and Ramaswamy both came to the same conclusion that they have a future in the Republican Party, but this is the wrong year.
Yeah, this is
so don't waste it this year.
Right.
You get on board and try to see if we can't get the Biden administration removed before all of us are living in third world conditions. Okay, so when DeSantis gets up there and says that he's the superior candidate and that everybody needs to get behind him, that he's the best shot for the Republicans to turn this back, and a reporter asked him, will he now still be called Ron DeSanctimonious?
Yeah.
And Trump officially retires the name. He's retiring it. I'm now retiring DeSanctimonious because he got in line. I mean, he didn't say the part "get in line," but that's that's what it means.
Yeah.
For him to take a slam against you and retire it because you finally came to your
officially
senses.
retired, and then everybody claps.
Hey, listen, that's hilarious.
Yep.
That,
I mean, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit.
It really is. I couldn't believe it was real. To your point, I thought, well, this is not real. This didn't really happen.
Right.
And I'm now retiring DeSanctimonious, and he is now in good graces with me. That's really what he's saying.
And I'm sure we'll have that
until he
clip
says
later on.
Until he says something negative about me, then I'll go after him again. But I don't you agree? And you're kind of looking around now. So who's left? Nikki Haley? Is that it?
Yeah.
Does she think she's going to win?
I don't know. She tried to say last night that Trump got 50% and we got the other 50, so that means that 50% of the people are, open to maybe going.
And see, they're going.
Where did she come? That she's got 50%.
They have New
He got
Hampshire.
51% in Iowa, so that means that we got the other 50. All of everybody
so
together.
all those that didn't vote for him now vote for her automatically?
I guess so. That's in her mind.
That's kind of her math.
Well, you know what? That's the kind of stuff you got to tell yourself when you got to get up and go give another speech.
So they have New Hampshire coming up, which is a very small state.
New Hampshire.
And then they go to South Carolina, which is her home state, and she feels like she can do very good
for
there.
her.
And so you really have to look and reevaluate after South Carolina, probably. I don't see her dropping out before that.
No, that wouldn't make any sense. I agree. Yeah. So we'll see. But I think
and I think she thinks she's going to do good in New Hampshire now that the other two are out, even though they're endorsing Trump.
Well, really, what she's saying, and y'all both are saying it. It's not speculation. It is what she's saying. If you're anti-Trump, I now have your support.
Right.
And
I'm the alternate.
There you go. Of course, we need and I do understand people saying, well, when you say Trump's going to win against Biden, he didn't last time, but he ran. I think everybody thought the economy was so good that if we decided that we didn't like mean people, that it would be okay.
Right.
But now everybody realizes, oh wow, this decision for Biden was really a bad one.
Yeah. Elections have consequences, if I can quote Barack Obama.
So I think Trump does have that this next time.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what DeSantis was saying is it's time for us to get behind Trump and let's win.
Yeah. Well, the country we can't keep going down this road that we're on right now. The decisions we're making right now are so. Bubba, I'll use the quote that you love, asinine. I mean,
that's a word.
Yeah, I mean we can't stay on this path. I mean we're living in this. I know we use the word fake world a lot, but it's true. We're making decisions that are how far we've thought them out is I'm sitting at the control board is about from where I'm sitting to the meter.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We're not thinking about some of these decisions and their long-term ramifications at all. We're just living for the soundbite of the day that sounds like I'm being nice and kind and I love animals and want to save the planet.
Right.
And let me tell you something. Of course, you don't love animals when you blame them for destroying the world.
Listen, 4 more years of what we've had, by whatever name you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have people in Texas swimming the Rio Grande going to Mexico.
Yeah. Well, the insanity of it all, and you and Adler really unpacked it well on the climate change update.
I thought y'all give me more on that.
That's well, I really was. That what used to be funny.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not funny anymore. I mean, the first thing I thought of, I've been to some parts of Mexico, not too bad. But if you got money, if you got dineros, you can do pretty good. But anyway, that just what they were talking about with this idiot talking about rice, and we talked about it on Friday, and you and Adler both brought up. Now, see, this is when you see the insanity of it. We've talked about this. That people that tell you that your house is going to go into the ocean, keep buying land in the very spot they tell you is going to be flooded. Yeah. So that means they don't really.
If oceans are going to rise 8 foot, and you just bought property 4 foot above sea level, you don't really believe it.
We were told Friday that the way they have to kill the weeds and grow rice with the water that these, the decomposition of these weeds puts off methane gas, and then these same people will stand there and cry over the Everglades.
Yeah,
that we have to save the Everglades, which the Everglades is just all it does there is that. I mean,
it's a big rice field on its own,
right? And so they don't have any consistency because it's not thought through. There's no critical thinking in play whatsoever, and we can't continue on this path because sometimes some of us have to step up and look after our other citizens who are living in a world that is not reality, and they're naive, and they're going to pay a price. But here's the problem: we'll pay it with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one thing if somebody makes decisions that just affects them,
right?
But when people make decisions that's going to affect all of us, we have to get in there and see if we can't even protect those that are not thinking this through.
Right? No, you're right.
There's a lot of them,
right? Because something has to change, and it is sometimes sad that we're down to basically old men that may not be all that desirable company, but something's got to be done. You got to start thinking ideology right now.
Yeah,
you really do.
Well, you just, if nothing else, let me whittle this down again. Change. We can't go in the direction we're going. We got to try something else.
Yeah, just
I'll take mean tweets with it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I've noticed this, like when your power bill comes in, a mean tweet, doesn't make it rise in price. If it was lower than the other administration, a mean tweet really didn't cost you anything. It might hurt your feelings.
No matter of fact, mean tweets will actually make it go down.
It will.
It'll go the other way.
Yeah. I think over here I'd like to hold mean tweet and then the other hand lower utility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the mean tweet I can work through. I don't have to take a second job to overcome mean tweet.
No.
No.
I'd actually keep the lights on, fill up the tank, all that.
Right. So we're kind of down to that basic stuff now.
Yeah.
We're in too bad a shape to worry about feelings right now.
Yeah.
True that.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. The playoffs this past weekend, Bubba, we now know who will play for the NFC and AFC championship.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, yeah. She caught her in between a blink, I think.
Something was unpleasant around her.
Right.
If you are traveling and going to be around our fair city, make plans, or if you live here, to be at Christmas at Shades. It's my home church. If you've never seen the Christmas presentation, it must be a bucket list for you. 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. local time. It was a good game at times, but it was clear that Ohio State was the superior team.
Well, they've kind of dominated that rivalry lately, and we were talking about it earlier. There needs to be a win every now and then by the other team to keep it a good rivalry,
right?
Because it gets a little one-sided. Right. Sometimes it's not as much fun,
Georgia had no problem with Georgia Tech. We also had Clemson had no problem with South Carolina,
right?
And the one that there were two of them. Even though one did not have any playoff implications, the Mississippi State-Ole Miss game on Thursday.
The leg lift game.
Yeah, the leg lift game. I know that the young man has apologized publicly, taken full responsibility for what he did. This is going to be two games that we need some officiating help. and I guess this one's pretty simple. The reason why that they put the penalty on the extra point was because it was not excessive celebration. It was unsportsmanlike. Was it personal?
You can take it on the extra point or the kickoff. You have the choice. And most take it on the kickoff because there's time left.
Oh, I see.
And it's an advantage there. But they took it on the extra point because there was a few seconds left, so the kickoff don't mean anything.
Yeah, I didn't know that you had a choice. I didn't know that. So it was excessive celebration then? That was the call? Mm-hmm. Mississippi State wisely puts it on the extra point to make it now a field goal, and the guy missed it.
Yeah.
And Like I say, Bigelow was at the game. He was like, "That's probably." I don't know that was. It was an ugly football game, but it was probably the most fun football game I've ever been to. It was a lot of fun. So that, and then of course, Ole Miss's coach gets fired right after. Helmsy was showing me. I guess I was wrong. I kind of thought when he got the job, it was more of an interim thing anyway. But he'd just gotten the kiss of death, the pat on the back by the AD, like on November 22nd.
Mm-hmm. November 22nd. The athletic director Keith Carter. I'm so excited about Coach Luke. He's our coach.
Are you serious?
Yes. On December 1, Matt Luke has been fired.
Now, he was the interim, finished that year up.
Yeah.
But then they hired him.
Yeah, but I never, for some reason, I know he's a good guy, and he seems to be what I don't know if he's a good coach or not. I just never thought he was going to end up staying there.
He played there. He's home team all the way, and I had been around him a couple of times at golf tournaments, and I always thought he was a real nice guy.
Yeah, he seemed
thought it was good that he got a chance to do that. Now, keep in mind, too, Ole Miss, that has not been an easy gig because they had scholarship reductions and all that. So, in all fairness, I don't know that he's had enough time to make this happen considering the circumstances he took the job, other than this is some backlash from this event in the end zone.
I know, because I'm like you. I thought
seems
maybe
a little
next
much
year
to,
he would,
Yeah, next year probably under the microscope more. But I don't know. That's a little bit of a quick reaction, I thought, and the timing a little odd too. I don't know how much this hocking of the leg played into that. From all accounts that we had heard, this player is not a problem player. He just got caught up in the moment. And I think this is something that has kind of gone back and forth with both schools over the years.
He took responsibility.
Sometimes you get caught, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, what he did was bonehead, and
it was.
The thing, and I don't like to the word is. But when I heard somebody say, "This is the first time I've seen a team literally," and they used the word that urinate away a game.
You're right.
But they didn't use the word urinate. But anyway, and then of course instead of Ole Miss, they were calling it O.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
I was watching it when it happened, and when he did it, I thought, "Oh, that's funny."
Yeah, right.
And then all of a sudden I see flags flying everywhere, and I go, "Uh-oh, this could be
Yeah.
bad."
I wasn't watching the game until I got a text, and I missed it, and because I didn't see it until it was already over. Bigelow was like, "Dad, I don't know what you're doing, but you got to turn this game on."
And the number of pictures that were on the internet of that freeze frame of him with his leg hocked up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rick, I shouldn't be laughing at it, but it was funny to me. I'm sorry.
But I go back to what y'all said about Matt Luke. That I just thought that really almost like once they decided he wasn't going to be the interim, it's almost like I agree with what you said, all of you said. Yeah. We're back, and I know you can't believe that your accountants or if you yourself are starting to talk about taxes. I mean, you can't believe it. You're like, are they really asking me for tax stuff right now? And look, it won't be long till tax day is here for all of us. And I know a lot of you hearing my voice right now, you expected to have a tax problem. You didn't know what you were going to do about it. It's happened.
Ruh-roh. And
you think, well, that'll never happen to me. But it has. And now, you know what? What do you feel like? A criminal? Wow, that make you feel like a criminal. But you're not a criminal. You could be a victim of the system that can lead to feeling stuck and now being sure what to do, and you don't know what to do. You're uncertain to how am I going to fix the problem? Well, there's one thing that we can say with certainty, and we all know the problem is only going to get bigger. Now that we can tell you, it's not going to go away. And as tax problems mount, they just hang over you like a dark cloud. The IRS is currently mailing millions of pay-up letters. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not the millionaires? Well, that's simple. Millionaires have tax lawyers, and they know that you're going to have to pay up with interest and penalties. That's why, listen, I know it sounds gloom right now, but hang on. You need Tax Network USA. Go find out more at tnusa.com/Bubba. You need them now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. And something that Tax Network USA has asked us to make sure you're aware of, they've learned of a special limited time IRS offer to get you out of your tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer and make 2024 a positive year where you put any tax issues behind you. Call 1-800-245-6000. Again, 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Yes, we have the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, the NFC and the AFC championship matchups are set. I have not been following the NFL and don't usually until we get down to the playoffs, but from what I can hear and all the discussion and the experts, that the 4 best teams are playing. And they proved it on the field, had some close games, had some good games. But I think if you're just a fan of professional football, this 4 looks pretty strong.
Yeah, you'll have the Chiefs at the Ravens for the AFC Championship and the Lions at the 49ers for the NFC Championship next weekend. And we had a great game last night. I got to catch most of it. The Bills, the Chiefs at the Bills. And, you know, every time they play, you just have that feeling like, you know, this is going to go down to whoever has the football last. And it was another exciting game last night. And the Buffalo had a chance to tie it up, Rick, late in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
And the field goal kicker missed the kick.
And look, 44 yards, not even close.
It tailed off to the right.
Plenty of distance.
We were watching it, and your initial thought, the way it goes off to the right, is the wind blew it because they had real bad wind. But if you look at the flags on the goalposts, they were not really blowing. So I don't know if that was just the way the ball went.
We call that a choke, Bubba, and I'll unpack that more for you in a minute.
And it was cold. Look, I don't envy anybody trying to kick in that weather.
This Bills fan, I want you to look at him as a Vikings fan. And, you know, because y'all have a lot in common, because you get there a good bit, but you can't quite get over the hump. You know what this crying is right there, in my opinion, because I watched it and I stared at it on the big screen.
I'd be careful. His tears are going to freeze.
Right. But what this Bills fan is doing, he realizes their quarterback is phenomenal, okay, even though he did miss some people for the win. But now a lot of credit to the pressure up the middle. He's thinking to himself, I don't know how much better a team we could put on the field, and we still can't get past this.
Yeah.
And I think he's just crying in despair, going, you can't say we need more players. We have great players. We have a great team. We were able to get Kansas City in our place.
Yeah. You know what that looks like to me? I just lost a lot of money.
Right.
Why did I bet on this game?
The Bills and the Chiefs have got quite a rivalry going, and another oddity to this: the Bills are 3-0 when they play in the regular season, but in the playoffs, Kansas City's 2-0.
Right. Yeah.
So
I heard last night that when they got into this game in the last 6 games, they were 3-3. And this was game 7.
Yeah, the seventh matchup.
Now I'm going to go back to
but those playoff games really count more.
Yeah,
because you don't get to play anymore if you lose those.
No, you don't. So the kicker, Bass.
Was you listening to the play-by-play?
I was.
They jinxed him.
They did.
Can we hear it on this?
That's where I was going. They were talking about how he was struggling and how the team had said they're sticking with him, by golly, and he's going to kick a game winner for us. Or a big kick, and we still believe him. They just told us he was 1 out of 3 in his last game, I guess. And they were saying that the Bills said, by golly, he's our guy, and we're sticking with him, and he's going to make a clutch kick for us. That's exactly, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what the play-by-play team said as he gave us a shank-o-matic.
Here it is.
No, shank you.
I don't have the lead up to it, but here it is. And afterwards, he says something quite cutting to all Bills fans.
The wind is blowing to the right. Look at those.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's on this end. Look at the ones on the goalpost where it's going.
Right, but I'm just saying the wind's blowing to the right.
He will. 44 yards. Bass. No, he doesn't make it. Wide right. Wow. The 2 most dreaded words in Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
Wide
right. There's some history there.
No, shank you.
That was the Super Bowl miss.
Yep.
And then the irony,
Norwood,
when they put all these silly statements on the back of their helmets.
Yeah.
The irony that he sits down dejected because it cost them the game.
Yeah, it was.
and his helmet has "Choose Love" on the back.
Oh my!
And there's Greg.
We could not text quick enough when we saw that.
The Bills fans will not take that choice, but thank you. Them throwing snowballs at the Chiefs, that was awesome. And the Bills Mafia, they're another breed, but they just can't quite. They just can't. I'm with you, Bubba. We have got to find some way, and I don't know if they just need to declare it and not let anybody else even play. Let's just have some sort of Super Bowl that lets the Vikings play the Bills and let one of them win.
Rick, I don't want that to happen.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
Because I know who will end up losing.
Right. Look on the back of his helmet. Choose love.
Yeah.
God, the irony of that.
Yeah. Well, there's other ironies about that name there.
Yes, there really is.
You don't think the Buffalo fans are not going to replace that beat.
Oh, yes.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I can see the shirt now. Kiss my bass.
Yeah.
Choose love.
Goodbye. Choose love. No, he's done. He won't play for the Bills anymore.
No.
Because I heard that background about he had been kind of struggling.
Yeah.
And you struggle and do that. Now, if you had been doing great and that's all you missed, you might be able to come back. But the Bills fans do not want to see Bass on the back of that jersey next year.
No.
They want another kicker.
Yeah.
And
look, how about the Detroit Lions? They make the NFC Championship game for the first time in over 30 years.
The Lions have been so bad for so long, it just looks strange. I remember them playing when I was a kid, when Greg Landry was their quarterback. They were in the playoffs one year against Dallas, but they get booted pretty early. And I remember during the Barry Sanders years, they were in a wild card game or two, but it was nothing like what they've done this year. That coach they've got, he may be the best coach I have seen in a long time.
I didn't get to see any of it, but
pull back on the reins over there now.
Buccaneers gave him a scare for sure.
Yeah,
but
Baker played pretty good.
Yeah,
Little Bakey had a good year, didn't he?
Well,
he
did.
Of course, he threw the pick right at the end.
Sure.
I like Baker. I really do.
I do not.
I'm starting to like him more because he's growing up.
I wish
finally.
To me, he was going to be the more sensible Johnny Manziel when he came out, and he just never has really dug in and he's got all the enthusiasm in the world.
My biggest fear is
he still makes some bad choices.
My biggest fear is I'll be stuck in an important game with Baker Mayfield at quarterback and Tony Romo on color. At Baker Mayfield, Jim. At Baker Mayfield, Jim. Hey, Tony, if you say Jim one more time.
Oh, I mean.
He'll Jim you.
Hey, Jim, you're not, Romo, you're not talking to anybody else. You don't have to say Jim.
Everybody knows you're talking to Jim.
How about this, Tony? Tony. Every single play is not controversial.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim. That might be a fumble. It's not a fumble. I don't know, Jim. He may be out. And it's like every single thing. Tony's like, he thinks we need to go back. And you know who he's the biggest bip for? And y'all know this because we've been doing this. And Bubba, this is your world. You know it well. The truck can't stand him. He's constantly ordering the truck around on what they need to do. Oh, hold it right there. Stop. Come back.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Let's see that again.
Yeah, freeze it. You see that? You see that right there, Jim? Now go for it. Stop. Come back. Whoa, right there. You think the truck didn't say, hey, can somebody tell Romo to quit ordering this around?
What they ought to do is wire him a button up there. He can do it himself. Yeah. Give him a jog button. Let him
see, you've been there. You that is a bit.
Hey, where's the jog button? Plug it in.
Oh, I'm loving this, Jim. I'm loving this, Jim. Watch out. They're coming.
There was one time he told them to stop, and they didn't. I don't know if you saw it when Kelsey scored.
Because they're tired of it.
I saw the replay of that. He goes, "Stop it right there!
Stop it right there, Jim! Jim, they're not stopping it, Jim. I asked you to tell them to stop it right there. I want to draw on it."
Taylor Swift was there.
Oh yeah.
She got unhappy about a call at one point.
Yeah, she's partying with Jason.
Here's Taylor Swift, Jim. I'm a Swiftie.
Rick and Bubba.
That his coaching, like your chance to coach a team, had not really begun.
Right.
It's almost
especially with the sanctions.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Let's get through that,
right?
And then let's see if you're a coach.
Building, right? And the good news,
I thought he was under zero scrutiny.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did too.
At least maybe start next year.
I was a little shocked when I heard that he'd been released. Thought that might be a little quick. That's funny.
Well,
it's wrong, but it's funny.
Cost you the game.
Yeah, it did.
Right there, does he realize he's fixing to cost him?
But anyway,
now look, the kicker should
I was
have
about
made
to
the
say,
kick.
let's go
He
by that.
should have
Are
made
we not? I understand you back it up, but it's still not a hard field goal.
No,
He
wasn't kicking it from 55.
It is under that pressure, though. I mean, you got. I mean, it's like he tightened up a little bit.
You talking about like the iron bowl?
Yeah.
Rick,
I mean,
Rick, who wants to be a kicker and why? Let's just look at that.
nobody.
The glory versus the downside of that. That's a terrible job.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah. Now I'll give JC, my middle one, props. He said he's going to miss this. You have just. Hey, thank you, number 8.
Right.
You have just cost your game, your team the game.
Yeah. So that one. Then you get into the Iron Bowl, which turned out. Now there's so many things about the Iron Bowl. If you would have, that's Auburn, Alabama, for those of you that may not know. So, and that game is just bizarre, especially if they play at Auburn. Some of the weirdest things have happened. So, I would, if you had come to me and said, hey, Rick, you don't know anything about the game, but Auburn has scored 40 points, I would have, first of all, been in total shock.
Right, because they haven't got anywhere close to that most of the time against a good team.
Of course, I'd been saying all year Alabama's defense isn't very good, and they proved it again. But I would have said, well, they must be winning the game. Because their defense is so good. Right. And then you would say, no, they're behind by 5. I'd be like, what? You know what I mean? Because I thought with Auburn's defense, if Auburn could score 40 points,
wouldn't be close.
They would be up by 20.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, especially with the backup quarterback at Alabama. So that game was shocking in many ways. Both offensive performances were shocking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I will give Alabama this. No one has handled Auburn's defense the way they did.
No,
that was shocking.
Let me give you a couple of numbers here. During the year, the most points they have given up was 24.
To the best offense a lot of people think in the country.
Yeah.
And
that had 90 snaps against them.
And Matt Jones, who I know this is going to sound strange, and we've talked,
Mac, M-A-C.
Mac Jones, which is going to sound strange, that when you give up 2 pick sixes, you go, well, how could you have a good game? I was amazed at how good he played. He rolled up 515 yards of offense and 38 points. The other came on kick return. And he took some hits, legal, that I thought just don't get up.
He threw a couple of touchdowns. He didn't see the end of it.
No.
Right.
He had somebody laying on him. And I thought for him to come in and not have the snaps and not have the reps that, a starter would get, he played amazing.
I thought he played, I agree with you 100%. I thought Alabama's offensive line against what many said was the best defensive front in the country. He was never – he got hit after throws, but he wasn't really –
There wasn't a lot of sacks.
Not a lot of duress, and they could run the ball. Yep. I mean, Alabama ran the ball on Auburn. Of course, they've got a great running back, but they also had some space in there for him.
This game just
515 yards.
It had
and then lost the game.
It had
against
so
an
much.
offense that hadn't done anything all year.
It just had so much. As the game progressed, you thought, well, it can't get any better than this, and then something else happened. Yeah. It was just I tuned away during a commercial break stupidly to get an update on that Minnesota game just to see what was going on.
Right.
And then I heard the boys screaming from the loft, and I'm like, well, dadgum, Alabama's already ran one back.
It was
it was just within seconds things changed, and it just kept on going.
I got up to go to the bathroom with about 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. There was 4 touchdowns scored while I was gone.
Right.
4. In a game, most of the time you don't get out of the 20s. The over and under got completely blown away.
It was unbelievable, and there's more.
4.
Obviously,
while I was going to the bathroom.
Yeah, more unbelievable moments as well. We'll discuss those when we come back. All right, as we make our way back, we're talking about the ball games now from the weekend, and we've gotten down to the Iron Bowl, which was one of the most bizarre. Mississippi State and Ole Miss bizarre as well. But to playoff implications, Alabama's still trying to hang on to hope that they could find their way into the 4. That hope was dashed and is no longer. The loss to Auburn, they now have no path to the Final Four. But there were some strange things that always seem to happen in these rivalry games, and the Iron Bowl has got a history of bizarre plays. And one of them came with halftime coming up, and it did end up being a 3-point ball game. So, but Auburn's kicker made a 52. Don't miss. So NFL playoff action over the weekend. And, I know the stories in the NFL, if you follow it, I know one that we just can't get enough of, and that is, I don't know if y'all know this, there's two brothers that play in the NFL, and their mom wears both their jerseys like split down the middle, and she's zany, and everybody loves her. And one of them's actually dating Taylor Swift. I don't know if y'all know that.
No, really?
Absolutely.
Taylor Swift?
Yes,
What?
Absolutely. And
was she there last night?
and so the couple of things from last night, we can't decide whether the older Kelsey brother is retiring or not. Is it official yet? He keeps retiring.
Well, we thought he had, and then he said, "Hold on just a minute," and then I don't know that we know.
So none of us can get enough of this Taylor Swift, Travis Kelsey story. I know I lay awake at night waiting on updates, but when your brother comes to the game. I'm looking at this, and I think to myself, I know how this feels.
Greg knows how this feels.
Yes, he has many times. We have both known how each brother has felt.
Yeah.
And then of course, the Swifties just you have to have an awe moment. And you were telling me that Travis Kelsey scores and does a little heart for his
right there. You say he does that up to the booth, and I thought when I saw that,
isn't that precious?
And
I
see,
love
this is a thing that Taylor does to the audience a lot of times. So clearly, and then she blew him a kiss back.
Well,
if you saw
she had to
that,
push the brother out of the way.
I did not see that because I thought now see how his brother blowed him kisses.
Right.
Who you mean, Big Yeti?
Big Yeti.
And what a great nickname that is, Big Yeti.
She also got very upset on what should have been a pass interference call, and of course they zoomed in on her and what she said. I mean, obviously adults are going to cuss from time to time, but I couldn't believe how obvious she was with what she was saying
really?
because of a pass interference.
Well, how about that?
Yeah.
Well,
she was really into the game. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, and it was the whole deal with that. I still am a little taken back by the brothers' behavior throughout the game. It was
well,
so,
he seemed to go from 0 to 60
he really
quick.
did.
That's the play ad.
If maybe
that's in the game.
Yeah,
No.
but it's okay. So this was coming. I guess they were just showing it last night, but this did.
Oh, yeah,
you got.
all right. Okay.
Point still stands. She gets intense up there.
By the way,
she actually knows what's going on.
Kudos to Kelsey for the flop.
Yeah.
That was quite a flop.
It was.
So, and I know some of y'all, and you may not know this. They had their first fight. There was some discussion about that after a loss with the Chiefs, he was in a bad mood, and he actually kind of popped off to her and hurt her feelings. Matter of fact, they gave us a date on that. And some of the because you have to be updated on all that.
Sure.
So they had their first boyfriend-girlfriend fight. Just those of you that are worried about the NFC and AFC championships, I want you to know that.
I will say this: this has gone on way longer. Going on way longer than I thought it would.
Yeah. Jason Kelsey, shirtless Jason Kelsey, don't forget. He brought
completely shirtless.
Brought a little fan to the box window to meet Taylor.
Okay.
So you love to see it.
Oh, now he's out in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
He
got out of the booth.
Yes, he jumped out of the booth, went into the crowd, shirtless.
Okay.
Please look. Please look at his grin.
Don't forget, it's 22 degrees. Okay. Yeah. And with a wind chill factor of something around 0. And he's my favorite is when they would try to show the lovebirds, because none of us can get enough of that. And in the background, he would be chugging another one.
Yes.
I mean, completely, just not a sip, shirtless, and just so loud and so bearded.
I wonder if his wife.
He was cutting up.
I wonder if his wife is thinking, "Hey, listen, if this is the way retirement's going to look, I'd like you to play."
Right.
Yeah. Well, this tells me he's not going back to Philadelphia because he's got a toboggan on, the Kansas City Chiefs like little toboggan, and he's drinking. And I know he's supporting his brother.
Yeah. Sure.
But how mad do you think the Philadelphia Eagles fans are after the way they played and the way that ended? And now he's got a toboggan on for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Please look,
y'all. He is having the time of his life. Please look at him. That's a big man. You don't realize how big he is till he jumps down,
large.
Like to normal sized people.
Large and in charge.
Look, he just pulled a beer out of the crowd.
Yeah,
he looked back in.
Yeah,
that's a big man jumping up. By the way,
it is.
Through the window.
Yes, my goodness,
y'all. That is. And I can't imagine because they're because we can't get enough of the coverage of them.
No.
And so what I'm thinking to myself, because I didn't see her there, I could be wrong. It doesn't look like Jason's family's with him.
Doesn't.
Because. And his behavior doesn't look like they're there either. But what I'm thinking about is, some people can go off and cut up a little bit, and their wife may not know. Your wife sees this. Right. They can picture you're home with the kids, and you're kind of mad that he left you with the kids.
Yes, yeah, because he's retired and he's supposed to be here with them.
Yeah, because he could have. In that special I saw, she does get tired of that.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And all the stuff they do, and leave her with the kids.
Yeah.
And so. You're watching the game, and they cut to the press box, and you see your husband shirtless chugging one.
Yeah.
And you're like, what in the world are you doing?
Probably looked at Terry.
There he is.
Look what you made me do.
They're trying to
please look behind.
Look in the background. Look in the background. He's finishing off another one.
Poor Taylor's been put in a headlock by Mahomes' wife.
You think he walks into the house and don't blame me? He's playing.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm sorry. I'm just giving you Taylor Swift songs.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that.
Well, Adler does because he's a Swiftie.
Yeah, that's a good one, Speedy.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes. So it's. I don't know. All I can think about, because we're all husbands here. All I can think about is, man, he's in trouble. If she's at home watching this right now, because if you're sitting there and you keep your clothes on and you're kind of watching the game, and look, you're doing things like, come on for your brother. Your wife probably is okay because he wanted to be there. It's championship. Mm-hmm. But if she just keeps seeing you shirtless, chugging back beers, jumping in and out of the press
his
box,
wife was on. In the press box.
Was she?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't see the game.
So. I didn't know. I had no idea. I'm just saying his behavior made me think they weren't there.
That's what I would think.
So you're thinking that is not the wife's with me behavior?
Yeah. They definitely had a babysitter.
No, I don't think it. Yeah, now there's no way the kids were there, or at least I hope. Because how kids, how come y'all can't sleep anymore? We keep remembering what Daddy did. Why did Daddy take his shirt off and drink in front of everybody?
I know you were troubled.
Why did he jump out of the window?
Right. Mommy, what does chug-a-lug mean? I never heard that. So
why does he keep pounding his chest?
Is Daddy retiring? Is he sad? Are we the reason he's drinking? So
expect this in my wildest dreams.
Right.
That's good, Speedy.
I
don't even listen to Taylor Swift anymore. It reminds me of Daddy. Top of the hour.
This is delicate.
Yeah, he won't stop screaming. He's just screaming and chugging and screaming.
Is it over now?
Some people are saying, what does it look like, Rick, for you to see Hurricane Rick being acted out?
It's not a good feeling.
Now you know how we all felt, Rick.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talk about this. Have you sat around lately and thought to yourself, what am I doing with my life? Well, what if you were doing something positive with time on your hands? It's our precious, most precious commodity. And a lot of you out there have asked for advice. How can I spend my time wisely? Well, let me tell you, you could improve yourself and the people around you. There's a great opportunity right now. Hillsdale College. History, economics, great works of literature, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution. Are these things that you studied in school? If you've been to school in recent time, you probably didn't. Or even if you did, it may be time for a refresher course on these things. Time and technology have changed a lot of things, but they've not changed basic fundamental truths about the world and our place in it. So if you think, what am I doing sitting here scrolling through Reels and TikTok and watching ridiculous content on TV that's just mind-numbing, don't waste the precious little time that you have on that nonsense. Why don't you invest in learning something new and inspiring? We're really excited. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses in the most important and enduring subject. You can learn about the works of C.S. Lewis, the stories in the book of Genesis, the meaning of the U.S. Constitution, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, or history of the ancient Christian church, with Hillsdale College's online courses, all available for free. I'm going to say that again, for free. Now, here's one I would really recommend. I think now more than ever, we need to know our history as a people of faith. They've got a course. It's an 11 lecture course called Ancient Christianity. know the history of the church. You'll study inspiring stories of Christ, his apostles, and through the first centuries of Christianity. And you will love it. And you can move at your own pace, okay? So why don't you go right now? Go to hillsdale.edu/Rick Bubba. Put us together to enroll. hillsdale.edu/Rick Bubba. There's no cost. It's easy to get started. That's hillsdale.edu/Rick Bubba to register. Now, the young man did have to make a 52-yard field goal with
struggling the last few games.
With a rushed snap with 1 second on the clock. But obviously, we'll start this. Saban did not think the second should have been allowed, or they shouldn't have had time to get the snap off. So we'll hear that, and then we'll hear an official explain under our new rules, if you review something, how this all works.
Yeah, this is courtesy of CBS, ESPN, and the SEC Network. It's the last play. The SEC Network has Matt Austin in there. He's the white hat, actually, of the Kick Six game, if you'll remember that one. He's now an analyst, a 15-year SEC referee, and here it is.
31-24. Now, watch the clock. Last drive here in the first half for Auburn. Whitlow taken down. The clock ticks to 0, but Gus says, wait, there's a second left. They review to make sure there would be a second left. It's determined there was. On comes Anders Carlson, who drills it from 52. Nick Saban is livid. Why is Nick Saban livid? His team up 4 at the end of the half, but here he is going into the locker room.
Coach, how was that situation just explained to you?
Well, they said there was 1 second on the clock, but it's a live clock, so if they stop the clock, there's no way they could snap it and kick it in 1 second. If you clock the ball, you got to have 3 seconds to do it. So I don't get it, but it is what it is. We just have to keep playing.
Time to bring in our SEC rules analyst, 15-year SEC official Matt Austin. You heard Nick Saban. What's he so angry about?
I think Coach Saban is confusing a couple of rules here. There is a rule that at the end of a period, if there's 3 seconds or more on the clock, then you have enough time to possibly get up, lined up, spike the ball, and possibly have enough time for another play or two, depending on how quick you do it. If there's only 2 seconds or less, there's only going to be one more play no matter what. You come up, you spike, you snap the ball, you've got to run a play. If you spike it, the game's over. So 2 seconds or less, you got to run a play. 3, you can try and spike it and try and get another play.
But in this situation, Auburn did not have to spike the football because it was reviewed. They had their unit on the field, play for, right?
That's correct.
Start the clock, bang, play runs. How was this handled relative to how it's supposed to be handled? Was it about right?
Absolutely. The officials did everything the right way. When they saw the receiver was down and it was a first down, they stopped the clock. Now, the problem is there's a human factor involved in stopping the clock. The official has to see it, blow his whistle, know it's a first down, stop the clock. That takes a second or two. Then the clock operator has to react to that. You can see from the replay that he hit the ground with 1 second, so there's not 2 or 3 seconds to get the clock stopped. That's the problem with instant replay in this matter, is they actually were able to go back, see exactly when he was down, see it was 1 second, so they properly put the second back on the clock. Now the clock's going to start on the ready for play, and the officials gave Auburn a chance to get fully lined up, get ready to go, and the split second that the official blew the ready for play and wound the clock, they snapped the ball, so they got it off.
But I think so. Really, it was the replay. I mean, if it had been called correct on the field, the clock would have run out. They would have stopped it for a minute to get the change moved, and then wound it again. And the odds of Auburn getting their field goal team on and a snap off are none. So the only way they were able to get the snap off was because of the replay.
It's another example how technology is affecting the game now.
But it was the right call under the rules, the current rules.
Now, Matt also made a point that if this had happened at the end of the
Thank you, Ken Osborne. There we go. Another hour. Thank you for being with us today. Things that you need to know looking at the week going ahead. Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be in Hendersonville coming up this weekend. Long Hollow men's conference. Robbie Gallaty was on with us last week, the pastor there. And men are coming from all over the Nashville area to be with us this weekend. I'll be honored to join David Pollock, Scott Dawson, Robbie Gallaty, a bunch of Tennessee people, players that I didn't know them, not being a a Tennessee fan, but I know many of you do. That was quite a list. And looking forward to being there. They got a lot of cool stuff they'll have out there for men just to enjoy. And we'll be there coming up this weekend. Don't forget to visit in the lobby. I'll be there all weekend long. themanchurch.com. We'll be set up with all of our resources. And you can find out about our strategy that's being implemented in churches all over the country and even around the world. And we'd love to talk to you about the incredible feedback from this strategy that seems to be producing fruit everywhere it's implemented. And, of course, we're excited about that. So that's coming up this weekend, so make plans to be with us. Bubba, we got a special birthday today. Dear friend of the program, Jordy Henson. He and his family have meant so much to all of us here. And, of course, we talked about, and Jordy's been on the show, about his ongoing battle with ALS. So these days like today, and the family all walking through this together, when you're thinking to yourself, today's my birthday and I've got to go to the Mayo Clinic.
Yeah.
But the way that Jordy and his family have always carried themselves and continue to carry themselves through this is continuing to impact so many. I'm so thankful for God sending him into my life. He was one of the many people that played a key role in kind of discipling me early on in the faith, and he's just a dear friend, and just wish him a happy birthday today. And he's also a lot of fun.
Amen.
I mean, a lot of fun.
He is. He's a big cut up.
He is.
We love Jordy.
So I was kind of paying attention. We know that one Michael.
I didn't know he was 85.
No, I did not.
No, that's surprising.
Yeah. I didn't know that Michael Helms, Coach.
What about it, Coach?
Bullethead. And I would ask you, Helmsy, to forgive me as your friend, but I was kind of putting it together on my own over the weekend, getting these updates from you, because to me, you've been coaching at Jacksonville State for a good little clip.
Yeah.
But it had never dawned on me that you're just now getting into your first ever season.
Correct.
See,
yes.
For some reason, I guess with all the fall play and all that kind of that threw me a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I want to just say, and I think the whole team, we feel the same way. Congratulations on your first win as a college
Division I.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Way to go, Hale.
Thank
All right, Coach. Hey, I won.
Make you like it, EK.
Say it, Donkey.
The fall, we do play a season in the fall, but it's more individual.
Is it exhibition more?
It is, and it's not a lot of team events like we do now. It's just invitationals and regionals, and it's almost like they're playing a bunch of tournaments is what it is. And so you don't get into the team play until the spring. And so here we are, and so we played last weekend in Starkville and this weekend at Eastern Kentucky, and we pulled out the W.
Well, nothing says let's get in there and let's have some tennis quite like 4 inches of snow. And so
Ain't that right?
So you had to take the team and drive them from Alabama to Eastern Kentucky. Is that correct?
Yeah, Richmond.
So
Kentucky.
not only coach, you
and
have to
winter
be travel
weather.
agent too.
And winter weather.
Well, that's the thing, Bubba. You bring up a good point. You think you're going to be teaching a lot of serve techniques and patterns and serve plus ones, and hey, look, she can't handle the backhand on the return side. But turns out the toughest part of this is the logistics of everything.
Wow.
That Thursday was one of the hardest decisions I've had to make, because if it's just me, it's easy. I just go.
Mm-hmm.
But I got, 9 other people that are going to be in the van with me, and you got to make good decisions based on that. I knew we would get there okay. I was concerned about coming home. And all I could think about was, don't worry about that, because there's an indoor facility. If you get snowed in a day, they're going to allow you to practice, so you can use that time wisely. If you can come back, but don't do anything crazy.
Because who cares about class?
Exactly. Well, but again, we were. There was no class to worry about anyway until Monday. I knew we'd get back by then.
Oh, okay.
And so I was like, you know what? We're just going to go. Honestly, our team needs some we need some team unity. So I thought us getting snowed in and Richmond, Kentucky is probably not the worst thing that can happen for us right now. We probably need that time together. And so we went, we played, we got there. I was concerned on the way, not because of the travel, but because I already saw what had taken place, and it had not dried up. I mean, there was snow everywhere.
Well, it has to get above freezing.
And the forecast was calling for more snow on top of more freezing. the day after. So there was a little concern, but it's a pretty drive up, and we made the best of it. When we arrived, it started snowing when we pulled up at the facility. And so I every 10, 15 minutes while we're practicing, I'd walk out and look just to make sure it wasn't getting too bad. And I would look at traffic moving pretty good. And I knew we were 2 miles away from the hotel.
Not bad.
So I thought, you know what? I can get us there. And if not, we can walk. I mean, that's an easy walk. And so got practice finished. We went ahead and ordered dinner ahead of time.
Smart.
Picked it up on the way, which was right there next to the hotel, and just got settled in, and it snowed all night. I mean, there were 4 inches of snow when we woke up the next morning. I mean, it came down, and I thought it was never going to stop. When we left that morning to go to the match, we had 11 a.m. start Eastern time. So we got there about 9 o'clock and kind of go through the prep and warm up, and it's snowing the whole time. And I'm thinking, well, we may get this match in, but matter of fact, this is how bad it was. The coach, Coach Cohen, he lives like 30 or 40 minutes from Eastern Kentucky. He stayed the night too. He was like, I can't. You've drove all this way. I can't get snowed in and us not be able to do this. So I think he stayed at his office, or got a hotel close, one of the two. But so we played the match, and again, the whole time we're playing, it's just a snow and snow and snow. And I'm thinking, there ain't no way we get back tonight. And so I told the girls after the match, we talked, we had our meeting, and I said, listen, I don't really know what's going to happen at this point. I haven't had a chance to look at the weather. We're going to get y'all showers if you want showers, and then one of 3 things is going to happen. We're either going back to the hotel, spend the night, get up in the morning, practice here, and then we'll get on the road when we can, or we'll get showers and get on the road, and we'll go back to Jacksonville tonight. Or there may be an in-between where we get on the road, and at some point I feel like it's unsafe. We get off and get a hotel and go back the next day. I don't know what it looks like. So we got on the road, and we got a quick, what I call late lunch, and got on the road, and it was perfectly fine. Now that mountain you have to go, is it Mount Julie or Jude?
Coming over Chattanooga and all that?
Whatever it is, Mount J, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough without any kind of weather.
Yeah, it is.
But it was fine. There was not any problems. And I knew once we got on the other side of Knoxville, we should be good. And when we got on the other side of Knoxville, it was dry as a bone, and we just kept going.
Well, that you know, Dawson had his conference up there the weekend before.
Okay.
And he said Knoxville was what got hit the hardest.
Yeah.
He said Knoxville was like, you know, if you're on either side of it, you were okay, but Knoxville seemed to take the dump.
He couldn't get you a hotel room.
Well, we were even
none of his cards would work.
We were considering going the long way through Nashville. A lot of people had said, don't mess with that mountain. Go through Nashville. It'll take you an hour and a half extra. And my thought was probably going to take us an hour and a half extra anyway because we're going to be driving slow. But then I got some friends.
Did you have mountain regret ever?
I had some. I didn't.
Did you get white knuckle saying,
well,
mountain?
Again, on that mountain, you're going to have white knuckle whether it's.
No, you're right.
It could be 75 and sunny, and you got
you're
white
right.
knuckle.
I've driven it.
But I had this audience is phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
And I had truck drivers, and I had people that lived in the area from Knoxville constantly emailing me throughout the day. Hey, I just went through there perfectly fine. I just went through. So
that really helped.
It helped tremendously.
Wow, that helped.
I was this close to staying, and I got 3 emails, and one of them in particular said, I just went the way you're going. It is perfectly fine. Do not hesitate to go that way. And I'm like, well, let's do it.
You also
Let's give
got
it
to
a shot.
experience the difference of being in a culture that is prepared for snow,
no doubt,
versus a culture that is never prepared for snow.
No doubt about it.
It's game changer.
Guys, when I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and just happened to look out the window because I need the forecast, and I want to say snow plows everywhere, just working while everybody else is sleeping. And I thought, well, they're prepared for this.
Yeah. It's a different thing.
How about the old snow plow?
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
awesome,
you.
bud.
That's a big marker.
Yeah.
Got the W.
Got the W.
Yes, I'm excited, and I appreciate the win. We got a lot of work to do.
We'll
For
come
sure.
back. Speaking of tennis, this Novak, how you say his last name?
Djokovic. What happened?
Interesting. We'll come back. We'll talk about that when the show
The
continues.
Joker.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There would have been a 10-second runoff, and you don't get to kick it.
Right.
So there is a rule issue there they probably need to look at and adjust. We saw a game, and I can't remember if it was pro or college, where a team is driving. they've got time to get up there and get another playoff, but because it was a first down, kind of a similar thing, they stopped to look at it, and then they had to have a 10-second runoff, and they never got to snap the ball again. So anyway, some of that's going to have to be worked out, but it looks like under the current rule that, according to Matt, that was the correct call.
Right, and I know it's easy to get caught up into things, but you have to understand, I'll say it again, if you don't believe that, look how the game ended. The field goal kicker for Auburn, in a situation going, the minute they wind that, we got to snap it right now, kicks a 52-yard field goal. That was not a 22-yard field goal.
Right.
It was not a 32-yard field goal. It wasn't a 42-yard field goal. It was a 52-yard field goal. In that situation, you have to give credit that those were not easily earned points. Now, under the rules, you're sitting there going, well, that's not – we'd been better off if they just give them the 1 second and first down, then they couldn't have kicked the field goal. That's true. What gave Auburn the chance at the field goal is the current rules on instant replay.
And I heard
but it is the rule.
I heard Anders Carlson in an interview after the game, and he said they practice this every time. He said they call it a whistle kick, to get on the field, lined up, and when the referee marks the ball ready with the whistle, they snap it on the whistle, and it's designed to get a kickoff with 1 second or less. So this is not a totally unhappening scenario, because then I'm sure other teams practice it too. So,
oh, no doubt.
But he called it a whistle kick.
I'm just impressed with any kicker that can kick a whistle kick like that far.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
52 to begin with. But,
right. Yeah. I mean, that's and then you get down to how the game ended. And it was I'm telling you, this thing with Alabama and kickers, it's one of the more bizarre things in college football. And I saw people sending out that the Saban era of missed field goals is unbelievable. It says that Crimson Tide kickers have now missed 101 field goals, the most by any FBS team in that same period. The second behind them has missed 93. And they said this kicker is the only kicker in the SEC that has missed multiple field goals from 30 yards or closer this season. And they're just, this thing with Saban and kickers. I mean, even when he gets sought after kickers, they struggle.
Well, we've asked that question. Coach Saban will be remembered as the greatest modern coach, no doubt. I mean, he's got the trophies to prove it. But to have excellence at so many positions and to struggle at kicking, and we've talked about it. I don't know if they treat kickers like football players, and that may be a terrible mistake, Rick, because I know you've said, and I've seen too, most of the time they're down there kicking on the end. They may stop and smoke cigarettes. You don't treat them like football players. Just let them do what they do.
Don't make them like the rest of the team, because they're not like the rest of the team.
But I don't know if that style that Coach Saban has affects kickers more. I don't know, but it is a bizarre.
It's a bizarre
stat.
Now this moment was a big moment, and a lot of adversity.
I want to tell you a little bit about it being there, because I don't know that TV fully. You got the full picture of what he was up against.
Yeah, we still have that, and then we have the way the game ended.
Yeah,
which was weird. We've been through Thanksgiving. We've kicked off the Christmas season. We're now unpacking some of the rivalry games from the weekend and some of the bizarre things that went on. Playoff implications with some of them. So far, the top four all passed the test. Sitting there at number 5, Alabama, holding out hope to find their way back to the 4. First time in the college playoff setup that Alabama won't be one of the 4. I remember when they went to the 4, I said Alabama will be one of the 4 best teams as long as Saban is alive.
Yeah,
I mean they'll be in the 4 every single time.
Yeah,
and this time it did not happen because of the loss to Auburn in the Iron Bowl. And we were going over some of the bizarre things that happened, and there were 2 more that we haven't covered yet, and that was the kick and then the way the game ended.
Yeah. Well, I want to mention too, Rick, Jalen Waddle. I had not seen him play in person this year, and you talking about somebody with ninja smoke.
Yeah, he's something else.
They couldn't. If they'd have been playing flag, they couldn't have got him down. I mean, he was almost completely unstoppable when he touches the ball.
Yeah. I felt so sorry. And don't forget, he's the number 4 receiver.
Yeah, I know. He's unbelievable.
I felt so bad for number 6 for Auburn, because not only was he getting burned every time trying to cover him, he also was the guy who couldn't tackle him on the kickoff return either. He ran by him on the kickoff return too. I felt that Six just had to go to somebody and go, all right, there's certain things that just I can't run as fast as he can, and I'm not as quick as he is. We got to do something different.
Right.
And then Auburn went with I saw a different, 13. They put 13 on him for a while or something. But minutes now, past the hour. Did it. All right. So we mentioned that Coach Helms got his first college victory this weekend up in Eastern Kentucky as a head coach, and so we were congratulating him. And of course, that's in women's tennis. So that kind of brought up a story, this ongoing story, and our tennis guys will have to help me to be sure I have all the facts right. First of all, his name is Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you're nailing it.
And he's considered to be...
He is the greatest of all time.
The greatest of all time. And he could have surpassed some records if he had only submitted to the authoritative demand to be vaccinated or be punished for not being vaccinated.
That's it.
And so he refused to do that. He said,
remember, he went to the Australian Open, which is going on now, and basically they kicked him out of the country. Remember, they quarantined him, put him in a hotel, and said, sorry, you're not. We're going to send you back home.
And we couldn't believe that. Now, of course, the Novak Djokovic of the world were also labeled incorrectly anti-vax.
Yep.
No, he has no record of being against proven vaccines. He was, like a lot of people, host included, a little leery of being perfectly healthy and risking a rush-to-market experimental vaccine, thinking I probably can get the virus and might, but I think that I'll be okay with the virus versus what the side effects of this vaccine might do to me.
Right, yeah.
I want to decide that for myself.
Yep. And a high-level athlete like he is, and in shape as he is.
Exactly.
You don't want to have some type of long COVID issue pop up or something that could end his career, basically.
So a couple of things happened. First of all, one of the stories, his biggest critic, who just really lambasted him for having these kind of convictions and calling him dangerous and all these kind of things. Well, now that person's dead. But Novak is still alive. So now I'm not saying that person died because they took the vaccine. I'm not saying that.
Sure.
I'm just saying that here is somebody who made a health choice that is still alive, and the biggest critic is now dead.
Now, Rick, his name was Mike Dickinson, and he was a prominent British tennis journalist. He collapsed and died while covering the Australian Open.
Right. Now, nobody wants to make light of that, but there is some irony there that everybody is pointing out. But some of these crazed vaccine people continue to haunt Novak Djokovic, and apparently they scream, get vaccinated. Still, this in 2024, everything we know about the vaccine, everything we know about COVID, people are still doing this to him, which I don't understand.
Yeah.
But he handles it the best way, and that's by serving an ace.
He really does.
As they
saw
scream.
this. Yeah.
So here we go.
Playing at you very.
It's going to happen right at the beginning here.
4 match points.
Do you hear that?
What an idiot.
Get vaccinated, man.
4 match points.
Please. So he steps away after that interruption. And
he's about to say, vaccinate this.
Yeah. Stepping back up.
Do you think he's picturing that guy's face as the ball?
Probably.
Yeah, well, apparently, when we see this shot.
Get vaccinated, mate.
Get vaccinated,
At the tune of
mate.
about 125 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. Take that, mate.
Australia, why don't y'all try to get your economy back after shutting down? Boom.
Now you said, look.
Yeah. Take that.
He said, how you doing about that?
Yeah,
that's not how Serbians talk.
It's not how they talk. No human even talks like that. I don't think. I don't know anyone that sounds like that.
That might be
but did they say that he did address the death of his biggest critic by just simply saying
he put a tweet out? I think.
I mean, he was kind about it.
He was high road about it.
Listen, he's very professional. Yeah, no, there was a 60 Minutes. I guess it was a couple weeks ago. Interview with him, and he went through all this and talked about how he's not anti-vax, but he just made the decision for his body and what he does not to take it.
What an odd concept.
I know.
Yeah. What an odd concept.
So, but people don't hear that.
No,
they just
But there is some irony. The person that's screaming, "You're gonna die if you don't get vaccinated," is dead, and you're still alive.
Yeah.
And collapses, covering it.
Man, that's
I'm
tough.
sure fully vaxxed and boosted.
Yeah.
And that I'm not saying it has anything to do with it. I'm just saying there's some irony to it. All right, now over to women's college basketball. And there's a discussion about now. This is the very, very gifted Caitlin Clark. Is that right?
Yeah. She's like the leading scorer of all time, right? College basketball for females.
Okay. So
is that right? I think that's right.
Until of course trans females come in and dominate women's college basketball.
Then
she needs to enjoy her run.
She had a good run.
Right.
Among biological women, she's doing really good.
We'll find a man that is like the 1,000th leading scorer in college basketball, and then he'll identify as a woman and dominate. But anyway, here's Caitlin Clark. Some kind of collision with an Ohio State.
Ohio State beat Iowa, and everybody rushes the court, and she gets caught up in it.
Okay.
But it looks like it's a flop, y'all. Y'all, that's a flop. She flops, and then she limps off the court. Yeah. It was, guys.
It looks like that's a little dramatic.
I heard her press conference after addressing this, and she was just simply saying she was okay, and, it gets dangerous out there at times when you're storming the court.
Probably startled her.
Yeah.
It looks like to me.
They may have bumped knees or something.
It looked to me like the fan got the worst of it.
Yes.
And her fallback, I think that looks a little bit like I just got beat and I'm mad, and now they're rushing the court. So I'm going to try to come up with something that makes it look like that I was mistreated somehow.
Okay, now that you've slowed it down, so the fan is rushing with her phone. I wonder if she's in selfie mode or not, because I would love to get that footage.
Yeah, that would be good. Well, I hope she's okay, but I think everybody's all right.
Yeah, I think so too.
Feelings may be hurt.
Some feelings are hurt. Yeah,
feelings are hurt.
You're right.
Ponytail kind of.
Well, and I just lost, and I'm mad.
Yeah.
I'm not happy at all.
And when fans rush the court of the field, it's a bit when you're the losing team.
It is
big time,
and makes you mad.
Right. You think maybe it just knocked the breath out of her a little bit, because it did hit her right there in the midsection. I'm just.
That's what she said. She actually said that. She said it knocked my breath out for a minute, and she goes, once I got up and got off the court, it was fine. Yeah.
Novak told her to suck it up.
She's going. Maybe it's the grape lady kind of. Give me a second.
I heard that.
Stop. I get up.
No, I heard she was fine because she's been fully vaccinated.
Oh, good.
Just give me the locker room. I'm good. And then you're fine. Isn't that miserable feeling?
It's the worst.
Awful.
Horrible.
You're really okay, but you feel like there's no way you'll make it. Phone calls are next. First time we get a chance to talk to America for the week. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. You want to dial us up, you can. We'd love to chat with you about whatever's on your mind. You can comment on things you've already heard today. Bring up your own topic. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, he was.
If you're trying to cover the number 4 receiver, and he's that talented. I don't know anybody else has got 4 that deep.
Well, no, Alabama's 4 receivers are to me the best tandem in the country.
Good night.
But he does more than just a receiver. He kills you on. I mean, look what he did. He changed everything. Matter of fact, he may have ended up in a weird way costing Alabama the game, because Auburn would not they were trying to find a way at the end not to kick to him.
Yeah.
And all they really were trying to do is to get him off the field, and they ended up getting a 12 men on the field penalty.
So back to the kick, and I was telling y'all because we were there, the noise level when he went out to kick that thing was unbelievable. And I've been to a lot of concerts and big football games, but there's very rarely that I would go, my ear is actually hurting from the noise.
Yeah.
And I was starting to put my fingers in my ears just because it was deafening. It was like standing next to a jet engine. But he's also kicking on the end of the stadium that has this giant display board, replay board or whatever. It's 50 yards plus wide. Looks like it's about 4 stories tall. I think it's the largest one in college football. And they have the camera zoomed in on his face, and so he's looking at the goalpost.
I want y'all to picture this
with a picture of your face behind it and deafening noise. And Betty was trying to talk to me, and she was screaming in my ear, and I couldn't hear her. And but what she was saying was, I don't see how any human can tolerate all this, and it's tough. It's real tough.
Of course, that's the only job you got.
I know, but it's tough.
And your offense set you up for really, which was not a difficult field goal.
Yeah. It's makeable, and he said that. He did. He's tweeted an apology to everybody, which he didn't have to do, but I thought was very high class of him to do. But it's tough in those games, and you feel bad for any one person that has to go through that. But
you do.
You know, you have holders and snappers, and boy, kicking is just. It's a tough game.
Well, and don't forget the other part of this. All kidding aside, that is a monumental thing you have to do in a pressure situation like that with that kind of noise and looking at yourself on the big screen. I can't imagine the mental state of mind. And the other part of it, which is sad, to some people, this is their whole life.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel bad for this kicker and for these weirdos that this is their whole life. This is their religion. This is their idol. This is their joy. This is their hope. This is their happiness, which we said 1,000 times. I certainly enjoy football, but it's a lousy God. It's a great game, but it's a lousy God. And the way he'll be treated by some of these idiots will just be ridiculous. I mean, when these players start talking about they get death threats and this kind of stuff over a football game, I mean, if you really are that into it, you got a problem.
Yeah.
You've got to reevaluate your life. Now, if you want to be disappointed and say, "Hey, I wish my team had won," that's fine. But don't. This can't mean as much to you as it does to some of you. It just can't. And I would say that on both sides. But anyway, so you feel bad for him in that situation, but you could just sense it was going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's that same goalpost, same end of the stadium where the kick six was, where the 52-yard kick with 1 second went through, and then the doink off the goalpost. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in that end zone, you know.
Well, in the big screen thing is something people don't think about. I mean, if you've never been there, it is gigantic. And here's that kid, and of course the cameraman, puts his face right. I mean, he's looking at himself in the eyes.
Yes, I mean they do that. Sometimes they put up a giant eagle up there or something, but it's distracting.
Well, it's
no
part
doubt.
of it.
Yeah,
it's
part of the whole atmosphere.
So then you get down to the way the game ended, and I think everybody, if you were honest, if you were an honest Auburn fan, you knew that if Alabama got the ball back, they were going to win the game. I mean, you just knew it.
Well, you got Waddle back there.
Yeah. No matter, and that's
or the kicker's going to get a redemption time to at least tie it.
Right.
That was my fault.
Something
and we
like
probably missed it.
Yeah.
Well,
but anyway,
if you go by those.
Yeah.
But then comes the bizarro. Auburn needs to punt. They don't want to punt to the nation's best. So they're trying to line up with the kicker as a wide receiver to see if Alabama will not put Waddle on the field and then let the quarterback either pooch kick it or just put the punter back there.
Which they had done.
Yeah.
Nix had punted.
So
good punter, by the way.
So Alabama gets confused on personnel on who they need out there and ends up with 12 men on the field, and that's the game.
Had the punt team, ran the defense back, then tried to run them off. It was crazy.
Now,
and Waddle was on and off. He didn't know what. I mean, it was just confusion.
Yeah.
Here we go. Your phone calls right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn. Taking your phone calls. We look forward to chatting with you on whatever's on your mind. Bring something to the table. Lines are available. If you move now, you'll get in. Relief Factor has teamed up with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now. I mean, they've been with us a large portion of the 30 years, and boy, are you responding. Over 1 million people have responded to the Quick Start Pack for $19.95, and the overwhelming majority are saying this works for me, including yours truly, Rickaroo here. I take it every day. I've already had my first pack today. It's 4 botanicals, all natural, and it takes on the body's natural inflammatory response, which leads to aches and pains, and I don't have the bad side effects with the pharmaceutical issues, overusing things that are not designed to be used every day. These things that kind of normally will kind of make you think you still don't have the pain, but it's not addressing what's causing the pain. So get Relief Factor. I hope this works for you like it has for so many and for myself. Go to relieffactor.com or go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button, and you'll find the link there. Join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear from you. Harley is in Cullman, Alabama, listening on 104.7 WZZK. Harley, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dickie if he had anything to say about DeSantis admitting defeat so fast and what you think he'll be doing next.
Well, I'm glad to see that someone else has decided, like the rest of us, that it's road Trump. One thing that we're excited about in Bama land is possibly, I don't know, maybe Saban's available. Tuberville, even in Albany, has done well as a senator. Maybe have Saban and Trump. 2024. A road tide, a road Trump. I don't know. I think I think it's good that DeSantis can now be an advocate for Trump on a serious note. I think that's a good thing.
Well, there was a lot of discussion early on. Is this the time for him to get involved? And he had a very impressive win in Florida. He caused a lot of people to cross over that were not normally Republican voters. And it looked like he had some momentum, that could unite and pull together a lot of folks. But the Trump, the Trump faithful was not having any of it. And, he was like the runner-up in so many of the polls, but not making a dent. It was still a wide margin. So I think it was probably wise at this point to realize that now is not my time.
Yeah, and like you say, I think if you want to continue to try this again, I think in the frenzy of Trump right now, because of the state of our country compared to when he was running the country, I'm just talking about strictly economic and our standing in the world, our foreign policy, all that, is you really, to go against him, I think, can begin to damage your future if you're a Republican. And I think DeSantis finally, if I really want to live to fight again, he can only be the president one more time anyway. I have a future, but if I continue to try to be at war with him, by the time I get my shot, everybody might hate me.
Yeah. Well, I think this whole Republican debate thing that went on way too long didn't do anything but hurt the party, because we saw the candidates in a circular firing squad shooting at each other. Right. And, they go, well, it'll all be forgiven and forgotten. But if Trump was not in it and he was leading the polls, there was no need to have a debate.
Adler 2B, and then I'd have one ready for the other caller. But here's 2B when you get it. This is Trump officially retiring DeSanctimonious. And I'm sorry.
that is funny, by the way.
That slays me that that's actually happening. All right, here we go.
Okay. He just said, will I be using the name Ron DeSanctimonious? I said, that name is officially retired.
His delivery.
Retired.
He finally got in line, so I will no longer put him in the path of the Kraken. So anyway, Adler, I think this caller probably is going to get us to video one here, so have that standing by. North Carolina, Scott standing by. Scott, go ahead.
Fellas, Joe Biden has disrespected the Tar Heel State.
What happened?
So, to give a little pretext, and I apologize, everybody, no matter who you are, black, white, whatever the circumstances are, you come to the restaurant cookout, and you get you a burger, fries, and one of their fabulous 40 shakes, one of their different flavors. Doesn't matter who you are, you can come to the table of brotherhood, sisterhood, or whatever it is, with cookout. So what does Joe Biden do? He goes and orders a milkshake that ain't even on the menu.
Did he really?
He ordered a black and white milkshake.
That's what he called it?
That's what he called it. Basically a vanilla milkshake with a little bit of chocolate syrup in it, and there you go. If you pull up Cookout, and there are 40 different flavors.
Yeah.
Peanut butter, banana, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, you've got a plethora of options, but you go, and it's right in front of you.
Right.
40 different flavors, and you go out and order a milkshake that ain't even there, And, race relations now has suffered because he then orders that. And it wouldn't be surprising if Cookout, in honor of Joe Biden, we now put this black and white milkshake on our menu. I mean, come on, man.
You're probably. I am now hungry for a vanilla milkshake with a little chocolate syrup.
That does sound good.
You ever eaten at a Cookout? One of those places called Cookout?
I have traveling, I think, once or twice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's quite a menu.
Yeah.
It is.
Now, and I like that they say we don't even pretend to be healthy.
You're right.
Oh,
If you're coming here for fun and fun only, and we will not bother you with any of that other stuff.
No.
And anywhere you can order a corn dog as a side, it's incredible. So
Do they paint it?
They won't, but I mean,
like Trade Day.
Yeah.
Do they still do that
it's
at
not
Trade
quite
Day?
Trade Day. I hope so.
I haven't been to Trade Day in so long,
You know
and I'm
what?
kind of mad at myself.
The stupid pandemic probably killed that.
When
people would paint your corn dog for you.
When it warms up, I think I'm going to take an early Saturday, and I'm going to Trade Day.
All right, so
I'm going to go up on the hill where the Beagles are.
Here's one of Biden's weird comments from his trip to North Carolina. Is this from North Carolina? This it's possible, right?
I think he's in the White House.
Yeah, that looks like the White House.
Is this one at the White House? Have you heard this weird thing about? Did we play this Friday?
I don't think so.
This
no.
feels familiar.
Yeah, no, I think this is new from the weekend.
Yeah,
I was dealing with 4 inches of snow.
All right, maybe he just feels repetitive, but now we're acting like Biden if we've already played this. But here he is, and see if you can figure out what this even means. Okay.
I tell every young man that's telling me I'm thinking of getting married or somebody, I said, look, you have any advice? They said, yeah, pick a family with 5 sisters or more. And they look at me, what the hell is that all about? I said, it's really simple. That way one of them always loves you, not the same one. You always have somebody on your side.
I get what he's trying to say. Yeah, I do.
I've never heard that saying, and I'm privy to a lot of old family sayings
Yes, you are.
Of things, and I've never really heard that. I guess he's saying that if you and your wife are in a disagreement, that one of the other 4 sisters will always be on your side of it because they're going to disagree with their sister.
See, I think that's. Yes, I think that's what he's trying to say,
there's not an easy way to say it.
But I do think,
as graceful as
I think
did.
he's messing up the whole, if you have daughters, they take care of you versus it's like with Maddie and Caroline, I know they're always going to take care of me. They're always going to be there for me. Braden, he doesn't even know what I'm doing.
Right.
They'll come visit you at the nursing home and bring you oranges.
I think that's the sentiment he's going for.
Okay.
He's just not getting his point across.
Okay. And so you're saying that this is because I've heard that before.
Yeah.
We used to say it on the air that our daughters, would come to us and whisper when they needed money. I'm going to be the one that picks out your nursing home.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's saying marry somebody that has 5 sisters.
But I think it's the same sentiment that he's doing.
Is he in that conference and he's just not delivering it well? He's trying to have some of that kind of discussion.
But didn't Hunter Biden date his
brother's
widow? Is that what he's getting at?
Well, I started to say
that's probably what he's getting at.
Again, when you have that history,
yes,
you stay away from that.
Yes.
I don't know if you saw last week too. Jill Biden went to speak at a high school. Did you see this, Rick? The name of it was Hunter High.
Oh my
God!
And she's posing in front of a huge banner that says Hunter High.
After her son, who is a drug addict, has been in the news with all of this.
Right.
And cocaine at the White House, and she's in front of a sign that says Hunter High.
I love the sign right here. It says, I love Hunter High.
Yep.
Can I tell you something? That looks like a Babylon Bee skit.
I know.
Can't be true.
You can't make that up.
Good night.
We know Hunter's High. We know, everybody.
Wow. We'll be back. More to cover on the show today. Find out everything you could possibly ever want to know about the show at rickandbubba.com. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store? Picked up some of the 30th anniversary swag? More to come, too. But if you haven't, it's there right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here is Saban after the game with his frustration with yet another call. Take a listen.
It was a pretty unfair play at the end of the game. They substituted a punter as a wide receiver, so we put the punt team in. And then when the quarterback was still in there, we tried to put the defense back in. I thought they should have given us a little more time to substitute and get Watto out as a returner. We get called for 12 guys on the field. So that was very disappointing. We're responsible for that as coaches. but it was a very unusual circumstance, to say the least. And
yeah, he's saying he thought, the thing where if you substitute, we're supposed to be given time to substitute, and he said when they tried to get the defense on the field, he didn't think they were given the right amount of time to get Waddle off the field. Right. And he said they were screaming at him, and I didn't see it, but you said you saw him going, what do y'all want me to do?
He was on, off, on, and finally just kind of threw his hands up.
Yeah.
Best I recall.
By the time you heard 12 men on the field.
Yeah. And that was another thing, and people had asked me, and I heard one of the referees comment on this because the ball was not snapped, and you see plays all the time where people are running for the sideline trying to slide. But something about it being a fourth down and a potential punting situation that once the center addresses the ball, gets over it, that's when they call it on fourth down. So I had no idea. I've never heard of that.
And that was right before Betty and Sherry got stuck in the bushes.
This is not Betty and Sherry. Everybody thinks.
I got so many texts of this right after it happened.
Yeah, these women that got caught in the hedges and all these people caught in the hedges.
We even got a few that said it was Lisa.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our wives were not in the hedges. So we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Them hedges tough to get through.
Yeah.
Man, 866.
I don't know why they put them there.
Yep. As you said, they're there to keep people off the field.
Yeah.
But people were just out there with pieces of the hedges.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll take your phone calls next. Lines are available, 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up, and our first opportunity to talk to you this week is right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ryan, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
How about it, boys?
Hey, buddy.
All right, so I know y'all know who Pat McAfee is. He's the longtime kicker for the Indianapolis Colts. He broke it down on that last kick that Alabama had and actually pointed out that it was the holder's fault. He missed the field goal. Go back and take a look at it. He holds the ball away from the kicker and not towards him, which caused him to hook it off to the left. Typically, a kicker will lean down and tell him to hold it towards him, and I confirmed that with two other people I know who are longtime kickers.
Okay. I hadn't noticed that because it looked like the snap and the hole was clean, but I didn't look at the tilt of the ball. So we'll look at that. Thanks for that.
So here it is here.
And, some of them are tilting the ball different now. They tilt it forward a little bit,
Yeah, because it starts out like it's going to go down the middle, and then it hooks.
You just can't really tell.
It'd have to be a closer. I can't tell from that angle what the holder's doing.
It looks like it's Mac Jones, so it
happens so quick.
Yeah,
and it has to happen so quick because it's a bang people getting in there.
We continue. Anonymous out of Missouri. Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey guys, so I'm watching the Iron Bowl with my husband, doing some Christmas decorations. You know how you get glitter and everything off the floor.
Oh yeah.
The game ended. I was very distraught over Bulovis. I was feeling so bad for him. Well, then I just started to vacuum to clean up my mess, bumped into my husband's brand new 65-inch QLED TV, and shattered the screen.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
I mean, hey, you can't even have an LED screen without your wife messing it up. You can't have nothing.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey.
So what did he say?
You got to get a flag up there.
I'm out of practice.
866-WE-BE-BIG to Gunter in Minnesota. Gunter in Minnesota. Gunter, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I seem like the boat's at the bottom of the lake, and it's going to freeze over pretty soon.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No rowing the boat now.
A great season, and I know those fellas will get to go play somewhere where it's warm on a bowl game, and maybe, if God's looking down on us, we'll get to hear that wonderful voice of Beth Mowens call the game for us.
Yeah, the boat's over.
The Gophers have had a great year, and PJ's got them going the right direction for sure.
Leighton and Prattville, listen to us on I-92. Leighton, go ahead.
Mac. Morning, guys.
Hey.
Quick thing with it. When you beat Bama, you rush the field, you tear down goalposts, you jump in the poles, you celebrate as you should. It's a momentous occasion.
Right. Okay.
It's a story moment that'll go down in history for the program, but understand when Bama beats you, it's just another Saturday. Roll.
Plenty to discuss on the program. So Helmsy, we all just took the journey to the shared restroom facilities here in the building, and he kept saying that Adler had turned his life upside down.
Yeah, he has.
And usually when people say that, you're almost a little cautious on a follow-up question. You make that decision: do I just continue on with what I'm doing and not engage?
Yeah.
Do I ask the question, what do you mean by that? So I guess I will. I guess I'll ask you to explain yourself.
Last week, and I have not been able to stop thinking about this since he brought it up. And he brought it up in the kickoff hour at some point last week, and I kind of shook it off real quickly, and then I kind of just kept going about my day, and I thought I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then my wife brings it up. Miss Amanda brings it up this weekend and doubles down on what Adler has been saying. And both of you have just flipped my world upside down. I don't like it. And it's this report that came out about nanoplastics in bottled water.
Oh, goodness, come on now.
And it's all I can think about. And y'all don't realize how many. I probably go through 8 of these a day. That's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
I go through 8 of these a day.
Oh, if it's during the week and we're doing a Monday through Friday show, I easily hit that number. Now on the weekends, probably not as much.
Probably not as much on the weekends too. But I mean, this is my world, and every time it tastes different to me now.
Oh, come on!
I'm starting. I'm constantly going, what am I doing to myself? How's this affecting me? Even got in the conversation with Amanda last night. Is I need you to tell me what it's doing to me that I need to stop. Like, yes, okay, let's say it is nanoplastics in here. What's it hurting?
Right.
Yeah. Well,
is it hurting anything?
Have you researched nanoplastics?
Yeah, that can be a problem.
I wasn't going to say anything. But, of course, if you do anything around here, if you do anything at all, somebody's going to say something about something.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't know the hands would be up in the air.
And so I came in with this bottle.
Well, that's hard to miss, buddy.
I came in with this bottle, and of course somebody's got to say something.
Oh, yeah.
If you're just trying to improve your life, you can't just mind your own business and improve your life around here.
Right.
God forbid.
Right.
So, I have this bottle, and everybody's like, what's with the bottle? And I was like, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm scared of microplastics now.
Yeah.
And so now that's what I'm doing. I'm filtering my tap water at my house, bringing this big old bottle in. It's probably not doing anything. Probably something in here that's killing me. So who knows?
Starting to think I should be doing it.
This is probably a good time to mention a lot of the Rick and Bubba cups that we have for merchandise.
Yeah, because they should be really popular.
Fill the gap.
Matter of fact, the Mount Rushmore one will be out February 1st.
Oh, nice. Good.
So, we've talked a long time about it. This craze toward bottled water is fine from a convenience standpoint.
Oh, very convenient, yeah.
You're not really saving a lot of money on it. If you break out the cost per gallon versus gasoline, it'll horrify you.
Right.
And the tap water that we get from the cities are highly regulated, highly tested, and frankly, some of these you just don't know where they're coming from.
Right.
And we act like the tap water is not clean, but somehow the bottle is when we don't know where it came from.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it's worth looking at, but the nanoplastics can actually pass, according to some reports I read, the blood barrier block in your brain, and you can get those and it may help accelerate things like dementia.
Yeah.
Well, good night.
Well, I guess
this is why I don't know what to do. I honestly think I need to start bringing my jug now.
And I think it's even more. I think it's even more prevalent. Not if you just drink it, but if you reuse it.
No, I don't do that.
I think that's where you
I don't
get a lot of
reuse it.
problems.
I just drink it and move on. But
so.
Of course, it tastes different now.
You know what I have to. You know how my mind eventually, eventually has to start trying to figure out the wins and losses here.
Yeah.
And that's just the way my mind operates. Number one, I told Bubba this earlier. I've come to the conclusion that I'm going to die.
Yes.
Okay.
No way.
Yeah, I don't think.
No way around it.
Yeah. I think my spirit is going to live forever, but thanks to the Lord God Almighty.
Right.
And because of redemption in Christ, my eternity will be in the presence of the Lord, not in forever eternal fire. So I'm thankful of that.
That's good.
But I'm pretty sure, unless I'm here when Christ returns for His church, that my body is going to die. Yeah. Just from what I've kind of done my own survey, and a lot of people I know are dying, and they tend to die. So I know that I'm going to die if the Lord does not return in my lifetime. So now you're down to how long will my body live, and what can I do to give me quality of life for what's left? I've been drinking bottled water for as long as it became convenient versus trying to go fill something up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
At this point, if I stop, is it going to have any impact?
These are the kind of questions I'm asking.
Here's
That's
another
the questions I'm asking.
Well,
is it going to
first somebody's
accelerate?
got to prove to me that it's even doing anything bad.
Is it going to accelerate a disease? Is it going to accelerate dementia? Is it going to give me cancer? Or is something else going to get me before all that takes place? And if so, I'm going to continue to drink it.
And how bad a dementia? Is it gonna be?
That's a very good point, because I feel like I'm nearly on the way.
Is a bottle of water better than sweet tea and carbonated drinks? I thought I was doing pretty good.
Right.
Here's the other problem we've also had come up in the last few months. They're saying that the Teflon and these nonstick surfaces and everything we've been eating out of our entire life is also doing the same thing.
Correct.
Little pieces of it are getting into your system.
So here's
and then we'll also have some discussion about aluminum. Does it do the same thing?
Right.
We know
Where
that
does
if
it
you,
end?
yeah, we know if you eat off iron skillets, you do get iron minerals from that. Okay, people have proven that also.
Yes.
So, you know, where does it end? How far do you take it? That's really the bottom line.
Here's what it seems to in the human state that I've noticed is that we tend to make adjustments and really be loud about any of these things they come out with if it's something we don't do anyway.
Yeah.
Now, if it's something
Prove everybody wrong.
if it's something that we hold really dear, then we ignore it. If it's something that I've never really been into anyway, but other people keep telling me I should do it, I like telling them what they're doing is bad too.
Right.
You know, so I don't really know what to do other than just kind of say thank you for the information.
And can we be honest about this too? After all this debate about COVID and vaccines, I used to really have a lot of faith in the scientific studies that come out.
Right.
I just don't trust anything anymore. I have turned into the biggest skeptic.
Yes.
And I know some of it is accurate, and I know some of it probably is not as accurate as it should be. But I just think all of it's that way now.
Well, it's old and wore out, but it's an analogy that fits. It's the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah. Yes. I mean,
now they try to scare us with so many things that really turn out not to be legit.
Yeah.
When something legit comes along, you don't pay attention to it.
Well, it's just like we joke about the afternoon or the evening news on ABC, which we happen to have on most nights around dinner.
Yeah.
And David Muir comes on, and he tries to scare the ever-living pants off of you with the opening line.
Breaking news.
Yeah, I mean, this as we come every night. There's not a normal night.
Right.
Every night is breaking news.
Absolutely.
Extreme cold, terrifying heat. It's something with the weather. You know, Donald Trump indicted. Something, constitutional crisis, democracy, because some people actually ask a question. Democracy is going down the tube.
So
it's just something all the time, and you get numb to it.
Yeah.
I'm like, whatever.
So can I drink bottled water or not?
It's up to you. I've shifted. I'm going to quit worried about how I'm going to die. I'm going to be more focused on how I'm going to live.
There it is.
Amen. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go.
How's it going? You remember my text list?
Oh, yeah.
I think I had that
That
one at
was
5.
every year.
I think I had that at 5.
It is a testament to the domination that Alabama's had. And
there is no question that it is a bigger deal for Auburn to beat Alabama than Alabama to beat Auburn in modern day.
Yeah.
There's been different times throughout history, but most of the time that's true.
And back to row the boat. Bowl predictions are out. They come out Sunday, and everybody's trying to predict, who will go where. One of the predictions is Auburn versus Minnesota.
That'd be a good one.
In Orlando in the Outback Bowl on January 1st. That, of course, there's a number of predictions, but a couple of folks have that one.
Gary in Idaho. Gary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Hey, I called in a couple months ago. Y'all, during the summer, y'all was talking about the weather, where y'all like to go.
Oh, yeah.
And I drive a truck, and I'm up here in Idaho. Going to give y'all a weather update. We got about 4 inches of snow last night. It's 30 degrees.
Wow.
Wow.
I've already gone back to Alabama, see now.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, this is the time I'd want to be up here because you can track deer better.
But, I didn't think about that.
That's a good point.
You're right. We continue Let's go to Brad in Trustful listening to ZZK. Brad, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, they talking about Tua didn't play this weekend. Well, what I saw, they had too many players on the field. Illegal.
Okay.
Y'all. Here we go.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There you go. Thank you, Act of Congress, with your version of Silent Night. Bubba, how are you?
I am great. How are you, sir?
Well, I see that you're trying to help Greg today by wearing the vest so he can have something to make fun of.
I thought I'd perk him up a little bit, give him a target to shoot at.
Yeah,
Hadn't had it all year.
Yeah, there you go. No,
Thank you, buddy.
Oh, the Wilford Brimley is back.
That's right. Wilford's here.
There it is.
You need to check your sugar.
That's right. You got
Wasn't
it.
that what he pushed?
Yes.
Yeah,
and you've comboed it with one of your long sleeve black shirts.
Yeah.
I think he did an oatmeal commercial. too.
Yeah, that's right. He did an oatmeal commercial. Yeah.
I get all confused which ones did what.
That's it. You're in that look where he goes, he'll have the cowboy hat on, the bib on the horse and all that.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Oh, Wilford.
Oh, Wilford Brimley. I do love him. So we have some stories to jump into today. I'm seeing some of the headlines. We've got another actor that we've that capitalism has earned a standard of living that none of us could even imagine, who's now bashing capitalism. I just don't.
Well, it's an existential problem.
It's
Rick.
good. Look, I know.
is.
Yeah, and all that. Elton John's pitched another hissy fit.
Yeah.
Looks like
he'll pitch one.
Yes,
now.
he did. He's old Reginald is a handful, isn't he? he'll
You think anybody ever says, "Calm down, Reggie"?
Calm down, Reg.
He's a bit of a drama queen.
Calm down.
Little drama queen there. He went on some kind of rant about security in front of the whole audience today. So, Bub, I know the Seahawks take over first place in the NFC West, beat the Vikings last night. So that.
Well, I didn't even watch it.
No, of course not. Why would
I
you?
really didn't. I didn't see not one play of it till I heard the guys talking about it this morning.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I was just looking at the headlines here. So it's that.
Look, you have to have a certain sense of humor if you're going to be a Vikings fan, and there's only, there's going to be good weeks and bad weeks. This one just felt like it was going to be a bad week, so I try to gauge it and just not play.
No,
I don't give them
You're
the
not gonna do that
benefit
to
of
me.
depressing me.
Right, you're not going to do that to me.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about me and sports teams. I love underdogs, apparently.
Yeah, it's
Almost helpless underdogs at times.
well,
Yeah.
I think that
Why don't I just love the Patriots and be done with it? I know they're struggling right now, but we all know when it comes playoff time, they'll be right on the spot.
Well, I've got such a.
They got to find somebody who can catch a ball other than Edelman, but other than that,
I've got such a weird psyche about me and that I'm the problem. That all I would do, whatever team I would go through, I would just turn them into the current teams that I pull for.
yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I think I'm the issue. I've noticed. I kid you not. Now, like I say, the NFL is not something that I follow all that much anymore. It has nothing to do with anything other than just at this stage of life. I just don't pay attention to it. So what I do in order to give the Packers hope is I don't pay attention to them, like you were talking about last night. So if I ever decide, hey, you know what, I got some time today. Everybody tells me the Packers are playing pretty well. If I watch them, they will just lay one right on the field. Well, they'll have the worst game ever if I dial over and look at them.
Yeah, it's funny, our sports teams. How about that?
Yeah. So anyway, so that's
for the few moments of high, we suffer a lot of lows, don't we?
Boy, it is. And if you keep it in the right place, it can actually be enjoyable. Now, some of y'all obviously.
Well, yeah.
Look,
that's a problem keeping it in the right place.
Yeah.
But even in the right place, it causes you some grief.
It can. Yeah, but if you get to the point where you go, well, that bothered me for 10 minutes.
Right.
I'm not
right
sure.
All day.
How about not? I'm going to work tomorrow is not a given for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? This is the center of my universe. You probably don't want to find your hope, joy, and peace there. But anyway, hey, how about that? Speaking of that, things that do matter today. Six minutes past Let's go. From the Big Boy Studio, on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you out of Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Rick and Bubba's show. No Greg today. Again, we have Speedy, we have Helmsy, we have Adler. We are taking a poll. Will Greg get sick? And we didn't know the story. He's been taking care of his wife and said he felt great, didn't have any problems at all. Even went out and ran yesterday. He was ready to come back and start a new week. And then said he got a little bit of a chill. Then he felt fine after that, took a COVID test, and it came up positive, so he went home. So
but that was a home COVID
and
test.
it was outdated.
And it was outdated.
Been around for a long time. So he's going to somewhere to get more of a legitimate test, and then we'll see.
Is this the first test he's taken? Did he take one last week?
He did not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, at least you'd have a baseline, even if you took the ones that weren't too old. But.
And now you have to go to everybody's. You have to go to their resume, and so Greg falls in the category of was vaccinated once.
Didn't get boosted.
And has had COVID twice?
Yeah, I believe too.
Will this be three?
This will be the third time if the test is correct.
Right? Am I right on that?
I think so.
I know it was once, but I don't know about twice. I'm not confident with that twice.
I'm not either now that you're saying that.
Yeah, but I know
Adler usually keeps up with that stuff.
Adler, have you kept scoring that? Because I know everything Greg does, you tally.
I forget, honestly. He's always ill.
Right.
So it's hard to tell.
That's true. Well, looking back over the old weekend, Calvin Speedy Wilburn. We've heard from Helmsy's weekend. We're going to hear a little bit from Bubba, something he saw over the weekend coming up, and my weekend was very, very laid back. Mine's more kind of calm before the storm.
Yeah.
Starting this weekend, I really click into gear.
Yes, you do.
But it's been a good rest and ready to go. But anyway, so you're always very uncomfortable when you're put in a situation where you're the speaker.
Yeah.
And this past weekend, you spoke to a group.
Correct.
This was a fundraiser for a private school.
Yep.
People were going to deer hunt and then have a fish fry.
Yep.
And then deer hunt some more.
Right.
And you spoke in some sort of tent at a fish fry, correct?
Correct.
All right. So,
there he is.
And you say you struggle with secondhand embarrassment, that when you're up there, you're worried. You get secondhand embarrassment for yourself,
right?
Because you're afraid you're not doing well,
right? I feel like the people in the audience have secondhand on me,
right? Like bless his heart, he shouldn't be speaking.
Right?
Are we talking secondhand embarrassment by proxy?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right,
I'm not really sure, but we
Where's
were down
Greg when you need him?
in Selma, Alabama, home of Alex FM. Hello, Paul Alexander. Got to meet him and his
Paul.
family.
Love you, buddy.
And thank you for all you do for the show. And there was a tent set up, and it was enclosed with some heaters and stuff like that, just outside the football stadium on campus there. And we did an afternoon hunt, which we'll discuss in a second. Then we come back after the hunt, and it's the fish fry.
So cold.
We have some live music, just some kind of chilling out, and everybody's kind of hanging out. Everybody's bringing in the deer that they've harvested. They got a big doe contest. It's all kinds of stuff going on. And the end of the night, the nightcap is that we bring some stories from the show. We speak. Tommy Lenore is one of the teachers there, so he kind of introduced me. We shared a little bit of the Lenores and how they've hosted staff hunts and some stories with that, and then we tell a couple of more stories. But the whole time, I'm looking at the faces while I'm speaking, trying to read them if they're embarrassed for me.
All right. Did you ever take the baton?
Seems like that would be distracting.
Yeah. Right. Did you ever take the baton on your own, or were y'all a two-man?
It was two-man, and then give me. I'm solo after.
And
that.
Now here's Speedy.
Yeah. And I shared a couple.
So that
of stories.
does happen. You now have it by yourself.
Right. And I was okay with two. And then he gives it to me, and I felt like everybody had a good time. The reaction is that they did and they enjoyed it, but I feel like that's fake. They really didn't.
Where are you getting that from?
Because that's my second. That's me.
Okay.
That's me. I don't feel like I have anything to really bring.
Let me ask you. I want you to be honest.
But then I tell stories about some of my adventures, and we get off in it, and
felt good
people
about
are
it?
like, "Wow, I can't believe you did that." No, that was. at the that was at the Jaeger farm. The family that hosted us, they just unbelievable people. I started talking about being buried alive.
Is that where you
climbing
stayed?
the water tower and all that kind of stuff? At the event, I focused solely on hunting. It was the Don Juan story.
That's a good one.
Where
It's
it
a
was
winner.
I called the Killing Field.
That's a winner.
And the other was JT shot the fake deer.
winner.
Those were the two I went with because
Did
we
you
had
tell
already.
them well?
I hope I did. I don't think I told them like y'all would, but I feel like I did.
No, the Don Juan story is a winner.
Yeah,
everywhere I
yeah.
go.
Oh, yeah. With him just a shooting and texting. It
Did
just
you do
started.
the sound effect of the gun?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
You're talking about-
important.
we're like, hey, who was that? Did you shoot? And then Don Juan goes dark because he dropped his phone. It was at the bottom of the shooting house. He couldn't find it.
Did you get his line right?
Oh yeah, they just kept coming out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you say, man, they just kept coming
Oh
out?
man, they just kept coming
Okay,
out.
all
Yeah,
right.
but I
That's
told you too.
important.
After you shoot, you go blind and you don't see anything. Most hunters can tell you that if you're rifle hunting, and that was his experience. He just kept shooting because he didn't think he was killing them because they were gone. He thought, But yeah, I feel like I did okay. I hope I did.
All right, let me
but
ask
I
you
need
this.
more of that to practice.
All right, be honest, because I know, especially if you're struggling with confidence a little bit on it, you didn't do the thing where you start saying things like around people. I thought that went pretty good.
I haven't.
To see if they would.
No. Adler calls that going fishing.
Right, you didn't fish.
No.
Did you warn him about that, Adler, not to go fishing?
Don't do that.
No, he didn't, but I didn't. He didn't, but I didn't. If that makes any sense.
Okay,
But Tommy,
right.
for those of you, Tommy's to the right, and I'm to the left there, and actually Casey is to the left, and Lil, her little sister, is to the right, and they were the daughters. They are the daughters of Jamie and Wendy, the family that hosted us and let us hunt on their property, which now leads to this. So it's a race, and we've done this before. After the show, it's a race to get to where you need to go if it's a couple of hours away, especially if you're trying to get an afternoon
the old
hunt in.
days. I remember us doing that in the old days.
So the plan
We'd be
was
sitting here dressed on the air.
Oh yeah,
I mean, peel out of here like bad out of Hades.
Yeah. So the plan was to meet at the tent and then gather with the family that's going to host the hunt, and then go to that property. And then there was already other hunters in from like Florida that were going out, and so it's to meet up and then get the lay of the land, change out into our 8 layers of clothing, and then be taken out. So I felt like we did
Where'd
pretty
you
good.
change?
We changed at their house.
Okay,
They allowed us just to come in and drop the hunting bag and then switch
good.
over to the
Did you do
heavies.
anything there that you felt like was second?
No, I feel like we did okay there.
Okay.
But it was very helpful because the family had a great personality and were very hospitable, and it was easy.
Made it
you know?
easy.
Did you
Yeah,
use
yeah.
their bathroom?
Not in that way.
Okay.
No.
Did you walk around without your shirt on as like a sign of dominance?
No, I did not. Okay. I didn't. I didn't want to walk around going dominant, but I didn't.
Sure.
Probably.
So the plan was that Tommy and I would sit together. Friday afternoon, and then we would split up and be individual hunters.
And the reason for
Saturday.
the sitting together was
spend
some time together.
Well, I was down there, and he wanted me to be the hunter, and he would just try to video and have a fun time.
Okay.
And him being a teacher, and David Moore was part of it
and
too.
He's
is
part
that-
of this fundraiser.
Yeah,
I
and
got
he's
you.
part of
Okay.
the hosting of it
I
all.
got you. That makes sense.
So
What's the name of the school again?
Morgan Academy.
That's right.
And it's in Selma, Alabama, and it was really almost a year, off of about a week, where that area was devastated by a tornado that came through last year. I don't know if y'all remember the January tornado. It went through there and just devastated that town. It ripped it to shreds.
Did you? We'll come back because what happens is hilarious. So when you sit with Tommy, you have not spoke yet.
About.
You hadn't done the speaking thing yet. That's after y'all's.
Correct.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so he didn't have to hear you go, I thought that went pretty good.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't really say anything.
Right. There's nothing to talk about yet.
Yeah, right.
Do you wish Tommy had talked less?
No, it was perfect,
Good.
Rick.
Okay.
I know what you're doing right here.
No, what?
Yeah.
Now, Tommy can talk.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Giving Tuesday, and this is where you'll start hearing from a lot of charities and nonprofits and ministries today saying, hey, we're getting toward the end of the year. If you still got a little giving to give, we'd love to have it. So just kind of keep that in mind today of the things that you feel called to and support. That today's Giving Tuesday, and a lot of these ministries and nonprofits, this is where they make hay right here at the end. a lot of times they'll be looking at their numbers and you know, we're all guilty of it. We hold back to the very end, and then they'll make it right here with a few seconds on the clock.
That's good that a lot of people do that, and they're looking at their end of the year tax setup and how they need to do it. I just don't know if I like another day name, though. I'll be honest with you. We got too many things named this time of year.
I agree with you.
Black Friday, Cyber Monday, Giving Tuesday. What's tomorrow?
Rick and Bubba Wednesday.
I think
tomorrow is when you need to go to rickandbubba.com.
I think every day this week's named something, isn't it?
Is it? Probably. It does get away. I mean, because it's never enough.
It's an existential problem.
What is it?
Is.
What is it about human beings that the sprinkle format just doesn't?
No.
We overdo everything.
Yes.
So
jump in.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. And in Atlanta, Georgia, there's peace on earth tonight. All right, so Bubba, I know we still have stories from the weekend we didn't even get to yesterday. We had so much going on.
It was a crazy, crazy long weekend with Thanksgiving, ball games, visiting. We even started Christmas get-togethers with family and all that. I did want to ask y'all a question. Do y'all know where Slovenia is located?
Now, I don't. Are you saying it right?
I'm saying it as close as I'm probably going to get to say it.
If it's what I think you're saying.
Right outside of Tuscaloosa, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, if it's what I think you're saying.
Although we do reuse names a lot in West Alabama, I've noticed.
My geography is not very good, but I happen to, if it's what I think you're saying, I think it's near Croatia.
You are absolutely correct, Rick.
You talking about Czechoslovakia?
It is next door to Croatia, between there and Italy.
How about that?
Yeah, and the reason I say that, I had the honor this weekend to get to go to a little get-together to meet the U.S. ambassador to Slovenia, and she happens to be from Montgomery, Alabama, which I thought was kind of cool.
Did not know that.
Her name is Linda Blanchard, and it was her first visit back to the States to address U.S. citizens after being appointed the ambassador to that country. And it was kind of funny because she actually listens to the show.
Okay.
And, you just don't have that every day from a U.S. ambassador.
Right. No, you don't.
And I told her, I said, you must be pretty impressive because you got the president and you got the Congress, or the Senate has to confirm. I said, anybody right now in our country that can get the president and anybody in the Congress to agree on something,
right? Yeah,
you've really done something.
Boy, now that is something to write home about.
So that was kind of cool. We went to a little reception and got to meet her. So I just thought that was kind of cool. That she
what kind of swanky?
Bubba, let me ask you this: Were you the citizens that needed to get updated on Slovakia or what?
Slovenia.
Are y'all saying it? Is it Slovenia?
Slovakia.
No, Slovenia.
Slovakia.
Okay.
V-E-N.
Slovak.
Yeah. The reason why I knew
it's part of the old Yugoslavia.
Yeah. The reason why I knew part of that.
But I'm just wondering, were you? I mean, Bubba, we got a crowd that needs to be updated on Slovakia.
Yeah.
Well, Greg. Maybe you saw the documentary. You know, I have a lot of people I check in with before the show.
That was funny.
So what?
That was me, by the way.
I didn't realize she was one of them. I'm sorry.
Our question is, what are you doing at this reception? That's our question.
And did you wear that vest?
No, I didn't have this vest on at the time.
Did you wear that?
You know, it was at the president's mansion at Auburn University.
Wait a minute. Hey, Barner. Back off, Barner.
Hey, Barner. Hey, you're going to lose more listeners today.
Because that's important.
That's right. That's right. You don't ever say anything good about Alabama.
Never.
I had never been to the president's home or mansion, whatever they call it. Anyway, nice place, great for entertaining and having events.
Using high cotton.
And
did they call you Bubba?
Bubba, no.
William. He's William there.
Yeah.
Sir William.
Hey, Dr. William.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet.
That's
Not
right.
yet.
Forgot about that.
Right. Doc Will.
Hey, Doc.
Well, this segment's not going exactly like I envisioned.
It's going exactly the way.
Dr. William wants to talk about Slovenia.
Dr. William, could you speak to our ambassador, Slovenia? And here we are, still here, baby. 30th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba Show, working on 31. So we're recapping weekends. We've hit a number of them. We're in Speedy's weekend now. He traveled down to the southern part of Sweet Home, Alabama, and was helping to raise money for a private school in the area. We are connected to one of the teachers there, Tommy Lenore. You've heard us talk about the Lenores a lot on the program. Speedy was going to speak at the fish fry. He was going to do an afternoon hunt, sacrificial, of course, and then hunt again on Saturday. When we went to the break, he and Tommy Lenore have arrived on the scene. They have layered up, and they've headed out into very, very cold conditions to do an afternoon deer hunt, and then we went to the break.
Yeah. So they have an aerial shot of their property. Wendy and Jamie do, the husband and wife, and their daughters Casey and Lil. They have an aerial shot, and everything is mapped out because they're farmers. They have fields. I mean, they plant, they harvest. I mean, they're in the business, okay? And so they're like, okay, everything is laid out. You guys, I think, should go here. We've been seeing a lot of activities, and the guys that had been in from Florida that had already been there a day or two, they're like, oh, yeah, that's a good field. So we're like, we're in.
So who are the guys from Florida?
They are hunters that registered. That
came for the hunt.
Came part of the hunt.
All right, got it.
And
that's good. They came from all over.
Oh
that's
yeah,
good.
they really were from all over.
That's good.
They really reach out. Folks come in. For a lot of them, it's just an annual thing. And these guys had been there a number of years. This isn't the first year of the hunt. As a fundraiser, it's one of their largest fundraisers of the year. But
what if you had heard last year the fish fry speaker was Andy Andrews?
That'd have been tough.
Yeah,
that'd have been tough. But I mean, they're sitting there. They've got they plant soybeans, they plant cotton, they plant peanuts. I mean, you can imagine the fields are just unbelievable. So that's what we're sitting on. So they said, now look, Highway 22 is just right there. We turned off of Highway 22, and y'all are just off of it. It's a great field, and we put a ground blind up. And one of the Florida hunters, I think it was Matt or Doug, said, "Oh yeah, I put a ground blind up because of all the activity." And this has audio, Rick. If you'll go, this is all right. This is us looking back from the ground blind to the highway. Okay, and you're about to see some cars here. You'll hear the traffic. All right, that's the 25-mile-per-hour wind, by the way. You
Real
see
cold.
the traffic.
Real close.
Okay, and then as I swing around, there's...
We're pretty close to the road. 22's right there, man. You've knocked the carbon off of the tailpipe to the
So, all right. So we think
you're close.
We think. Okay, they've pranked Wendy. That's a good one. You've pranked us. Okay,
get the carbon off of us from the tailpipe.
and then we make the truck. Okay, so they dropped us off at the road. We make the walk in. Man, it's
So
windy.
windy.
It's
So
so
windy.
windy and so cold.
So windy.
And we sit down and we start unpacking all of our stuff.
Oh, this
and
is
in
good.
most cases, you don't wear your jacket into the blind or into your stand because you get all hot and stuff. But you carry it with you in some capacity, and then you sit down and then you start getting dressed and getting your warm stuff
So
on.
thankful. Of course, y'all didn't have time to get hot.
No. So we sit down, and then he realizes this.
Did you forget your jacket? Yes, I did.
Oh my God!
And it's a good thing it's warm. Yeah, it's only 20, 25 mile per hour wind. And when we got out of the truck, it was 39. You forgot your jacket in the drop-off truck? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was so excited to get out that I just left my big fluffy jacket in the back seat. How about that?
How about when you realize too, I'm here for the haul.
Yeah.
and I ain't,
Oh, yeah.
I ain't got it.
Wow.
So then
Truck's gone.
So then the text goes back to the house. Okay. Hey, do you? Because he wanted to know, did I drop it? I think it's in the truck. Do you happen to have a really nice,
Really warm,
nice,
really warm,
yeah,
Alaskan
Gore-Tex,
level,
type jacket there in the truck, and a quick reply, yes. Do you want us to bring it back? Well, now there's deer coming out.
No, we ain't bringing
and
it
we're
back.
like, no, we're not bringing it back.
It ain't coming back.
I'm sorry. You have to teach Tommy a lesson.
Right. Tommy's got to teach Tommy.
Tommy has to sit there with no jacket.
That's
on.
a tough class,
and
too.
don't ask me to hold you.
That's a tough
I
class.
started to say, you liable to end up snuggling by
Right,
Sunday.
right. Then he did the classic hands. He
tried
hands
everything.
trying to get into
He
warm
tried
spots.
everything.
He's trying so desperately to get warm.
Did he
And
have gloves?
He froze. He did. I had to remind him of
Thank
that,
goodness
buddy.
for that.
Most of the
You
time,
do
my
have
gloves
gloves
are in the pocket of my coat.
Yeah. And then he started complaining about his ears. I said, buddy, you got a toboggan. Put it on. Oh, that's right.
You didn't forget
I'm like,
all
buddy,
that.
you didn't forget your whole bag.
Right.
You just forgot your jacket.
And you wish you had it. We all acknowledge that.
Yeah. And so there's deer hopping out, and all afternoon there was some young bucks that came out, and then one came out, and I told the group this. It came out at dark, right as they said they were coming to pick us up. But with the binoculars, we could see the body on that thing, and we could tell it was a hoss. But it was over 300 yards away. It was too late. It would have been guessing, and so we definitely weren't going to do that. So we go back, and then we hang out with them, and then Matt and Karam Oaks let us stay in their cabin on another piece of property. So we get dropped off there and hang out, have a great night, just kind of chilling out, and then wake up the next morning. And when we wake up, it says it's 11 degrees. Okay,
Hey, now.
and it is freezing
Hey,
cold.
now.
He didn't forget his jacket then. He
No.
actually wore it in the truck on the way back to Wendy and Jamie's. So we get there, they put us out, and I don't know if y'all have done this before. I sat there, they put us out, and it was
So
Bubba.
cold.
You'd be so proud.
So cold.
They got us there about 15 minutes before daylight. Okay, I mean we're sitting there and everything gets quiet and calm, and then you open the window. And that wind slapped me in the face. And you try to, can I see deer without opening anything? And I just couldn't, because the way I was in, you had to unzip the windows.
You really start considering it,
And you
though.
start going, what could I do? What's the option? Do I just poke out every now and then? Can't hunt like that. So here they go. I'm opening them up. And whoever had the forecast for Saturday lied. It was not 6 mile per hour winds. Not where I was. It was slapping me in the face all morning long. So we sat there all morning, and
That hurt so
it
hard.
hurt. I mean,
hurt so
hey,
bad.
little cheeks so red.
Hours dragged by.
Oh, you think, and you quit looking at the clock, buddy. You're here to hunt. Quit asking
Right.
to be picked up. Don't you want to hunt?
You did not. You weren't dared to do this.
No.
You okay?
No.
And you got to make it.
Right.
All right. You wanted to do
Now
it.
you got to worry
You're
not
excited.
only about you freezing, but Tommy freezing.
Yeah, and of course, he missed me. I know, because we were separated. There was a lot of jokes about that.
I got me a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And I just went over and opened up the screen-in porch and stepped out there for a minute and thought of you. And I just shut the door, went back, sat down, started drinking coffee.
Golly.
And I thought, boy.
Hey. But, as the last hour of the hunt for the morning was wrapping up, I really talked to myself, because I was like, I know you want to be picked up, but you came here to hunt too. So why you want to be picked up? You should be wanting to hunt.
I know.
And I saw a young buck that morning, and there was movement.
That helped?
Yeah. Oh, and the bodies of deer down there are just so different.
Those you don't know, this is where the biggest deer in our state. That's where you go, and you don't get to go in this area much. So Speedy's talking to himself about that.
Right.
Yes.
While he's
Yeah.
sitting there, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the biggest doe contest, I think 120 pounds was the winner.
Yeah.
That'll let you know what kind of does there. I saw at least a few 105 pounders. So we go back, hang out, then go back for the Saturday afternoon hunt. We separate again, and just had a blast. Didn't see anything to take, but twice I saw a big boy that, if he was closer, I could have got a better look at, but he was so far away, he was coming through. But rut has started down there, so they're chasing.
Did you see enough deer that it helped you with the cold?
Yeah, for sure. Especially after that morning hunt, I have to tell you, that was tough. That was hard. But both afternoon hunts, of course, I had my jacket all 3 times, and so it was very nice.
You ever sit in really, really cold weather and see nothing?
Oh, it's awful. It'll break your heart.
I mean,
It hurts your feelings.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
One of the things I thought was very interesting, she talked about the training you have to go through when you're appointed to this. And I mean, they have to go through being able to defend themselves and terrorist attacks and all that kind of stuff. Like if you're in a car and the driver's shot, how you get control of the car. And I thought, wow, that's a whole lot more than I thought it would be just carrying papers around meeting with people.
Watch the movie 13 hours.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, I know. I know.
Gets rough at times.
You throw 13 days in there?
I did. I made it last longer than it did.
You sure did.
I don't know how they survived it.
I don't either.
Many didn't, Greg.
Many didn't, Greg.
I got it mixed up with that and about the missile crisis.
Right. There's a lot of day things.
Yeah.
So that
So is that what you were just telling us, that you met her? That's
I just thought it was kind of
Right.
neat that she's from Montgomery, listens to the show.
Yeah,
I
well,
thought that was nice.
The funniest part.
when she's in town,
Right.
I guess it's
We're
online.
huge in Slovenia.
Yeah, when you go to Slovenia, I guess you got to listen online. But
keep doing it, Greg. Please, all day.
And I'll be honest with you, the reason I knew where it was is from ham radio stuff. So I'm kind of familiar with that area.
I bet
a
Joe
little bit.
Walsh knows.
I guarantee you he does.
Yeah,
he uses all tube top Collins equipment, though. He's very clear about that.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I was familiar.
That's our goal, by the way, is to get him on.
Yep.
I really
The
want
big-
to pull that
I would
off.
love it.
Be a good podcast.
I'm a fan.
The reason why I was familiar with the area, actually, I know some people that we go to church with that do a lot of mission work there.
Yeah.
And so, believe it or not, you brought that up. I was like, oh, yeah, I do know that area.
And when you're trying to get places in Europe, she was talking about it's really only about 2 hours from anywhere you need to go. So that was kind of cool.
That's true.
Is that where Borat's from?
I don't know. The actor,
The character, he's from some weird
Sasha.
Yeah, but Borat's from some weird country.
I think the one he was from he made up. Greg.
But that just sounds something like
It
that.
does something like that.
It does.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
What was it?
Kazakhstan.
Okay, whatever.
Of course, you would know that, Adler. By the way.
I had to look it up.
So it sounds nothing like that.
Right. So actually, it sounds nothing. We're just saying there's a weird country sounding that this guy makes up. Did you have good food when you were there?
Oh yeah, they had breakfast buffet spread and all that. Of course, we just eat before we got there. So
Please tell me you didn't ask.
we
for
just
ketchup.
ate before we got
You
there.
just eat
Huh?
before you got there?
We just ate. Yeah.
You were in high. You can't talk like that in high cotton now.
Well, look, I'm
just eat.
I feel like I'm in Oklahoma drill here. I'm trying to look around. But you see who's about to hit me.
You jumped in the center of the ring. That's right.
I was about to say, Bubba, you actually pulled the mic down and said, "I'm in the middle of the ring. Who wants to come after me?" You can't bring him something like that and survive this ring.
Oh my gosh!
Especially if you're going to bring Wilford Brimley in today.
That's right.
I know. Well, I appreciate Janie inviting us. We had a great time.
Yeah. So that's
Janie.
Now who is Janie?
She's a friend of ours.
This okay? Yeah. Is
She from Sofia?
She was kind of putting the event on. And,
Right. Now, she's a U.S. ambassador to Piedmont, isn't she?
No. See, she's a U.S. ambassador to Pike Road.
Pike Road?
Yeah. So, and matter of fact, I think she's going to come up here and visit us before too long.
Oh, wow. Really in the barn.
One tough day for Morris today.
We got our own room in there. Good night.
Look, Bubba's down there. He's down in the ball. He's down in the clock out.
One minute.
You're almost.
1 minute. I just got to snap. I got to snap one more time. I got to play the clock. Let me play it there.
This is that thing now where everybody's jumping around.
I got to wait. Get on your center. Watching the clock.
It's all right. So we'll.
3, 2.
He said we got our own room.
Yeah. We just renovated it. First door on the right, that's Coach Pearl.
Kelly's down in the ball.
This is Bubba and Betty's room.
Bottom of the hour. We'll
Still
be
down
there. Look. 866.
Hear the music. It's over.
We be big. Bubba, you did it. You ran the clock out.
You made it, buddy.
You made it. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba. What a great American company. Standing with the Rick and Bubba show for yet another year, and we are so thankful for that. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Go there right now with 200 or so unique offerings joining as you stock up for all the needs from this great American company and saving you a lot of money, too. A lot of money. Here comes Valentine's Day. Men's and women's pajama sets in an array of styles and fabrics, $39.99. The best bed sheets start at $24.98. My Pillow hoodies are just $29.99. My slippers are $59.98. Down comforters, 60% off. And the My Pillow 2.0 with that fabric now that keeps the temperature cool the whole time you're sleeping on the world's best pillow, 50% off right now. So if you'd like to find these and all the other savings that are available, go to MyPillow.com/Bubba or go to RickandBubba.com and you'll find them there under the sponsors button. So working through all of our weekend stories within the show, and also we've covered some other news stories. We have more still to come on both of those. But Bubba, this is something that I've heard some of the guys on the team talking about on is it Netflix?
Yes.
Yeah.
Netflix.
And now you've been brought in the loop on this deal. And it sounds super intriguing.
Well, here's the thing. To try to tell you what's going on without giving spoiler tips is going to be hard to do.
I wish I'd seen it so I could tell everybody.
Yeah, I know. You would love that. This is on Netflix streaming. Betty got me hooked on this. It's called American Nightmare. And it documents the story of a young man named Aaron Quinn and his girlfriend at the time, Denise Huskins, who they reported kidnapped in the middle of the night, and how the system kind of went off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we love law enforcement.
Of
we
course.
have a lot of respect for them.
Thankful for them.
But this is a case of where it just went south, and you watch this, and you got all this interview footage. I mean, the real thing at the police department, not reenacted.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is this a documentary
Yes.
or
It's
a reenactment?
No, it is a documentary.
Okay.
Yeah. And you have this girl who is kidnapped from her boy's house in the middle of the night.
From her boyfriend's house?
Yes.
Okay.
And the guy's told, don't go to the police. You know, he's given very strict instructions about all of that. And go ahead, Speedy, you've seen it too,
No, I was
right?
just going to say it's a real life Gone Girl, the movie. Do you know how the lady she faked her kidnapping and everything, and everybody thought that the boyfriend had done it with Affleck. Ben, I think it was Ben.
Yeah, it was.
That was in the movie.
And it had
that's
just
a
come
popular
out.
book,
It
too.
had just come out when this episode took place. So it almost looks like it is tracking exactly like the story.
Right.
So the police initially think that the boyfriend has done it because there is an ex-girlfriend involved, and there are some indications that he was rethinking his relationship with his current girlfriend in favor of his ex-girlfriend, who actually was an ex-fiance.
Okay. Well, and from what I've gathered from detectives and law enforcement, they always start with who is the close. Like if Sherry were missing, sadly, they're going to come rule me out first.
Right.
So I guess in a girlfriend-boyfriend, they're going to go to the girlfriend-boyfriend and rule them out first. That's pretty standard.
And when you see some of the text and some of the conversation going on, and he never hid this fact that him and his ex-fiance, they all worked together, and there was some workplace issues, and that he was reconsidering his relationship with her and all this.
And the story was so bizarre that they both, you know, in the middle of the night, they get drugged and tied down, and like Bubba's saying, he hears the voice of them saying, do not come out, and they put like red tape around the couch and said, do not come out of this. We have cameras that are watching you, and if you step out of this, we will kill her. And you know, we want money and all this kind of stuff. And he sat there for the longest time looking at his phone going, do I call the police or not? They told me not to, like Bubba just said.
And they have a camera on him.
Yeah, they have a camera on him, and they can see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying
But
is,
can they see him, or they just think they make him think they can?
He
Well,
probably
I got
thinks they
that.
can.
Yeah.
But they actually in this they have actual footage of the interrogation room and his story and her story and everything, and then they piece it together with interviews of current day, like them thinking back to it. So it's well done.
So you watch the first. It's only 3 episodes. You watch the first one. You're absolutely convinced he did this to get rid of his current girlfriend to get back with his ex-fiance. And whoever did this
seems like a simple breakup might be a better way to go.
Yeah, really fixed him up.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
the comforter on the bed is missing. Things that you would need to dispose of a body appear to be missing.
Bloods in the apartment.
Yeah, they've set
Or
them
the
up.
house.
Set them up. I mean, just he looks so guilty. You think where there's no need for a second, third episode. So in the second episode, can I go and tell this, or am I giving too much away?
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot.
no issue with me, my friend.
There's a lot we have not discussed, and this story.
You may keep me from having to sit down and watch it. I'm all in.
So
we're leaving a lot out.
The other part of this is this guy's thinking we're going to have this all-out search nationally for her, but they just focus in on him, and the media's involved because it's salacious and all this, but they're really focusing on him. They're not, they held him there for like 48 hours. Even I was going, where's his attorney? You know what I mean?
Right.
Even I'm saying that.
Yeah.
So we have all of this, and then mysteriously, a couple of days later, she shows up in the neighborhood she grew up in 2 hours away, and literally goes up to a family member, knocks on the door, and says, I've been released, help me. And the police then almost immediately start thinking she's in on it or she did it. And so they lead you down the path, one, that he did it, then that she did it, or they were in on it together. And then the third one is when all of the facts finally come about, and you're blown away by what actually happens. Can I leave it at that?
Yes, please do.
That's good.
Now, because you had me giving too much information, and now that you've set it up, I want to go watch it now.
Yeah,
so thank you.
When does she see the baby on the side of the road?
Oh,
my God.
That was later.
All right.
That was later.
Oh, look at
But
you.
but at the point, Rick, where she shows up at the door.
No need to fill in for Greg.
All right,
And
sorry.
and they've got like footage of her walking down the street to the neighbor's house. She doesn't seem panicked. And she released a message while she was a hostage, and she seems amazingly calm. And the police are going, there's no distress in her voice. She's faking this the whole way. Blah blah blah. And the police are playing the stats on all of these. The boyfriend probably did it. She's probably the movie had just been released. Everybody's thinking that. The media is dogging them for taking up valuable, in the police department too, for taking up valuable time. And then with a little time passed, it all unfolds.
Yeah, this
And-
is
and
her
you're
walking
blown
up.
away.
We're showing.
This is her being
footage.
released from being held hostage and, according to her, raped.
Right.
She does not seem very panicked.
And
But there's a reason for that.
There's a reason that we're not telling you
All
why.
right, stop.
What?
Y'all have done a great job up until this
and
point.
I'll tell you this: there's a criminal investigator too, or reporter, I should say. I'm sorry, reporter that starts getting contacted too, and then he plays a big role in it as well with his communication with the police department.
How long is each episode?
An hour, maybe?
Is it? I don't know, Helmsy. I didn't even look. I just watched the first episode. It just says the boyfriend. Then the second episode focuses on her.
Mm-hmm.
Third episode focuses on what really happened.
And it just sends chills up your back of how you can get from A to B off the scale. And you have been drugged through it too, because I watched the first one. He absolutely did it. He did this. That sorry ass, he did it.
That guy.
And then the second one, you're going, my gosh, she did it to get back at him for wanting to get back with his old girlfriend.
Well, that's the
wait a
reason.
minute, they're in on it together.
And
this is perfect.
If I'm not mistaken, and Rachel Maddow says in the third episode, I think she just gave it away, Donald Trump did this.
Right.
That's who it was.
Yeah, but looking at it, like you said, Bubba, I think, and we've really been talking about this, and we're not alone, many others are saying, it's the reason why we can never allow this country to go down the direction it's trying to go, where we're changing you're innocent to proving guilty, and we've turned it into you're guilty till you can prove that you're innocent.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, this sounds like another episode why it's important to wait.
Due process.
Let
it play itself
Get
out.
all the information, no matter how sure you are you're on the right path. Let it all fall into place. Phone calls are next.
Rick, just after it was over, I felt sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
Because not only what happened to them, but what I was thinking all along the thing. I'm as guilty as the police were.
And believe it or not, you'll be shocked how the kidnapper actually helped. And I'll leave it at that.
Trump? 866 We Be Big. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba.
You're listening to The Rick and Bubba Show.
Any sort of postal right now. And
It just
Dan,
keeps coming.
Dan, the mailman. Dan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Very well, sir. Well, let me start with this. The reason for the season, the birth of Christ, our Savior.
Amen.
I'll say that's the most important thing. But let me go beyond that. I just came back from the chiropractor's office on my way to work. I'm 61 years old. You hear that song, Andy Williams, The Most Wonderful Time of the Year?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. For you guys, it really isn't, other than the spiritual part, which you probably have to cling to on a daily basis. The secular part and the gift giving does not bring a lot of joy to you guys, does it?
Isn't that a great example of what Christ does for you? Your Christ alone makes you happy. But the secular, you're right. It doesn't work, okay? It just doesn't work. And I'll tell you what, I've been doing this for a long time. I fell out of mail trucks. I fell off of steps. You name it, I've done it, okay? And, fellas, I'm telling you, I'm beat up. I'm tired. My Christmas gift to me could be like, don't go into work anymore and retire. That's my Christmas gift.
Yeah. Dan, I bet you wish you could find 3 wise men to help you out, don't you?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'd kick them off their camels at least, and I could do that.
What about the dogs? Have you been attacked by dogs?
Yeah, well, you know what? Yes, I have. And the funny thing is we were taught when we first started, when dogs approach the door and a customer will say, well, no, they're not going to bite nobody. Sure enough, they do. Because the dog will stick its head out, and we're taught to push our foot on the bottom of the door and slam their neck in between the door jamb and the dog's yapping and crying about it and yelling, and the owner says, take your foot off the door. I said, no, grab your dog by the back of the legs and yank him back in. Yeah. And then what they do is they rake his ears, for crying out loud.
Well, yeah, it's the thing about the dog is just because the dog doesn't attack their family doesn't mean they won't attack a stranger.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, in my closing, listen, all mail carriers work really hard. But the guys like me that look really old, that are hunched over, you need to give them a cup of coffee or pat them on the back because they're not having fun right now.
Hey, Dan, let me ask you this. What can we do for mail carriers? What do you like because you're in a hurry. You don't have time to stop and talk. What is something good that we can do for you guys to show our appreciation?
Well, a small monetary thing, like maybe gift certificate to McDonald's, maybe throw in maybe your special cookies that you make, put them in a nice container because you want to put them in a container because the ants get in the box.
Right.
So, I've had that before where a customer says, how'd you like my cookies? They said they were a little grainy, but, have a little texture to them. But that's because
you probably don't want a card, though, right?
The cards are fine.
That's true. That's just something else you got to carry.
Some of the greatest thing is that people I can't afford to give me a gift, give me a card. I cherish that immensely. So there's still a little fire in my belly for doing the job, but it's slowly dwindling to nothing.
Yeah, well, all good things, or just all things, come to an end at some point. But
fellas, the good thing is I have 25 years of service, the same as you do. And I every time I hear you say that, I say, well, we both have something in common.
How about that? That's cool. Well, happy 25 to you too, Dan the mailman.
All right, see you guys. Thanks, fellas.
Be careful out there. Hang in there.
The difference is Dan can probably retire. We can't.
Right. That's well, that's true. Dan said he's getting down toward the end. He just said, the things start building up when you're 61 years old. But he's still out there making it happen.
I see them running. I mean, I know there's always jokes about mail service and all, but most of them I know they work very, very hard.
Yeah, they do. That's why they're.
It just keeps coming.
It
just keeps coming.
What Newman said: the mail never stops, Jerry.
Do you remember the episode where Newman had been stashing that mail in the store and Jerry decided to deliver it on weekends because he felt bad that people wasn't getting their mail?
Right. I remember that. And Newman, it was just so much, he just put something in like a storage building.
You know, we've had several stories over the years of
Yeah,
them
that's
finding mail
happened.
carriers
Yeah.
throwing people's mail away. I mean,
look, from what I've gathered, this time of year, my mail, if there's 10 pieces of mail, 9 pieces are catalogs.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls right now coming in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you want to join us, now's the time. Helmsy has got the phones for you. And we'll chat with you whatever topic you want to talk about. We talked about a lot today. And you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Things you need to know looking ahead. So this weekend, Nashville, Tennessee, Long Hollow in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Their men's conference this weekend. I'm honored to be there. Team Man Church. We're going on the road. We'll be a guest of Long Hollow and honored to be there with them and Scott Dawson. David Pollock will be speaking. Robbie Gallaty, the pastor, obviously will be speaking. All that is coming up this weekend. They got a lot planned for the guys. You can find that in upcoming events at rickandbubba.com, also at burgessministries.com. And then looking ahead, 2 Man Church conferences. Now Robbie Gallaty will be our guest. Birmingham, Alabama, coming up on February 16th and 17th for the Man Church Conference. Sanford University, the Wright Center. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Also, Rich Wingo will be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship. And we'll introduce our 2024 brand new resources from themanchurch.com. Then looking at March 8th and 9th, that's our second Man Church Conference. Granger Smith will be speaking. Incredible story. Also, James Spann. You'll hear his story. Scott Dawson will be speaking there in the land of 96.1. Andy Blanks will be speaking, and so will I, and Chuck Hooten doing worship there too. That'll be at Mississippi State University at the Bettersworth Theater. So all of these still have seats available. For Long Hollow this weekend, they're telling me I wouldn't count on walk-up. Okay, because they think that's going to sell out. I think the Man Church conferences likely will sell out too, because there's still seats available, but we're not talking about a lot. So if you're interested in any of these or all of these, go ahead and make your move and get your tickets now for the Man Church conferences. You get those by going to themanchurch.com. Robin is in Auburn, Alabama. Hey, Robin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Good.
I just wanted to see if the American Nightmare fans had heard of Sherry Papini. I don't know when the American Nightmare thing happened, but she might be the original Gone Girl, basically faked her own kidnapping as well. And she actually was released from prison just a few months ago for her elaborate case.
Yeah, I think you got apples and oranges here. According to what everybody is telling me, this woman did not fake her own kidnapping. So it's a bizarre story.
It is the ultimate whodunit.
Yeah. I don't think that's how this one ends.
No, you need to stay with this one. You won't believe it.
You're right.
Yeah, this one's going to have more twists than a Rocky Mountain Road.
Or whatever the name of that mountain is that Helmsy came down.
Yeah.
Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to hear from you. 97.9 in Meridian, Mississippi. Janet standing by. Hey, Janet. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. I just finished watching the documentary that Rick was talking about. But if you think that's something, you've got to watch Making a Murderer.
Yeah, we talked about that for years. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was new to me. I didn't know it was an old case, but that one really got me.
Yeah, all of these give you that creepy feeling, and I think it's one of the. I mean, you want to think to yourself, I understand that a documentary can create a narrative based on them hand-selecting facts, but you don't want law enforcement to create a narrative without having all the facts. You know, you want you don't like to think that could happen. You know, and of course that making of the murderer, though, from what y'all told me about that, it goes back and forth. I never did really figure out who did what on that one. That one just got weirder and weirder as it went on.
It's and it kind of shakes because again, we love law enforcement. Those people do such a thankless job,
of course,
and so many of them do a wonderful job.
Yeah.
But when you see some of these things happen, it just shakes you to the bone. You know, it really does.
Well, yeah, and that's one of those things where you're just like, okay, I just need to. How about try not to find myself in those situations? But sometimes, things happen beyond your control.
Mm-hmm.
You can make some life decisions that would minimize being in those situations, but some of it you just hope and pray that you don't find yourself in that situation. If you do, you pray the truth comes out.
Yeah, and I was kind of mad because I thought, doggone, Betty has got me pulled into another thing here.
You're right, Bob.
Love her, gosh, but and I don't want to be pulled into these. And then when I do, I get in there and I can't get out. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, man, I should have done something else.
Well,
but she likes you to watch TV with her, and I like watching together. But
I know.
Oh my gosh, this was one of them. It's hard to go to sleep after you've seen it.
I had a rare victory on that exact topic because we talked about it last week too, about how we get pulled into these things because our wives want us to spend time with them.
I love spending time.
I do too. I do too. Sometimes I'd like to maybe do something else than what we're doing, but especially when it gets cold like that, and everybody gets in their jammies and everybody wants to snuggle and all this. But I pulled off last night. I don't know how many times that husbands have pulled this off, but so I found myself in the situation that we speak of, and I'd gotten back home. I had to do something at the farm with one of our sons, and I sacrificially went there, and I came in. It was still relatively early in the Sunday, and Sherry said, "Well, I've been working here and getting this done. I'm kind of tired. I'm ready to take a break. But I want you to watch something with me."
Oh no!
And at that point, normally you just say, "I'll fall asleep and it'll be great," and what's left in the night anyway, And all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. I became emboldened, I don't know where it came from. Maybe it's from being on the land, and it made me feel confident, masculine.
Yeah, right.
I said, I tell you what, I love that. Let's watch something together. What do you think about the divisional playoff game? Let's watch the Chiefs and the Bills. What do you think about that? Why don't we watch some football together? And then there was a little bit of a, I don't know if I want to. And I said, it's that Taylor Swift team. Oh, is it? Well, how are they doing? And I said, well, we can go watch TV and find out.
The Taylor Swift team?
I used
Is that
it.
what you
I used it. I thought that was a pretty good move.
Saying it that way works.
And I said, they got that relationship going with one of the players. Which player? What's his name? Travis Kelsey. Do you know about him? Mm-hmm. No. What position does he play? Is he the quarterback? And I said, well, of course you think that. No, he's actually the tight end. And she goes, what? And I said, he catches the ball. Oh, so it's
the new cool position in the NFL, by the way.
Because of that comedian that you and I both took our wives to see. What's her name? Leanne something?
Yeah, Leanne Morgan.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about Mahomes.
Because of Leanne Morgan, and my wife thinks she's funny, and she is. At first, little misstep. She goes, Taylor Swift with Patrick Mahomes? No, nobody.
No,
Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's the team that Leanne was talking about. That's the team. Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback. Oh, so that's the wife that gets on her nerves. That's right. That's right. And I said, but on that team is a guy he throws the ball to, and he's dating Taylor Swift. And I said, I bet they'll talk all about it. and next thing I know,
she's in.
Yep, we're watching football with throw blankets.
Mm-hmm.
And
all about it.
And the evening went really well.
Yeah.
Hey, you're all about if they can get somewhat involved.
Just give them a narrative. Give them some kind of
some
story.
type of narrative, their personal life, something they're in.
Well, I had seen your text. I'd seen your text. And I said, as a matter of fact, I think Travis has already done a heart to her in the press box. Oh, did we miss that? and I said, well, maybe he'll score again. So let's go have a look. Top of the hour. If you say goodbye to us, we're doggone. But don't forget, Rick and Bubba archives are available every day. You can catch any part of the show you might have missed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
9.
I kind of wish they'd throw some of mine away.
Yeah.
I keep hoping some of us a check or something.
I'm trying to, looking at my time
Just use
right
them
now.
fake ones.
I think I'm okay. We get a ton of mail that only I know about.
Yeah.
Right. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, same way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you talking about the first cull?
Yeah.
that.
No need for that.
No. I stopped right by the big trash can outside the house.
Hey, honey, look at this. I went out to the mailbox, only one piece of mail.
Yeah, there it is.
That's all we had. Yeah.
Never got in the door frame.
That's a greeting card.
That's amazing that the mail only had the water bill in it. Coal. Yeah. So it's one of those things you want to say to, and I love doing mail order. Don't misunderstand me. I love the online stuff, but don't make us regret it. I mean, if we ever order something from you, don't make it a terrible experience for us. That now you're covering us up with catalogs and.
I wish
and
there
all
was
this.
a do not mail list, like there's a do not call list.
Yeah.
Well,
and there may be.
Thing
I don't
doesn't
know,
work.
but.
That do not call list. I mean, that list never worked. I mean, I get calls all the time.
Yeah, the thing, like I said, I don't have a phone at home anymore, but they're now finding the cell phone.
Oh, of course, yeah.
It's and now I told you I'm getting that thing now where it says telemarketer as a
more than normal.
Right.
Spam.
Used to.
And I'm getting this again. Somebody called me back the other day and said, your number called me.
Yeah.
It didn't.
That's right.
That's just weird.
Is that how you said it?
Well, it did, but it wasn't me.
Well, that's
how
what,
they hijack your number.
That part is weird because
crazy.
If it is my number, how are you hijacking it and pretending that you're calling from my number?
I know.
That's crazy.
Well,
but I've done it to other people. I've called back and said, "Hey, man, why did you call me? I didn't call you. Well, your number called me. Well, I didn't call you."
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized it's telemarketers.
See, now I realized it.
Yeah, and they'll have a local number just like.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a stream. There's a stream in the data when all these handshake, and then the number is just part of the stream.
Yeah.
So when they see that stream go by, they pull that number out and then put it in theirs, and so it's
have
your
fun.
phone thinks it's yours.
Have fun with them. Sometimes it backfires, and it's somebody you need to talk to, and you quickly have to change your voice. But answer like,
oh yeah,
you know, and it's
that.
like,
Excuse me, may I speak to Mr. Wickerbergen? Hello, may I speaking?
and then they'll just hang up on you.
Now, if you want to have fun, I switch and try to sell them whole life insurance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you called me. Got enough insurance?
The thing that hurts
How about
them
a
the
reverse
most
mortgage?
is if you can keep them on the phone, it kills them because it's all about time for them.
Now that I got you, you think you got enough insurance?
Hey, how you doing? How's the family?
Cyber Monday yesterday. We're online. We're ordering. We like it. We're out. We're shopping. Guess who also loves this time of year? Everybody's favorite Grinch, identity thieves. This is where they're trying. Boy, they're trying to pull information right now. Just be careful. Watch what you're doing. Get protection from LifeLock. Go to lifelock.com right now. Let me tell you what is not enough is for you to just be worried about credit cards and checking your credit. That's you're missing just a pile of other ways that they can take your identity and steal it and use it, taking out these payday loans, selling it on the dark web. So if you just want to try to, truly have, peace on earth as you're shopping, get the peace of knowing that you are protected by LifeLock with Norton Security. Norton also detects a wide range of threats as far as cybercrime is concerned. So it is the most comprehensive protection available on the market today. Certainly, no one can stop all identity theft or, to monitor all transactions at all places at all times and stop all cybercrime. However, if something does happen, then they have someone who is assigned to you that helps you restore your identity and try to work. So, Helmsy, you brought this massager to the studio. Now, certainly you learned as a little kid, if you've got a new toy, don't take it out into the neighborhood because all the other kids will start playing with it and they could break it.
Yeah.
But you brought it here, and I haven't seen you with it since you brought it. It looks like Speedy's just taking it away from you.
Well, no, to set it up, and Speedy can speak more into this.
Speedy's adopted it like a shortstop.
Well,
he has.
And he was supposed to be really the only one that was supposed to have it, to be honest.
To have?
And
to
so I got this thing probably, I don't know, 3-4 months ago, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I've had it a while. And Speedy texted me Sunday night and said, hey, listen, I got something going on with my neck, the back. I'm not sure. Can you bring the massage gun in? So I knew the fact that he was hurting pretty bad if he took the time to send me a text
You go that far
on a
with it.
Sunday evening. So
no doubt.
I brought it in for him yesterday. And I told him, I said, look, and he's been thinking about purchasing one of them himself, and so he tried out and those type of things.
That ain't gonna happen.
And so,
No, it will.
But
I think he's hoping you get tired of it.
Especially after yesterday, it definitely is going to happen now.
Yeah. So anyway,
Things
so
are good.
I let Speedy take the floor. I brought it in for him, and I don't think he's been able to use it as much as he would like to, based off of everybody else grabbing it. But
Not like
it's
you would
fine.
like to.
Well,
It's
he's
fine.
but he's taking it.
I don't. Now I will say
everybody
this.
else with it.
He
I
is.
don't like hearing the fact that it's the show's new massager because it's not.
Well, that's what Speedy said.
Yeah, it's
Just
Helmsy's
that's what
massager.
What Speedy? He's acting like it's for his to have.
You better throw them attachments away when you get that back from him.
Easy, buddy. It's because you're thinking about what you do.
He's massaging all members of the show like a wild man.
Yeah,
And
well-
you're gonna have to reel it back in, Helms. I'm just telling you.
Thanks.
Past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. A brand new hour. Greg is out today. Helmsy, Speedy, Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Yes.
Considering you have 24 to work with, that doesn't seem like a whole lot.
It doesn't seem like we're overstepping at all. So we've been talking about the weekend, and, you know, we have all these, the new times of our lives. The whole show's been about that for the last 30 years. And so we...
Thank you.
You know, and this is one of those things coming up with this last year. You know, we've talked a lot about the earthly passing of my dad and him going on into glory and all the content that he has provided over the years on this program and at men's conferences and all of this. And one of the things, you know, we always talk about is, you know, men, when they're together, if they're, you know, cut from a certain cloth, one of the things is you never want to admit that you might be, say, for instance, cold. You know,
Right,
you just kind of want to.
It's a weakness.
I'm good. And I can remember Dad in the last, you know, decade of his life, when after he, of course, he claimed he didn't have a cardiac event. Of course, he did. He claimed he didn't have a heart attack because he didn't pass all the way out.
Right.
That's not in medical journals, by the way. That's what Dad says about it. And it was funny after I told that story again at his memorial service. Our cousin, who is a cardiologist, walked up to me and goes, "Your dad did have a heart attack." And I said, "I know, we all know that." And but anyway, but after that, and Bubba, you've experienced this. He got put on blood thinners, so you know you get colder. And you know, and of course, Dad, you know, didn't believe that anyone should ever be uncomfortable for any reason whatsoever. It was a sign of some sort of weakness, and so we started this kind of funny relationship where he would say things like, "Are you cold?" And I would go, "No, I'm good." "Oh, okay." I said, "Dad, if you're cold, put a jacket on." You gonna put a jacket on? And I'm like, "Well, I mean, did that make you feel more comfortable if I put on? I want you to know if I put a jacket on, it's not because I'm cold, it's because I'm trying to help you." "Oh, well, forget it then. We ain't gonna put one on." "No, I'm good." I said, "So you're not cold?" "No, not cold at all." "You gonna wear a jacket?" No, I'm not. Are you?" "Well, I mean, are you?" And so it was interesting that I found myself, you know, these things are so generational.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I had over the weekend was, which is weird anyway, that I'm supposed to report to a location to work with one of my sons who has a company that shoots videos and does all this stuff. And now, like, I'm the client, and I'm supposed to meet him, and he's telling me all these things I'm supposed to be doing and all this for us. We're shooting some videos for the upcoming Man Church conferences that'll play inside the and while we were there, we ended up doing some other stuff too, because we might as well since we're here.
You find yourself saying "yes, sir" to your son.
Yeah, well, and you know, it's you know, now some people say that I'm not overly coachable. I don't know where they get that from, but the
don't like a script. I know that.
Well, this weekend, my wife finally asked me, "Is there some sort of disease I have that she's not aware of?" that makes a person unable to put a drawer back after you take something out of it to push it back in.
Right.
And I said, well, I suffer from, a lot of people don't know this. It's called anti-draweritis. And I said, and we're unable to push a drawer back in after we take something out of it. We just leave it.
She goes, Amanda has the same thing.
She goes, whatever it is, you have it. Because every single day I go in there after you've gotten ready for work and that drawer is open. And I said, no, I think it must come back out. You better check that thing. It doesn't seal. But anyway, so it's cold.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Oh,
a cold.
it's so cold.
Well, you know these.
It's in our bones right
Well, you
now.
know these video types, and Bubba, you have a photography background. They have that thing they call perfect light.
Oh yeah.
And they just
Right
they're
before sunset.
just obsessed with it. But I want to shoot it in the light because it's warmer. Because I'm gonna be standing out in a field, and it's freezing cold. Okay. And nobody wants to see you in a jacket if you're shooting a video or something. And and there was a certain shirt that I thought this is one I want to go with. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we're getting the shirt. But anyway, so we get down there and he's setting up. Well, when the ball of fire in the sky, when it starts losing its fire, it gets real cold real fast.
Yeah, it sure does.
Real cold real fast. Of course, I kind of wanted to try to see if we couldn't wrap it up and get out in the woods. But he said, Dad, we can't shoot this in noonday light out here. It won't work. And I'm like, all right. So we get down there and we're out there. Well, he's bundled up because he's behind the camera.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's setting it all up. He's getting his tracking stuff and all this stuff. And, I don't know what he's even talking about. And so he says, now let's do this. And there was a jacket over that I brought that was in the truck, and he was like, "You want to put your jacket on?" And before I knew it, I became my dad. I said, "No, I mean, you gonna wear your jacket?" And he said, "Well, I got my jacket on, Dad. I'm behind the camera. I'm gonna actually wear what I need to be warm. I mean, we could shoot this of you in a jacket, I guess." Yeah. And I said, I did. I mean, this is some jacket I just grabbed off a rack at camp house.
I need no jacket.
I need no jacket. I got to have my flannel on. And he goes, okay. He goes, but are you cold? Because I need to set up for a minute. Do you want to go put your jacket on and then come back? And I'll be honest with you, the thought of that was actually quite intriguing.
Inside just going,
yeah. And it's like this side inside of me goes, what do you care? Go put your jacket on. Yeah. And I'm telling myself, if I put my jacket on somehow it'll make me weak. Who told you that? My daddy, my whole life. And it's like I know where it came from. But that's probably not true. People aren't weak because they put a jacket on when it's freezing cold.
No.
Go put it on.
They're normal.
Why
Probably
don't you
smart.
Why don't you stand there with it on, and then when he tells you let's go, take it off?
Yeah, like a football player, they throw it over their shoulder pads and then
yeah,
you're a football player.
So sensible Rick is talking to raised by Bill Burgess Rick, and I said, no, I'm good. He goes, Dad, I know you're cold, and I went, no, I'm not cold. I'm good.
It's because your bottom lip's shivering, Rick.
I was. At one point, I thought, I wonder what hypothermia feels like. And Dad, are you okay? I don't know. I feel like I'm drifting. And so
somebody warm Daddy.
Right. And so we get ready, and he goes, all right, let's we shoot it like this. Then it came down to this, Bubba, and you and I've been doing it for a living. You kind of know you could probably do it better, but you're ready for it to be over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then there's that. Honestly, I think we're almost there. Let's do it one more time. and this thing they do. You and I've heard it all the whole time we've been doing this. What is this safety thing they talk about?
Oh yeah. Well,
Adler, what is this?
In case
hey Dad, let's do this one for a safety. So wait a minute. I just did it the way we want it. We're going to do it again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dad. So are you going to use what we're about to do? Probably not. Ooh, that's not the way to motivate me.
What if they accidentally erase something?
Is that what it is?
The editing process.
Is that what it is?
I mean, you never know. Maybe your jacket scratched the mic on the word, and we need that
you mean my
one
flannel?
word.
You mean my flannel?
All right, you weren't wearing a jacket.
Not my jacket.
Don't
have a jacket on.
That's
maybe there's some kind of encoding problem with the video, and it looks like a wrinkle.
It's like having a backup car key, just in case you lose the first.
But you see me hearing that we're about to do something that's going to take longer that we may not even use. I would rather him say, I think we could do it again. Don't call it something. I said, does safety mean we're not going to use it? So what I just did is correct. And he knew you could see his face going, oh, no, not one of these dad moments. Yeah. Yes, Dad, it is. So we're done. we need to do it. We need to do it one more time. It's called a safety. We do this. It's standard.
I can hear your teeth clenching.
So I'm about to do it again, and we're not going to use it. Dad, we might. Okay. Do you want to put your jacket on while I set it up? No, I'm not. I'm good. And then I walked over there and I started putting my hand on my jacket and kind of ran my hands under it, in the back of the truck. Yeah. And I started thinking, well, that's a warm jacket. Like that. And at one point he looks over and says, Daddy, you have that picture face? What are you doing? I was just trying to thaw Daddy's face out. I'm fine. I'm fine. Anyway, we shoot this last one. We one of those face toboggans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And he was like, I don't think that's what we're looking for.
Guard.
But I want y'all to know that I shot all the way till dark and I never put my jacket on.
That's a man. That's a real man right there.
They're not trying to brag.
Rick.
I'm not trying to bring attention to myself. That's just
the way it is.
That's just what happened.
Well, I'm freezing right now. Is anybody else freezing?
Yeah, I'm cold from you talking
about
it.
Yeah.
Bluebell just delivered ice cream. We're going to be even cooler.
Rick, it's okay to be cold. That's a normal human thing.
Ever stood in the pasture in that kind of heat cold?
Rick and Bubba.
So he's got another 48 hours, and then he's going to give it back.
Well, you can turn it down on the back, Greg.
Well, now, of course, you know us. We always turn it up.
Yeah, sure.
Ask Hattiesburg. But anyway, so what I've noticed, though, now Speedy's turned it into like a challenge. He's like seeing how much he can hurt you with it.
Yeah, I did go a little far last break.
And
when I was sticking it on y'all's, like, right on the pit of your chest.
It really shows you how much soreness is in there.
And according to Adler is suggesting that we got an emailer yesterday, I guess watching on YouTube.
Here we go.
And he says Speedy's being dangerous with it.
Adler, come here and tell us about it.
Speedy's being dangerous.
He did. I mean,
Rick, I can't disagree.
These things are dangerous.
I'm telling you.
Handled the wrong way.
Speedy
should come with a warning.
I don't know what he meant. I need more clarity on dangerous.
Well, I'm serious. There are parts of the body that you should not use it on.
What?
Like your neck. Yes.
Not your neck.
It's made for that.
That's one of the things you need.
No,
it
like
for.
the front of the neck.
Oh, yeah.
Well, who does that?
The side of the neck.
Speedy's
the
done that to
front
Adler.
and the front. And Speedy came at me with it.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'm telling you, he's not being safe.
I don't think I went to the front of your neck.
You're being
Speedy will
irresponsible.
You've been a little irresponsible.
Here, let me get you again.
And what was the other one about the heart?
So, okay.
Listen to this one.
So, with these veins right here, you're not supposed to do it on the front because with the, I always say this wrong, carotid artery.
You said it right.
Okay, so with the carotid artery right here, especially in old people, they can get buildup, whether it's a blood clot or even just like plaque buildup in those areas. You bust it loose, it's going straight to their brain, all because you wanted to use one of those massage guns.
Where are you getting all this at?
That's well, actually, okay. I know about
An emailer.
I know about that thing because old people aren't supposed to just start jujitsu out of nowhere either.
It always goes back to jujitsu.
If you do a choke on a person, everything is normally fine unless you break a blood clot loose and it goes to their brain and you kill them.
Who's putting a chokehold on me, Mom?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do you have a lot of elderly trying to do
Jiu-jitsu is for everyone.
Well, apparently not.
Jiu-jitsu is for everyone.
Hey,
look.
A second.
You learn to fight so
on
you
your
don't have
heart.
to.
You're not supposed to do it on your heart.
Right.
With the massage gun.
But you can do the corner of your chest, right? Your pit right
Any
there.
kind
What
of-
about your rump?
Any kind of medical devices.
Oh, I got Terry last
If you
night.
have any kind of medical device.
I came by.
Really?
Yeah, I came. She was in the
So the
kitchen.
gun worked.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
That was a quick recovery.
No,
Speedy.
she was in the kitchen. I came up behind her and hit that
Next feeling better?
right there.
Listen, let Greg. Let
She's
Greg.
like, "Oh my God!"
Listen, well, let Greg finish his comment. Let somebody say something else, then say that.
All right, I'm out of control.
That's good, Speedy. That's good.
Your
buddy.
timing right there was terrible. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it
Goodness
like that.
gracious.
And the more you talk, the worse it got.
Well, if you have thrombosis, don't do it.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buzzkill over there.
Yeah, I don't listen.
Well,
I
you
purchased
playing the role of Bubba?
I purchased this gun for my lower back, and it has helped tremendously.
He's not being.
I what
responsible
I'm saying is he's being responsible with himself. He's just not with
Not to others,
He's not
right.
playing well with
See,
others.
let's
Hey,
see who can
Bubba, your
chant.
feet. It'd work on your
Ooh,
foot.
yeah.
It's good for feet.
Yeah.
I don't
Take that
need
shoe off real quick, Adam.
What about
okay,
elderly?
feet?
What about
okay,
elderly
feet.
feet?
Are the feet okay?
It depends on how elderly are we talking here.
What about Bubba?
Bubba
can
Bubba
feet
be
handle
okay.
it?
Do you have
Okay.
phlebitis, Bubba? Do you have phlebitis?
I don't think so. I hadn't been around any fleas.
What about Pete? What about if you're having it done to you while wearing a snazzy vest?
Yes. Then it's okay.
Yeah.
Then it's fine.
Leave the vest on.
But he was coming here a minute ago trying to like do a challenge with it.
Yeah. How long could he hold it on your heart?
Yeah, and Adler was screaming, "Do not put that on people's hearts."
Well, I wasn't. It was in the corner. It was
But
the
y'all
pit
got
of the-
hardware
Here,
in
look,
there, man.
let's try.
You
Let's
gotta
see
go
who can,
easy.
let's
You
see
need
who
to
can
get
do
it
it.
I went into AFib.
Adler, let's see if
Yes,
you can handle
that's
this.
what I'm saying. It'll give you an irregular rhythm.
I'm gonna go to Greg. Hold on.
Is our battery updated?
Come on.
I hope so.
All right.
See,
Come on,
he-
Speedy.
Don't do
Helmsy,
it.
what you
And I've
intended
got
for-
that deep tissue attachment on it, which makes it even.
Watch it.
Hey, I'm the one that lets you
Like
borrow it.
oh, sorry. That's dangerous.
You're supposed to be the parent right now.
That's right. I'm sorry.
You're chiming in.
I got caught up.
This is amazing.
Speedy. Top of your head. Top of your head.
No,
That'll
no,
hurt.
no.
That'll hurt.
You're not
Top
supposed to
of
do
the
the
head.
top
Get a
inside your
concussion.
head.
Top of the head.
You're not-
Baldy.
You're not supposed
Don't.
to.
All right, what about the stomach?
I didn't read
All right, let me give
anything
you your belly
about
button.
that.
You ready?
No, that'll hurt.
Oh, belly button's going to be weird.
Now, don't do that on your belly button. You'll go back in time. I'm telling you, he's reckless with me.
Tickles more than anything.
Bubba, what do you want?
No.
will
You
tell
done,
you this,
hey, you
Terry.
done got me.
Top of
Terry,
your
Terry
head.
was
Top of
making
your
fun
Leave
of
her
it
out of
until I.
this. Leave her out of this.
No, I'm just saying.
The more
until-
you talk, I want you to wash it before you put it on.
Rick Burgess.
Here we go. We're back chatting with you and hopefully spending some time together for the rest of the show today. If you miss any part of the show, good news. There's daily archives. You can get those on our YouTube channel or you can get them on our podcast channel. They're available to you every day. Also, a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We don't do it every week, but we do it a lot of weeks. And we have a brand new one that just came out over the weekend. Got some great feedback on this conversation with Mac Brunson, his new book, God is For You. If you have not heard that conversation about, who is God in the middle of life's crises? We talked about that with Mac Brunson, and he shared some of his own personal story. It led to a great conversation. Bubba and I really enjoyed that. If you haven't caught this week's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, go grab it. We got a brand new one there. All right, so tell me, boys, what's going on? Tough day for me today. We've talked tennis and golf all in the same show.
Yeah.
But at least we were able to sprinkle some playoff football in there to keep
With
me
a
interested.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, and of course that hurt a little bit.
Right.
But anyway, these are really big stories though, and so we have another story out of Sweet Home Alabama. What are we excited about here? Somebody
Nick-
did something that they're real young when they did it.
Nick Dunlap, Rick, has shocked the golf world.
Okay.
By winning the PGA Tour event. First one to win it since Phil Mickelson did in 1991.
Okay.
This doesn't happen much. He's a member of the University of Alabama golf team.
How about that? A road tag.
And it was a big stunning victory and a lot of ties to our area too.
Yeah. So this is the first amateur to win a PGA Tour event since you said Mickelson. That's the key. Right. He's an amateur and he won a PGA. That's the
because
biggie.
he's on the Alabama golf team.
I got you. And he won a PGA deal as an amateur.
Right. Yeah, and he's the youngest amateur to win since 1910.
Oh wow. Okay.
Which may have been Francis we met. I'm not sure, but I just throw that name out there.
How about
Probably
that?
off on that. I don't know
You
why
said it with
everybody
confidence, though.
keeps saying, and maybe he was born there, but this kid grew up in Birmingham. He played at Greystone Country Club.
Yeah.
I saw him out at Hoover Country Club a good bit, and I got to tell you, when you saw him as a 14 or 15-year-old hitting a golf ball, it sounded different, it looked different, and you thought, this kid's going places.
Okay.
Now nobody can predict this.
Okay.
No one said this is what he's
My
going to
boy
do.
Nick.
But he is a phenomenal talent. He was a good baseball player. He's a good football player. Played basketball. Matter of fact, it was either, I don't know if it was Braden or Caroline, but when they were playing golf, they were in a tournament, and the talk that day, it was at Highland towards downtown. He shot a 59. Now, if you're not a golfer, that doesn't mean anything.
Even I know that's a low number.
But that's a low number
tiny
as
number.
a very small kid at 14 or 15.
Right.
So The kid's unbelievable talent. Again, went to Spain Park. I mean, I think he homeschooled for a couple years, but he played golf for Spain Park for a couple years as well. So a lot of ties with this kid, and remarkable story. Remarkable enough, in the world of college sports that we live, as an amateur, he can't collect the $1.5 million that he just won.
What if it was an NIL deal?
Now Alabama convinced him to come back and take 1.5 out of the collective and give him, and that's okay.
Well, could he quit the college team and collect the money?
I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works.
Doggone it.
But
if you sign up
going
as an amateur,
through.
do you have to stay with it?
Couple of big things that this does for him. It gives him, I think, 2-year status. He gets to play in all the majors this year. So this is humongous.
Yeah, I guess he was born in Huntsville because they're from Huntsville, but I guess maybe relocated or something. I don't know. But.
Yeah, there's one store here that says he used to take money off PGA Tour pros at Greystone Country Club as a middle schooler.
Because I saw him hitting. I saw him hit golf balls all the time when Brady and Caroline were playing. Nobody sees this coming.
Yeah. This is pretty good.
History in the desert. For the first time since 1991, an amateur has won on the PGA Tour. Nick Dunlap wins the American Express. Wow.
That's a big accomplishment right there, friends.
That's really cool, man.
That's a big one.
And he doesn't look like he's changed a bit since he's 14, other than he's got taller.
Really?
That's
cool.
Yeah.
Bubba, did you get a little misty during that?
No. No, I was just excited for him. I'm fired up. Rick, it's probably the beginning of COVID because Greg was in here. What it is. It's probably
you went to COVID.
Well, looking back, I think we're all thankful we sent Greg home and he stayed home until he came back today.
So, you know what? He was home when he was fine and then came here after chills. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. But anyway, but there it is.
And he'll have some decisions to make. He'll have to talk to his college coach and his teammates and figure out, because he does. I think this is one of those times where
doesn't the
you
NIL
realize
have to cough up money now to get him to come back? I mean, that would be fair since he missed.
As far as just the opportunity alone, you don't have these exemptions come along very often, and I think he needs to take advantage of it for sure. The worst thing that he could have done for Bama's coach is win this tournament.
Right.
Because now it's like, you've got to say, son, you need to probably take advantage of this.
Yeah. You okay now? I mean, we brought golf up. You okay now with the tie and everything?
Local kid.
Because I know you seem to have kind of become at ease with it, halfway through it.
I'm kind of.
It took me.
There's some growth here. I think y'all can all say, okay, and I know we're all delusional. We think we're doing better than we are.
Yeah.
So I got that. But I feel like today I have been engaged.
Yep.
I have talked not just about Helmsy with a personal tie to tennis. I talked about Novak.
I forgot about that.
You sure did.
I've just talked about golf.
Yeah.
I stayed pretty engaged in that.
I think you've done well.
I even showed a little interest in the Kelsey family that I know that everybody's not tired of.
And during this golf story, you didn't even say the joke, any sport that you can drink beer during is
didn't
not.
do that?
You didn't even do that.
You did.
Can I tell you what's
That's good.
Can I tell you what's helping me with golf? And I need to ask Helmsy about this. I've really fallen in love with their clothing. I love.
They do have good clothing.
I love to wear golf clothing.
Yeah.
I don't want to play golf or be around golf, but I love their clothing. But does their clothing, is it okay year round? Like today, I had golf pants out and I was going to put them on. And I thought, do you wear golf pants?
The only thing better is to coach tennis, Rick.
Right. Yeah. Right. So can I wear golf gear like?
100%.
Any season?
100%.
I think so.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Can I ask you a fact?
I need some new golf clothes.
Yeah. Oh, they're so comfortable. Can I ask you a fashion question? Could I have gotten away today with blue golf pants with this shirt with the red in it?
Yeah, for the Lions.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
if you're coaching Detroit,
I didn't know the blue pants. Do they work with this shirt with so much red in it? I didn't know.
Burgess.
Yeah.
Are you asking that?
Well, I was going to put on some blue golf pants today because they were so comfortable, and I looked.
That would work.
It felt a little awkward.
I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Right?
Is it what color blue? Dark?
They were dark blue.
Yeah. That would be okay.
Do you think?
Well, it's basically gray and blue. You just got a little bit of red on it.
I'll say this: the blue jeans, I think, was a better choice.
Yeah. Well, look, it did. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a side of me thought to myself, if I had some red golf pants right now, I'd be rocking.
Yeah. Awesome.
I don't. Can you wear those? I don't know. Is that borderline clown pants?
What
if you go red?
Now you could ask him if you could have worn a hoodie with it, and he'd have said yes.
Well, look, I've already become a zip-up guy.
What brand are these pants? I think these pants would look good on you.
I have those, but in the shorts.
John Daly look.
Only in shorts.
Go with the John Daly look. It'd be great.
He's year-round.
Yeah.
Don't I have to be in some tropical environment, though?
It's going to be warm enough later this week to wear shorts.
I know it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She was like, "What's that all about?" And then I hit that calf, and she was like, "Oh."
Oh, the calf. It's good for your feet.
Oh,
Calves.
I
Calves.
need 'em.
I'm telling you, thighs.
She went, "Oh."
Calves and thighs.
Large muscle tissue is
But wrong. It's perfect for it.
No,
serious
business.
Greg,
you say
glutes.
The buttocks.
You say glutes.
The buttocks are glutes.
See, that sounds
It
like
does
you
that.
do
a lot of
professional.
squats. When you
Instead of put it on my butt.
No, you're right, Greg. You're right. And these children can't handle it, but you're right.
Somebody say hip and glute.
Yeah.
Right.
Buttocks.
Gluteus maximus.
Speedy's doing
Yeah,
it.
right there.
Yeah, it'll feel good.
Maximus Aurelius.
Oh, you want it now?
Try the calf. Your calf.
That quad.
Buddy,
All the
paint
quads.
from here.
You're gonna
that
have to
doesn't
get
look
this
good.
away from
Look,
him.
Look, it's like a guy ringing that bell.
Texas Tech.
Oh, my.
Red Raiders.
Speedy, get away
You're going to
from
have
me.
to take it
I
back.
know. I didn't realize
Take
he
it
was
home.
doing this.
Take it
I'm
back.
sorry.
Because let me tell you something. If he has to buy his own, he won't have one.
Yeah, you get that one out of here. We'll never see another one.
I don't want you. Why does he keep doing that to me?
That's dangerous.
That feels good right there.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I must tell you, we cannot play the audio of this unless it's. I mean, he's using some words here. Elton John shocked some concert goers, Bubba, by directing, and I mean foul language, at two security guards who he spotted booting a female fan from the venue of his show. Undoubtedly, he stopped the show for, and he's known to pitch fits. I mean, he'll have a little
hissy, Rick.
Yeah, I mean, he will have a meltdown.
Little hissy fit.
And so when he saw the security people, by all accounts, I see the quotes from the security team. By all accounts, they're saying the security were doing their job, which is to keep people from rushing the stage or getting on the stage. And he takes the security guards to task. And again, we can't play the audio, especially if you look at the second word he used there, Bubba.
Yeah, he went all in there.
He really, really did. And basically, he's screaming at them that he didn't like the way they were treating the girl, and told her to be brought back immediately. The crowd cheers him on, and he calls them something else horrible. Then he says, "Morons! You both are morons. You don't treat girls like that." And then he said, "Leave her alone," and then he calls him something else. But he only apologized for one of the words he used.
Well, he went
Just
back and
one?
apologized for that and said, "I just hate people being assaulted, especially women, by security guards. I have a pet hate for security guards anyway."
Oh my!
Well, then don't have any.
Why do you think they were there? You hired them.
Yeah.
You know what? I know that this. Let me say this. I would like to think of better. I hope I'm a better person than this. Not likely in this situation.
Right.
If I was a security guard and I was treated like that, it would take a lot. Now, I need to be a pro and do my job. That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
And I acknowledge that.
I might just take my yellow vest off and let them have at it,
The next time somebody tried to charge the drama queen, it'd be real difficult for me to stop them.
Yeah.
And look, that doesn't say much
I might
about
give
me.
my hands up.
I need to be a pro and do my job, and I acknowledge that. But I would have a struggle in the flesh with that. Would you?
Yeah.
Just say, well, I'll tell you what. If we're so horrible, then have at it.
Rick, it's like people who have armed guards being critical of people with guns.
Well,
that just
get
drives
in line
me crazy.
for that one.
If we all could hire a security force with machine guns, we wouldn't need pistols.
Right. So again,
who's the moron then?
It's unclear why she was being ejected from the venue, but a person interviewed there that must have some knowledge of the security team believes that the security team simply acted appropriately.
What was the there was a thing where he was on stage. We had the story a year or so ago where all the people came up and got on stage. He got mad about that.
The guy was trying to give him a high five or something.
Didn't he invite people to come up on the stage, and then they got too many of them or got too close to him or something? What was the deal?
Yeah.
You remember that? I remember the footage. I don't remember the situation.
They wanted people on the stage as he played. I forget what song it was. Yeah. And he's on the piano, and the guy kept trying to get a high five from him. High five. And finally, he just has a conniption.
He does.
So in this particular case, he wants people up there. Then he's mad that they're up there. I mean, you can't make him happy.
Well,
the little drama queen,
the little tiny dancer,
the little tiny dancer.
How about I've noticed this a lot with some of the artists that have just gotten really old, like Willie Nelson and others. Where
now Willie can't breathe.
Right, yeah. But there's points when they'll just be like, I don't feel like doing this tonight, or I'm done, or I'll just do whatever I want and leave. Like, they get to a point where it's almost like, what do you do to them? I mean,
I bet Elton's
you know what I'm saying?
Handle, though. I mean, if you.
"35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Here we go. How'd you sleep last night, America? Maybe it could have been better. Could have been better. Rick, how could it have been better? I'll tell you how. You could have had a Helix mattress, and it could have been customized the way you sleep. That would have made a big difference. Why don't you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now? Even in Greg's little COVID house, he and his little bride, they just snuggle in a Helix mattress every night. Greg probably has chills in it right now. But anyway, helixsleep.com/Bubba. They're going to ask you a few questions about how you sleep. Valentine's Day, here it comes. How about giving, the gift to your marriage, a gift of a mattress that is customized the way you sleep, so you get a better night's sleep. They're going to ask you, do you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach? They're going to ask you things like, do you like a firm mattress, a medium mattress? Do you like it to be somewhere maybe really soft? You like that? Is this a big and tall model? Is this for a child? Maybe you got something for one of your kids and not for yourself. So anyway, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, and this doesn't take very long at all. And then they ship it to your door directly after you take the sleep quiz. They put it together right to the door. You have 100 nights to sleep on it, because there's really no other way to know if you love it or not, to actually sleep on it. You got 100 nights to decide if you want to keep it or not, and you will. But if you don't, you get a full refund. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba right now, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Ron DeSantis, as we talked about earlier in today's program, has decided to step down to end his presidential bid. Trump has rewarded him by taking away DeSanctimonious as a nickname.
He's retired it, right?
He's removing the slur. That'll be gone. There'll be no more slight against Ron DeSantis anymore, because he got in line. And here is DeSantis. Folks are questioning this quote he gives, whether he gets the information correct. But here we go.
Winston Churchill once remarked that success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. While this campaign has ended, the mission continues. Down here in Florida, we will continue to show the country how to lead. Thank you, and God bless.
So it's not Churchill? Was that what he's getting a little beef about?
Apparently, they're saying it was not Churchill. I think he has been quoted on this a few times through history. But
okay.
The group who looks over that, and let me give you their name.
Imagine this group.
It is my page updated here. It's a group that keeps up, and it's kind of a historical society for him. They said years earlier, the society honoring the memory of the two-time UK Prime Minister had debunked the idea that ever quotable politician had said this. They based that on careful research and the canon of 50 million words by and about Churchill, including all of his books, articles, speeches, and papers.
Okay. All right. So DeSantis quoted a quote that he credited to Winston Churchill that apparently many others have as well, but historically he never said it. Is that correct? Is that where we are?
Apparently, there was a story in 2013, an article in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which also used the same quote and attributed it to Winston Churchill. So
if I
it's
take
been misquoted several times.
If I take that exact quote and I put it in a Google search, it comes up and tells me Winston Churchill quote.
Yeah,
They're called zombie quotes. They're fake quotes by famous people that are widespread years after they've been debunked, but people still keep using them.
Right. Yeah. Now, I have heard about that. Now, I told Bubba last night on something much more important. I heard Tony Romo get one wrong.
Okay.
Now, he didn't get a quote wrong, but he credited a rule in football to the wrong person.
Yeah.
And the minute he did it, I thought, oh, wow, his email. Let me tell you, Jim, I saw when they made about Franco Harris, Jim. It was not Franco Harris. It was Kenny Stabler and Dave Casper that Stabler realized he was going to lose the game if he gets sacked. They've got him, and he just pushes forward the football into the end zone, which Dave Casper then recovers for a touchdown. And they made a rule you can't fumble the ball forward for you to have a chance to score. Matter of fact, they ruled against somebody on that last night. And, of course, Romo, Jim, that was the Franco Harris, Jim. and of course, it's not. He had that wrong. And I thought, and I know what is confusing. He's confusing the Immaculate Reception.
Yeah. Right.
Because that was the Raiders. The ball did bounce off a Raider, and Franco scored. And there was controversy on whether that was legal. But that was not what they ruled on last night. That was the Stabler-Casper rule.
Okay, I'm confused about something even more now. I was watching the game in my mind. Kenny Stabler fumbles the ball. It was against the Chargers. Into the end zone. Dave Casper recovers it for a touchdown, game over. But I pulled this up just to read about it again. And it said, according to the NFL rulebook, if a runner intentionally fumbles forward, it's a forward pass. Also during the play, the game officials ruled that Banaszak and Casper's actions were legal because it was impossible to determine if they intentionally batted the ball forward, which would have been ruled a penalty. So was Banaszak in that too?
Well,
because I talked to Kenny Stabler when we played golf about it.
Well, here's what I think happened, and I don't know which one, so I don't have this part right.
Right.
Stabler fumbles it forward. Okay. Banaszak slaps it further, and Casper recovers, or Casper slaps it further, and Banaszak recovers.
It's known as the Holy Roller play.
Yeah.
And it happened on September the 10th, 1987. 1978.
I believe pretty sure that's Franco Harris, Bubba.
I wish we could find the play and watch it now, because now I'm beginning to doubt what I saw.
Do you think sometimes when Jim's done doing the game with Romo, he almost wants to change his name?
Wow.
Guys, can I just be something other than Jim?
Guys, I got to tell you, I think Jim pretty much handpicked Romo for this.
So Jim's okay with it?
Yeah, I think so. I've seen some interviews with them, like some behind-the-scenes stuff, and they're very close.
So Jim,
now he may be done with him by now.
Jim likes Tony. Now I'm telling you, the truck doesn't.
No, I think you're all over that. You're all over that.
Yeah, is this the Holy Roller play y'all are talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So here it is.
Oh, I love this.
All right. So
can we hear them?
So
call
watch
it?
Stabler. He knows.
Okay,
So he's
throws
flipped
it
it.
underhand. So.
Who slaps it into the end zone? That's
Maybe
where
it's
that's.
Banaszak.
Yes,
that's
Banaszak.
him, 40.
Yeah, Banaszak.
I think he was just trying to pick it up. I don't even know.
And then Casper.
Well, that's athletic.
Yeah. Well, notice they're trying to get it in the end zone.
I know.
Yeah, and they win the game, and so they went back and changed the rule.
You know what Stabler did now would be considered a pass, an incomplete pass.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please look at John Madden.
Do you remember what he said? They said, yes, get your big butt in the locker room. You won the game. Did you hear that out? Go back and say,
Madden wants to know if it's real. Yes, get your big butt in the dressing room.
and think about, too, some of the characters on this play in that team. Okay, you had Kenny Stabler, who was a great Alabama quarterback. Okay, Dave Casper, who was a Notre Dame tight end, who caught one of the passes that beat Alabama for a national championship.
How about that?
And then he caught it by extending that gave him a first down. They were able to run the clock out. So you have these two guys teaming up for this most unusual play, and really I think it's probably one of the best known plays other than the Immaculate Reception in the NFL.
Pretty
the Holy
sure it's
Roller.
Franco Harris, Bubba.
God love Tony. He just got that wrong. And I know why he got it wrong because I know he was picturing in his mind the ball knocking around and all that.
Yeah. I forgot Banaszak was in the middle of that.
Yeah, I did too. That part I didn't remember. So
what a great name, too. Banaszak.
For
a fullback?
Well, when he was given that name, then he had to play for the Raiders in 70.
Yeah. They just assigned him. They didn't even draft him.
All right, so also Trump apparently got Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi confused over the weekend, and that's also circulating. Let's see now, Trump will be what, 80? When's Trump 80?
Is he 80? Isn't he?
How old is Trump?
He's 70.
Yeah, I think he's 77, 78.
I admit that.
I thought he's 80 right now, but maybe not.
No.
No.
How old is Biden? Is he 80 even?
Trump is 77.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he was in the upper 70s.
Biden just seems
78 in June.
Biden is older than he even seems, and he's pretty old.
Biden's 81.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So here's Trump.
By the way, they never report the crowd on January 6th. You know, Nikki Haley. Did you know they destroyed all of the information, all of the evidence, everything, deleted and destroyed all of it, because of lots of things. Like Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people, soldiers, National Guard, so whatever they want. They turned it down. They don't want to talk about that. These are
That's
he
Nancy
just
Pelosi,
got him.
not Nikki
It was
Haley.
Pelosi. Yeah, it was supposed to be Pelosi.
I do that all the time, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
Considering what we
I'll be
see
thinking
day to
about
day, that's
something.
nothing.
Right.
By the way. I bet he got off stage.
Well, look, I'm still down to I'll take this old aging man over the one we got.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
And of course, you wish you didn't say Nikki Haley 4 times. I think
something like that.
You would think it would have.
Yeah.
And jogged some kind of memory at that point.
And you know somebody standing off the wing went Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi.
Stop saying it.
I'll be talking to Reese, calling him JC for 5 minutes ago. Dad, you know I'm Reese.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And you know what? You appreciate that.
I do.
About a little help.
Thank you, son. I love you.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
There's also his own accounts and his movie. You could see that, but I've heard. I've never been around him, but I know some people who have, and they said it's every bit as bad as you've heard or worse.
There's also a story on Daily Mail of him
imagine?
getting off one of his private jets and throwing his bag down the steps. It's like a $2,000 Gucci bag or something like that, and then getting in his little car full of security, by the way, and driving off.
There's that footage.
There's the guy kept trying to get a high five from him. And he got so mad.
That's it.
What an idiot! I mean, if a guy's playing the piano, you can't get a high five. It's impossible.
And then he gets up and walks off right where everybody's out there. Well, it goes back to this again, and you hit on it, Bubba. We know a lot of people in the entertainment business that you never hear bad things about.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, but I tell you, they can be a handle. Imagine how much a handle is of a person who we keep hearing they're a handle.
Oh, I know.
I mean, can you imagine the level of that? I mean, you realize how big a level it has to be for everybody to talk about it openly? A lot of times people are handled, you never even hear about it. But he must be just impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, just everybody's just he's an eggshell guy.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot
Rick,
stand to be around
what mood he's in.
I hate being around eggshell people. I got nothing for them.
Rick, I think it's more than eggshell. I think he just had his way and dictated terms so long that he, if it's not exactly like he wants it, he just flies apart. Because he can. He can pitch a fit.
Well, you know what I mean. Everybody has to
throw a check at
Everybody has to tiptoe around him, watch what you say, watch what you do, watch where you put his chair. You're just waiting for some ridiculous rant to take place. He ain't got no problems.
You know that movie that came out? I didn't know it was a musical. I was watching it, and they start singing.
Was it really?
Because I hate musicals.
I know you do.
It wasn't full-fledged, but it had some of that in it.
Well, I ran into somebody this is a story about Elton I thought was funny. They said that they actually played tennis against him several times, but they were warned ahead of time to let him win.
Don't say that.
Come on.
Stop
And
it.
I said, did you let it? He said, yeah, I was just out there for exercise. I didn't care. I said, why didn't you just put a beat down? I said, could you beat him? He said, oh, you're not going to beat him easy. I said, well, put a beat down on him. Let him pitch a fit.
Right.
Let him win.
That's what they said.
I'll never forget that time. Bubba and I was invited to play tennis with Bubba and Nasser and Chris Tomlin.
And Elton John.
And the last thing Bubba said to me before we started, because we took on them, they had been wanting to play us, and Bubba said, I want us to beat them so bad, Tomlin goes home and writes a song about it.
How'd it go, Hams? Do you remember?
And he had to write a song about it.
trolling, phone troll. Hey, Scotty. Scotty, go ahead, baby.
Hey, 10-4. Hey, just going to let you know, several years ago, my father, we had bought one of those massage chairs, like you sit in the mall.
Mm-hmm.
Got those rolling balls that goes up and down. And we brought it over to the house and let him sit in it. And he said, man, this feels good. And he was on blood thinner at the time. We didn't know anything, that it would hurt him or anything. But the next day, his back was solid purple where it had bruised him.
Mm.
And I was just going to throw that out there, let you know that if you know him, you might be on blood thinner.
I know one person.
Not to sit. Yeah.
Are you not on
Well,
anymore?
he passed away. He passed away in 2006. But anyway.
Well, the chair didn't kill him, did it?
wanted-
Rick.
No, I mean, he just said
No.
that. No, the chair didn't. So, okay.
But it'll bruise you up.
Yeah, it
If
will.
you're on blood thinners, man, you bruise easy.
know. So you're not on anymore?
Not blood thinners, just aspirin.
Okay. Blood. Have you looked and seen where Adler's got after you
No,
or
I
Speedy got
haven't.
after you?
I
That
hadn't.
night?
I'm probably black and blue.
Yeah, probably all over you.
I'll hit you again here.
By the way, I hate to bring it. I hope Don in Texas was able to make a move. The show has done it again. This
Yeah.
is why my wife says, Rick, please don't mention things until we have one or we've whatever. When you'll mention stuff on the show, then people run out of it and you can't get it anymore.
Then you're gone.
The massager is already gone off Amazon.
Yeah, and there was quite a few left, and now gone.
Gone, and they don't know when they'll be back.
Nope.
There's plenty of other options.
I
out
know,
there.
but I'm just talking about it. We got to be careful.
I know.
We told Bubba to order his, and he didn't.
I know.
Yeah, he's going to go high dollar one.
He needs that hypervolt anyway.
Yeah.
Union, Mississippi.
I want that hypervolt with two heads on it.
Rusty standing by. Rusty, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how you doing, Rusty?
Oh, I'm doing fine. A little chilly, but fine. We've got this little girl that is being used all around the world doing this catamaran thing. Does anybody realize there's a safety boat that's with them for emergencies that's gas-powered?
How dare you?
I'm sure there should be.
Yeah, I did not know that. Is that true?
Let's not state facts.
But I'm just assuming that.
I've heard the catamaran she's on too has got a diesel backup engine as well.
All right, wrapping up another hour. Thanks for being with us. Miss a part of the show, did you? Catch it in the archives today, either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Okay, also, one thing that we mentioned in some of the political updates today, Tim Scott also endorsing Trump.
Yeah, he did. He dropped out
Yeah,
a while
so,
back.
yeah, but now he did some big announcement or something
Yeah.
about endorsing Trump and all that. So anyway, that
I think he got engaged too.
He did. He did. Yep, he sure did.
She said
And
yes.
Rick, I'd said Dave Casper caught the pass. It was the other tight end. We just went back and looked at the play. Casper was the decoy on it. He was their big star receiver, but he was on that team. It was quite a game, by the way.
I can trust you on the fumble rooster
Hey,
now.
how about this? It wasn't Franco Harris.
No, it was not. By the way, we showed what happened, so
Yeah.
that one's not up for debate.
Right,
so,
right.
So we actually went back and actually looked at it. But look, we've all said things in the moment. You like kind of in his mind, he was trying to be sharp. He wanted Jim to think he knew the background of the rule, and I understand that. He loves Jim. Jim loves him.
Yeah.
And all that. It's great. Who we got for the NFC and AFC championships? Have we got them again?
Yeah, I think you'll have.
They'll be in on it. Yeah.
I guess will you have Troy and Buck on one call and or is it CBS on the other? Will you have it? Will you have NBC and CBS? I don't know who does that.
It should be on the list. Which
I'm not sure we wrapped up the season yet, Jim.
It's been a foregone conclusion over the last 6 weeks with these NFL experts have been telling us the entire time. I mean, seriously, that it's going to be the 49ers and Ravens in the Super Bowl.
It's CBS.
Oh, it is CBS. We got them again.
Okay. So you do have
Get
them.
to do the AFC championship, Jim.
Have you heard this conspiracy deal?
Oh, boy.
That like the last 3 or 4 years, the NFL logo for the Super Bowl
I've heard this
has
Bob.
had the colors already in it of the two teams that made it.
No, I haven't heard that.
Yes, that's a real thing.
And if it plays out this year, it should be the 49ers and the Ravens.
Which everybody has
'Cause
been
there's purple
predicting
in it.
for
We know it
at
ain't
least
Minnesota.
8 weeks.
Okay.
How about that? Nice catch over there, guys.
I'm gonna set up I'm gonna set up a lunch with you and Romo.
By the way, let me ask you a question. It's very important. Bubba, do not help him. Okay? Because you
Don't help me?
No, because I want to ask you this.
What if I won't help?
Do you know
I'll be your life.
that in the Scooby-Doo series, who did the voice of Shaggy?
Romo.
I don't know. I have no idea. That was not my world
Mhm.
at all. My brother may be able to answer that, but I don't.
Bubba, you know, of course. Casey
No question.
Kasem.
Yep.
Really?
Radio guy.
Casey
Top
Kasem
40 countdown.
is the original voice of Shaggy.
Did not see that coming.
Mm-hmm. How about that little tidbit?
Mm-hmm. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, he was doing that before he.
Really?
Yeah, he was with Hanna-Barbera early, doing cartoon voices.
What a step up.
So really, we could
Wow.
say that Tony Romo sounds like Casey Kasem.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have
I'll tell you
Romo
another
do
one,
the
Rick.
hits, Rick.
Please
Back in
look at
19
this. This is look at this,
Okay,
Rick.
Rick. Look. Here are the logos, and look how
No way.
strangely the colors match the teams that were there.
Now, we
even though the
reaching-
logo was put out before the
Are
Super
we
Bowl.
reaching a little bit here?
With the Eagles, I'll give you that.
Yes.
Aqua.
I'll give
Rick, where's your pointer?
Get your pointer. You just-
Come on.
It is a little,
Yeah.
a little strange.
When
But
did
it
you
is
get
green.
a when did you get a pointer?
Friday. The days you don't work.
That's excellent, by
Go
the
ticket
way.
seats, baby.
I love that.
Hey,
That doesn't count. I mean,
Okay.
if the Dolphins had got in, sure, and played some red.
I would
team,
even give you the Jaguars, maybe.
I don't know that
yes.
darker section of it.
It does. Look in the
pretty
trophy.
good.
Adler.
They can't give it away. It's
They
sloppy.
can't give it
That's how
away.
they get you.
Yeah, that's how they get it.
It's
I
like
love the
Game
rig.
7.
I
You
thought you'd
gotta
given
you
me
gotta
more.
get there easy, and every now and then have a sweep.
I thought you'd give me more on my line.
I didn't
That
hear
was a
it. I'm
good
sorry.
line.
I was too busy focusing on the
Don't worry about
pointer.
Yeah, I think the logo thing, that's a little stretch.
I'm caught off guard by this pointer.
I love
Hey,
a pointer.
You got to love the pointer, man.
Love it.
Yeah, point to Bubba, Rick.
No, he can
Right
tap
here is
Bubba with it.
Yeah.
I can go over and say, hey, man.
That's fantastic.
Yep, so there you go. So we're just full of tidbits today.
Yeah.
All right. So World Economic Forum continues to get stranger.
Oh no.
Continues to get stranger. Emma Tucker is going to tell us that the news that they were the gatekeepers and they owned all the facts. She's the WSJ chief editor. And you know, all of us worried about, that we don't really see news. It's all propaganda. Well, here we go. So here is...
Listen to her comment.
Here we go.
If you go back really not that long ago, as I say, we owned the news. We were the gatekeepers, and we very much owned the facts as well. If it said it in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, then that was a fact. Nowadays, people can go to all sorts of different sources for the news, and they're much more questioning about what we're saying. So it's no longer good enough for us just to say, this is what happened, or this is the news. We have to explain our working. So readers expect to understand how we source stories. They want to know how we go about getting stories. We have to sort of lift the bonnet, as it were, and in a way that newspapers aren't used to doing, and explain to people what we're doing. We need to be much more transparent about how we go about collecting the news.
Oh, darn.
My goodness. Now there's actually all kinds of sources. We have to be held accountable and tell people where we got news.
Oh,
Before,
no.
it was just us in the New York Times, and we were the gatekeepers, and we decided what you got to hear and didn't hear.
We owned it. We owned the news.
We pretty much owned it.
We took the bonnet
facts.
off.
Now we have to take off a bonnet.
Remove the bonnet.
What if you were the gatekeeper of news for the entire world?
It'd be great.
It'd be a good place to be.
It came
wouldn't
through your desk.
Let me tell you what, y'all have a great time.
But this is exactly why they hate the fact that X is not owned by the
They
people
lose
that
control.
are in their pockets. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Guys, y'all don't understand. There was a time when the voice from the conservative point of view was non-existent.
Yeah.
It did not have a platform. There was nowhere to get it, and so sometimes I know we get annoyed with having to verify everything, and that is annoying. There's a tremendous amount of, clickbait and things that are not exactly what they look like, and we have to do a little more homework. But I think the fact that people don't have the corner market and gatekeeper authority that they once had, I think that's actually a positive.
Oh, yeah.
But didn't it sound weird that she was acting like now we have to actually do what journalism is always supposed to do?
Right. Oh, shucks.
Now we got to show you where our facts came from.
That power that she's talking about does not need to be restricted to the few because it's dangerous.
No.
Very dangerous.
And now we have to show everyone where we got it. Yeah, I thought that was always you had to have sources and you had to verify this, and you didn't put anything out unless you had a certain number of sources that could verify that sounds like that's what happened. Now we're having to tell everyone where we get it from. Have to take off the bonnet. The bonnet, it's not good. We don't like the bonnet.
Take the bonnet off.
That's
Take
right.
off the bonnet.
Thank you, Speedy.
Just trying.
Every time you're here, it's almost like I'm in London.
Thank you.
You sound like you're from London.
I really enjoy it.
All right, so if you're leaving us, have a great day. Any part of the show you missed, just use those archives on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick